Hello there everyone, welcome back to my channel Fanfiction podcast. Today we will continue our journey of What If Dragonborn Came to Orario Part 6. Before we start, please like, share, subscribe, and comment in the comment section. Chapter 39. AON, here we go. Sorry it's a bit short and so close to the wire. The last couple weeks have been exhausting, so I'm glad I was able to write it all. Anyway, just wanted to let you know that all is good, but that this chapter is on the short side. Onwards. As always, I really appreciate all your comments and reviews, and I really hope you'll keep them coming. They help motivate me and I read them all. Hearthfire. Chapter 39. Torhen. On your left. Welf. Behind you. Hey, watch the fireballs. Sorry. Torhen laughed lightly, watching as Heraheim used Firebolt again. An Almiraj had surprised. Leaping up, it intended to slash her with its axe and was rewarded with a fireball to the face at point-blank range. The Hestia Familia expedition had made very good time and recently reached the 14th floor. Quite the milestone, since this was the floor where the pass parade occurred. Out of all their members, only Daphne, Cassandra, and Asa had set foot on 15 and 16. Nobody was worried, but their pace was guaranteed to slow down thanks to the veritable hordes of monsters on the middle floors. The upper floors housed only very small packs, no more than 5 monsters at a time, and if a monster was particularly strong for that area, then it would usually be alone. On the middle floors, the strength of the monsters went up as did the size of the packs. Where once there were only perhaps 5 or 6 enemies in a pack, there were now 15 to 20. This, of course, made for slow going when most of your party was only level 2 and relatively inexperienced. Still, with the sheer size of their party, their coordinated teamwork, and the rather exceptional gear they possessed, the Familia was able to handle every encounter so far with extreme ease. Since he and Aisha were just the backup, the two of them stood a fair distance away from the main group as they battled a pack of Almiraj. The Dragonborn watched with a critical eye as Belle, Daphne, and Mikoto weaved in and out of the battle, slashing and hacking at the rabbit monsters with their blades. Towards the back of the formation, Cassandra was casting a series of restoration and alteration spells along with the occasional destruction spell. Heraheim, on the other hand, was simply throwing fireballs and lightning bolts left and right. Lily and her Familia were maneuvering around the field. The spectral wolf would latch on to an enemy, giving Lily the chance to take them out with a well-placed crossbow bolt. Welf and Uka were serving their roles as tanks well, while Chigusa provided excellent ranged support. All in all, he was quite proud of the Familia. The sheer level of teamwork his students had shown since they began was heartwarming to see, as was their obvious increase in skill. No longer was Belle the wide-eyed novice who didn't even know how to hold a blade properly. He was nowhere near what Torhen would call strong, but he was certainly competent. The boy soaked up everything the old warrior had to teach him and kept coming back for more. As for the others, they too had improved vastly. Lily was no longer a simple supporter. The Paolum girl was shaping up to be an exceptional ranger and a brilliant tactician. Looking to Welf, the young man's skill as an enchanter was progressing far faster than Torhen had anticipated. His shop hadn't been open for long, but the whole city was raving about the quality of the enchantments. They are not doing too bad, Asa commented from Torhen's left, pulling him from his thoughts. He looked over at her. The Amazon woman was leaning up against the wall of the dungeon, watching the battle with a critical eye. No, they aren't, Torhen agreed. They are doing quite well, all things considered. She hummed before speaking again. I honestly never thought I'd see the day where Haim was able to fight like that. I figured she would abandon adventuring altogether once I got her away from Ishtar. Torhen followed her line of sight to the young Renard woman, who was casting a choking grasp spell on one of the last monsters in the pack. There was a proud smile on the face of the dark-skinned Amazon. She has a truly impressive aptitude for magic, Torhen admitted. Natural talent like hers is exceedingly rare, even among elves. I could only name around half a dozen students I've had with more or equal talent than her, and I was the head of a magical college for 20 years. If she stays dedicated to improving her skills, then that girl will go far. They'll all go far if they keep this up, she said with a smirk, watching as one of Chigusa's arrows felled the last of the pack. I'm excited for them to catch up to me. It'll be fun. Nicely done. Belle shouted. Let's pick up the stones and keep moving. Soon enough, the group moved down the corridor and towards the stairs. Floor 15 was very similar to 14. Cave walls stretching out to make a series of labyrinthine passageways filled with dangerous monsters. Honestly, if it weren't for the lack of creepy bug architecture, it would remind Torhen of farmer tunnels. It wasn't long after they'd descended to 15 that a cracking noise filled the air. Emerging from the walls around them were minotaurs, freshly spawned. Torhen looked behind himself. They were surrounded by 17 of the monsters. Now, some would expect Belle to panic. After all, he'd nearly been killed by minotaurs twice. He didn't panic, though. No, he grinned. An almost feral smile split the young man's face as he drew his knives. Wipe them out, he shouted, blitzing forward. Before the monster could react, he'd buried the Hestia knife in its skull. The creature groaned and burst into dust. Hwah! Welf roared, his claymore cleaving the head from a minotaur. Beside him, Uka blocked a strike with the flat of his axe, causing the large man to skid back a foot or two. Mikoto's blade flashed, sparks of electricity dancing along the blade as it sliced the arm off of a minotaur. With a backwards thrust, the young woman pierced the chest of the monster, causing it to explode into dust. Bolts from Lily's crossbow and arrows from Chigusa's bow found their marks in the eyes of the creatures, while blasts of ice and fire were thrown from their mags. Daphne was quick to join Belle and Mikoto in skewering minotaurs with her rapier. Despite the relative strength of the minotaurs, the Hestia Familia was stronger. It wasn't exactly an easy fight, though. Lily was momentarily seized by one minotaur which held her by the throat. It didn't have her long, though, because Welf removed the arm it was using to hold her. Being only level 1, Haraheim's spells were less effective against the monsters than they might have been if she were level 2. This hampered her ability to fight, but the young Renard held her own. Mikoto misjudged a step and went sprawling. She might have been badly injured if Uka hadn't tanked a blow meant for her downed form. All in all, though, the kids acquitted themselves well and were able to defeat the pack of minotaurs without asking Torhen or Aisha for help. He felt quite proud of how well they were doing. Torhen threw a smile at Belle's back while the boy led the party further into the labyrinth. Yes, his grin widened. Torhen was very proud indeed. AIS. Right, girls. Everyone ready? Loki asked, excitedly from the front of the group. We've got a lovely beach trip planned. Everyone got their nice, skimpy bikinis. The red-headed, perverted goddess squealed in pain as Reveria's staff came crashing down on her head. Nobody will be wearing anything of the sort if you're going to behave like this. The elf growled. AIS smiled at their interaction. Life for the blonde girl had taken a strange turn in recent months, but it was a good one. She smiled more often for one, and life seemed a little less one-dimensional. Getting stronger was not the only thing that mattered anymore. AIS found herself willingly taking time away from her training to relax with the twins or go shopping with Lefia. Just the other day, she spent nearly an hour reading in the library with Reveria, and she wasn't even reading a book that had anything to do with adventuring. It was a romance novel, recommended by Lefia. Of course, it wasn't just the members of her own familia she was spending time with. She was still training with Torhen every day she could, and her progress was good, but she also found herself hanging around Hearthfire Hall afterwards to just spend time with the members of the Hestia Familia. A few days ago, she'd wasted an entire afternoon lounging in Belle's office talking to him while he did paperwork. That evening, she'd joined the female members of the Hestia Familia in their hot spring and had an admittedly wonderful time. AIS supposed she had Torhen to thank for the change in attitude. He'd shown her that she was pushing people away, pushing what was essentially her family away, and she was so much happier for having stopped. Spending time with them was just as much fun as dungeon diving, and, Loki's antics aside, she was looking forward to going on a bit of a vacation with the girls. Although they were all aware of the true reason why their group was headed to Melon, Loki insisted that they treat it as a pseudo-vacation. They were going to have a lovely, relaxing time at the beach and maybe investigate some monster sightings while they were at it. Relaxation with a bit of danger, just how AIS liked it. There were only 6 of them going on this trip. Loki, AIS, Reveria, Lefia, Tyon, and Tiona were the ones going. Everyone else was staying home. They couldn't really afford to have a Huge number of people out of the city at the moment, so they'd settled for sending a few properly strong members. It was Loki's insistence that they all be girls. AIS was certain the perverted goddess would try and cop a feel or see something she shouldn't, but they were all more than able to deal with her if necessary. You all be careful, Finn said from the doorway to the mansion. They were standing just outside the doors where the carriage was parked. We don't know what's going on in Melon, so you need to exercise caution. Stop being such a worrywart, Captain, Tiona replied, excitedly. She winced when her twin smacked the back of her head. We'll be as careful as possible, Captain, Tyon said, bowing to the captain. Everyone into the carriage. Reveria called from the front, where she was climbing into the driver's seat. Woo, let's go. Loki shouted and hopped up next to Reveria. The others all clambered into the back, placing their packs on the floor. After a moment, the carriage began to trundle away, out the gate and onto the streets of Orario. Man, I can't wait till we get there. Tiona groaned, stretching. I can't remember the last time I was at a beach. I'm a little nervous about running around in a swimsuit though. Lefia muttered. AIS shared the younger girl's nerves though for a different reason. She was fairly confident in her own body, and since they were only going to be around each other, Loki's antics were the only thing AIS had to worry about when it came to clothing. No, it was the swimming itself that scared her. Reveria had once tried to teach her how to swim as a child, though AIS maintains that it was punishment for calling the elf woman old. The green-haired elf had tied her to an adamantite block and thrown her in the water. AIS nearly drowned. She would have if Reveria hadn't pulled her back out again. Regardless, she'd never even attempted to swim since that day. Swimming scared her. What's wrong, AIS? Tyon asked, looking at her with concern. Until recently, the blonde would probably have brushed her off. Now though, she trusted them enough to answer. Truthfully, I'm terrified of the water, she admitted. Wait, really? Tiona asked, surprised. I knew you didn't like swimming, but you're really that scared. Ah, I believe that is my fault, Reveria said, sheepishly from the front of the carriage. I'm sorry about that, AIS. She nodded in acknowledgement, but it didn't exactly help. I can fix it. Loki grinned. I'm not letting you do anything perverted to me. AIS deadpanned, her face blank while she glared at the goddess. Not like that, Asapu. Loki huffed. I meant with this. She pulled a ring out of her pocket. A ring. Tiona sounded as confused as AIS felt. Are you proposing? Lefia gasped in shock. What? No, it's enchanted. Loki sputtered in surprise. I know I'm a bit lecherous, but where did you get that idea? I am. Lefia. Reveria's stern voice called out. Have you been reading romance novels before? Bet again. Lefia's ears drooped and her head lowered. The elf girl let out a quiet yes. What did I tell you about doing that? Reveria asked. Not to. Lefia admitted. Tiona was grinning from ear to ear. Why shouldn't you? She let out an exasperated sigh. Because it makes me have weird dreams and my brain starts seeing romance everywhere. Exactly. Are you going to do it again? No. She squeaked. AIS wasn't sure if she was lying or not. Heh. Loki chuckled. Memar Reveria strikes again. Ita. Reveria bashed the goddess over the head with her staff again. I told you not to call me that, she shouted, grumpily. Sue. You said the ring is enchanted. Tiona asked, trying to break the awkward silence that had formed. Oh, right. Loki pulled the ring back out. I commissioned these from Torhen about a week ago. They are water-breathing rings. Water-breathing? Tyon asked. Yep. As long as you have the ring on, you can breathe underwater. Isn't it neat? Ari's eyes were sparkling. With that ring, she might just be able to swim. She'd need to learn how, of course, but she wouldn't have to fear drowning. How much was it? AIS asked, fully intending to commission one for herself regardless of price. Calm down, AIS. Loki said, waving her hands. I got one for everybody and they are yours to keep. You'll need them if you're going to check on the Leviathan seal. That's a pretty deep dive, so the rings will help. She handed the first ring to AIS and proceeded to pull 4 more out and hand them to the other girls. AIS quickly slipped the ring onto her left middle finger. She didn't feel any different, but that was likely because she wasn't in water yet. They'd need to test it out in a safe place before she tried swimming with it on. These are really pretty, Lefia said, admiring the silver band on her own finger. Were they expensive, though? Meh. Loki shrugged. Not really. Not compared to anything like Reveria's gear. She turned to the elf. You got seriously lucky that he made that for free, you know. It would have bankrupted you otherwise. Oh, believe me, I'm aware. Reveria said, smugly. AIS and the other girls glared at her. They'd had to pay full price for their enchanted equipment. AIS was still trying to earn enough money to pay for her sword enchantments. Though, Lefia had dodged that particular arrow. Not being level 6, she couldn't buy anything from Torhen, so she'd gone to his apprentice, Welf, for her gear. It was still expensive, and it took her a while to earn the money, but it didn't break the bank. AIS sat back and grumbled at how unfair it was that high-level gear was so damn expensive, and silently cursing Tsubaki for telling Torhen to charge so much. Naza sighed, easing herself into a chair at the head of the conference table. The Mayak, Familia's meeting room, was located in the office area on the 3rd floor of the Blue Hospital. Their new home. The work was nearly complete, and it would only be a few days before it opened to the public. Because of this and the recent incident with Airmid, Naza had chosen to call a full Familia meeting so that she could get everyone up to speed. Are you all right, Captain? Wendy, the young cat person, asked. Naza just smiled at her and nodded. I'm a little tired, Wendy, but I have a feeling we could all use some sleep. Very true. Shizune sighed. She was Naza's vice captain and was sitting to her left. All the preparations have been exhausting. It's hard to believe we're almost done. It will be well worth the exhausting once we begin treating patients, Angela commented. From beside Shizune. She was a beautiful elf and Wendy's mentor. Agreed. Nicholas nodded from his seat on Naza's right. I've observed a great deal of excitement among our clientele. Browsers in the potion shop are asking me daily about when the hospital will open. You mean they're asking me daily, Gramps? The cat person, Mao Mao, grumbled from beside Nicholas. You've hardly left the lab since I joined, so I keep getting stuck answering all the dumb questions. That should all die down soon enough. Kaney commented. She was a half-elf and another of their senior alchemists. Her 2 sisters, Kanao and Shinobu, were sitting next to her. They all looked up as the door opened. Forgive me, Lord Mayak said, entering the room, with Hanataru following along behind him. We were making sure the shop was locked up, and everything was tallied correctly. Closing the door, Lord Mayak took a seat at the opposite end of the table from Naza. Hanataru half-jogged down the table, sliding into a seat next to Wendy, who gave him a bright smile. Naza looked around the table, taking in the sight of her Familia. Sitting on the left side of the table was the hospital crew. Shizune, the vice-captain, was the official head doctor of the hospital. Following along down the left side were Angela, Elise, Chopper, Hanataru, and Wendy. They were the ones who would be in the hospital every day. The ones in charge of dealing with patients and all things medical. They, all of them, were learning to produce potions so that they could help out in the alchemy lab if required. To the right of the table was the alchemy and research group. Nicholas, as the head of research and development, sat directly to Naza's right. Following along the table beside him were Mao Mao, Pietro, Kaney, Kanao, Shinobu, and Isai. Opposite to the hospital crew, the members of the alchemy group were learning healing magic in their spare time so that they could help out in the hospital whenever needed. Taking a deep breath, Naza addressed the group. Starting with the alchemy shop, how are things looking? She asked. Business is booming. Nicholas replied with a smile. Since he was head of the alchemy department, he was nominally in charge of the shop. Our profits have settled into an average range, though I'm expecting another sizable jump once the hospital opens for business. What about our finances? Stabilizing. Kaney spoke up. She'd been nominated to serve as their treasurer by a group vote. Shizune and Naza were far too busy to do it, and Nicholas couldn't be bothered, so they decided to put it to a vote, and the half-elven woman was picked. The cost of renovation burned through nearly everything earned by the Loki and Freya contracts, Kaney continued, but the sheer scale of business done by the pharmacy has recouped that and a little more. With our expenses having settled to a manageable level, we're sitting comfortably at 117 million valis currently in our treasury. Unfortunately, I expect that will change once we add in the expenses from the hospital. It will be quite some time before I can give you any accurate information on our profit margins. We seem to be doing quite well, even with the unknown expenses coming from the hospital. Lord Mayak said from the other end of the table. Perhaps we can finally look to providing discounts to our more downtrodden clientele. Lord Mayak was perhaps the most generous person Naza knew, and she loved that about him. Unfortunately, his charitable nature had been a constant thorn in her side back when the Familia was barely scraping by. Now they could afford to be generous. Why don't you start drawing up some plans, Lord Mayak? Naza asked. We can certainly afford to be more charitable now, but we should have some kind of organization in place to make sure we don't become overly charitable. Agreed. Chopper, the Palum doctor nodded. I'm all for helping everyone we can, but if we give away everything, we won't be able to stay open, and then we won't be able to help anybody. We should start by introducing a more generous income-based payment plans inside the hospital. Elise added. We could do the same for bulk orders at the pharmacy. Shinobu said, agreeing with Elise. Naza raised a hand, stopping all further input. Anyone with a suggestion should bring it to Lord Mayak after the meeting. Once plans have been drawn up, we can vote and decide on which ones to implement first. For now, I want to hear about how the hospital is coming. Nearly complete. Shizune reported. All that's left is installation of a few pieces of equipment on the first floor and a general cleaning of the entire building. It wouldn't do to open up the hospital if there's construction dust everywhere. Yeah, it's kinda gross where they're still working. All dusty and everything. Hestia added. She was leaning on her hand at the end of the table, looking a little bored. What about you, Pietro? Naza asked. How is your lab shaping up? Why, it has gone splendidly. The older half-dwarf said with a smile. Thanks to Penny's help and a few ideas from Nikki, everything is up and running. In fact, I believe I'll be able to start on that new arm for you as early as tomorrow. Naza offered him a bright smile. Thank you, Pietro. Does anyone have anything they want to report or bring up? She asked. Looking around, she saw everyone shaking their heads in the negative. Holding in a sigh, the Cianthrope steeled herself. In that case, I'm afraid I have something to tell you all. Earlier today, I caught Amid Tizane spying on us. Everyone stiffened in their seats. The captain of the Dien sect Familia, Hanataru, whispered. Naza nodded. Is Dien sect so desperate that he'd actually sending his captain to act as a spy? Mao Mao asked, incredulously. If Tizane is to be believed, no. Naza admitted. No. Pietro asked, confused. The others were all sporting equally befuddled expressions. When I confronted her, she claimed to only be here out of intellectual curiosity. Nothing more. Naza reported. I suppose that is possible. Lord Mayak muttered. She always was a very studious person, dedicated to the art of healing more than anything else. There's more. Naza added, cutting off any attempts at adding to the conversation. I got the impression that she is considering leaving Dien's sect in order to beg us for a spot in this Familia. What? Came the group exclamation. That. Hanataru stammered. That would be huge. Mao Mao shouted while Nicholas cackled beside her. Pietro was also laughing loudly from down at his end of the table. But can we trust it? Shizune asked, seriously. She's right. What if it's a trick to get us to let our guard down? Elise added. That is a concern. Naza agreed. Did she explicitly say she wanted to leave? Kanao spoke up. Naza shook her head. She did admit to thinking about it. Also, she said was that she was sick of his greedy nature getting in the way of her doing her job. This could strike a huge blow against Dien sect. Pietro said, seriously. There were nods of agreement all around. We must be careful, though. Lord Mayak said, Dien sect is formidable and unpredictable. Even without the Amid situation, it is only a matter of time before he makes a move against us. Aon, there we go. All done. What did you think? We got to see a bit more of the expedition, some of the Loki stuff, and an update on the Mayak Familia. Nothing too major, but I wanted to focus a little more on the characters interacting than anything else. Oh, for those curious about Ryu, I will be touching base with her soon. If you have any thoughts or speculations about what is to come, please let me know. I'm always eager to see if you guess my plans ahead of time. Oh, just so you know, I have decided on who will be joining the Hestia Familia for now. Thank you all so much for your ideas and suggestions. I will be using a few of them, though not all because there are a huge number. Some of them I don't even recognize. However, I do have a question. Do you want me to tell you the franchises they are coming from so you can guess who they are, or would you like to keep it a surprise? Your choice. I'll go with a majority rule here. Answers to questions. On FFN. Antonio Abellan 4. I think it will be a bit of a mix. I gave Torhen the ability to regulate the power of his shouts for that reason. A full-power Dragonrend could force a god to experience mortality, but it cannot make them truly mortal. They'd just be incapacitated for a few minutes while they experience an existential crisis. Kumavens, I'm glad you liked it. I hope you like this chapter as well. As for the stuff from Apocalypse and maybe Summer Mist, I will be slowly incorporating those if the situation calls for it. Loot Jesus, I agree that she's too smart to outwardly oppose them. For now, I think I'll be going with a forced neutrality kind of thing while she figures out her next moves. Guest, you're kind of right, but the dungeon hates gods and is half god, so I think it falls more on the hate side than anything else. Dragon or Amura, if you've caught up to here by the time this is posted, I hope you liked the story so far. Poseidon 93, glad you liked it. I hope you enjoyed this chapter too. Max Perseus 130, I'm glad you reinstalled the game. I've actually done a full Torhen playthrough. That's where I got the idea for the character from. By Kaiser, I have a plan for Dien Sect. I hope you like it. Sirlig Bag, thank you for the suggestions. Christam, I know I'm not paid, but I do like to keep my promises if I can. I'm glad you liked what I did with Mao Mao. She turns into a cat girl during the show, so it fit. As for the plot lines, spoilers? Not the Xenos though. I'm not ready for them yet. Virus ZYX, thank you. Lion Lord Iskana, thank you. Gallo 4, you're welcome. Hazik Safari, I hope you like what's coming. Nephilim 015, I do indeed follow the latest anime. Cloudmint, glad you like it. Frostwolf 3227, I won't be incorporating magic from any other worlds, unless it's as a skill, but I do like the ideas. Thank you. Augusfedrid Hunter, you shall see. I am quite fond of the Percy Jackson series though. Ninjafang 1331, glad you liked it. Monkey D. Conan, we're getting close to the bigger arc, so I hope you like what's coming. Walkman Apprentice Wordsmith, I hope you see this. I didn't realize I'd missed half the reviews till I posted the chapter. As for your question, I do believe I will be going with Torhen X Reveria. I like them together, so I'll be slowly incorporating that into the story. On AO3, Magnus Thread, I was actually considering Amid X Naza, but I'm not totally sold. There is a lot of baggage there. Generic Marisu, thank you. I think I have a good plan in mind for Mayak versus Dien Sect, so I hope you like it. Conduit, thank you. I'm glad you like it. I enjoyed writing the lute scene with Reveria. And Torhen. Godorfire, you know, I haven't considered that. I'll give it some thought, but I don't see why he wouldn't have them. Chapter 40. AON, I'm back at the normal length. I hope you are all doing well. I gotta admit, I've been pretty nervous about writing this one, so I hope you like it. Oh, and just so you know, there's a fairly lengthy author's note at the bottom that I'd like you all to read if you're interested. As always, your reviews and comments are what keep me going. So I hope you enjoy this chapter and please keep them coming. I'm really excited to see what you think of this chapter. Hearthfire. Chapter 40. Bell. Bell bolted across the cavern and dropped, sliding underneath the charging Ligafang. As he slid across the dungeon floor, the captain of the Hestia Familia brought his blade up and carved a trench into the flesh of the monster. Using the momentum from his slide, he sprang back to his feet after clearing the monster's body. Turning quickly, he was able to catch sight of the Ligafang bursting into dust. He couldn't waste any time acknowledging the victory though. With barely a moment of hesitation, he was on the move again. Charging, he leapt into the air and kicked off the head of a minotaur that was facing down Uka. Knowing that his friend could handle the monster, Bell instead aimed for a second Ligafang that was dangerously close to Horheim and Cassandra. Coming down from the arc of his jump, Bell buried his dagger into its skull, causing the beast to collapse. Once again, it died at a puff of monster dust. Ayag! A pained scream rang out. Turning, Bell saw that the utterance came from Welf. A hellhound had snuck up behind him and sunk its teeth into his shoulder. Before he could react, though, one of Chigusa's arrows sprouted from the eye of the beast, killing it. Half a second later, Welf's shoulder was glowing gold as Cassandra used the healing hands spell on him. Thanks, Chigusa. Cassandra. The redhead shouted, picking up his dropped greatsword. The Hestia Familia were on the 16th floor of the dungeon and doing well. It was Bell's first time really fighting on that floor, so it was quite a new experience for him. After the parade, they'd kind of bypassed the floor by falling into a shaft and then on the way back up. From 18 he hadn't been able to do much fighting because he was part of such a large group. So far, their expedition was going swimmingly. There had been no issues at all until they reached 14 and started dealing with larger packs of monsters, but even those they handled with ease. The young captain was happy to say that their backup, Master Torhen and Ms. Aisha, hadn't been forced to step in even once the entire time. They were nearing the stairs to 17 and then it would be a straight run for the safe zone on the 18th floor. First, though, they had to deal with this triple pack they'd wandered into. Most monster packs usually only consisted of one type of monster. A Minotaur pack, an Almirage pack, a Hellhound pack, etc. It was very rare for a group of monsters to contain multiple different types of creatures. Normally, that only occurred when 2 or 3 packs of monsters ran into each other and were encountered by adventurers before separating or killing each other. Fighting between monsters was a little rare but did happen on occasion. Every once in a while, 4 or more packs would converge on a single place. These were referred to as hordes, and encountering one normally meant a party should run as far and as fast as they could. The party of Apollo adventurers who'd past paraded Bell and his friends had been running from a small horde when they left Bell's party to die. Luckily there were now more of them, and they were considerably stronger than they'd been during that incident. With a rushing leap, the white-haired young man landed beside Mikoto, and together they set about decimating a small cluster of hellhounds on the edge of the battle. Besides the sneak attack on Welf, things were going well. Very few injuries and none of them major, combined with plenty of potions meant that they'd all but sailed through the middle floors. Indeed, despite the sheer number of enemies, they soon made quick work of the combined pack and were resting at the top of the stairs down to 17. What's the plan going forward, bossman? Daphne asked from where she sat against the dungeon wall. The whole party was spread out at the top of the stairs. Bell himself was sitting on one of the steps, staring down into the darkness. 17 is pretty small, Bell replied, his voice carrying to the others. We shouldn't encounter more than a few packs between here and the boss room, so we'll make a run for it. Get to 18 as fast as we can. Are we certain that the boss won't spawn? Haraheim asked nervously from her seat next to Mikoto. It was her first time participating in real combat this deep in the dungeon, so Bell understood her trepidation. No chance, Lily told her. She was perched on top of a small boulder nearby. All our reports say that a team of adventurers from Rivera augmented by Ganesha members killed Goliath 3 days ago. There's no way it could spawn so quickly. We just need to get to the boss room and we're home free. Cassandra piped up. What are we going to do once we get there? I'd like to explore the town. Welf said. I brought some of my stuff from the shop down here and I'm hoping to sell it while we're there. If I use Rivera's pricing strategy, one should make a pretty penny. Master Torhen was nodding along with Welf's statement. You mean you're going to fleece them for 3 times what the already expensive gear is actually worth? Uka deadpanned. Bell didn't completely agree with Welf's plan, but it was how things operated down there. In this case, it was better to just let it go. Yeah, Welf admitted bluntly. That's the general idea. Well, Chigusa hesitated. It is the accepted custom in Rivera to jack up the prices. If you're going to be selling stuff there, you might as well do as they do. We're only staying there 1 night. Mikoto said. You're not going to sell much in that time. Actually, I was hoping to make a deal with an innkeeper. Welf told the group. I'll trade them a piece or 2 in exchange for rooms for us all. Then I'll wander the stalls and try to sell my stock to the merchants. That way we don't have to camp, and I get plenty of time to sell stuff. The prices down there are ridiculous. Ms. Aisha chimed in. This might work once or twice, but you'd best get used to camping on 18 if you don't want to go broke later down the line. She's got a point, Belle said, standing. But it doesn't matter though if we just sit here. You, all ready to move? There was an affirmative chorus as the group surged to their feet, ready to take on the next floor. At a run, they charged down the stairs and out onto the 17th floor. They encountered resistance right at the bottom. A pack of hellhounds shot a cluster of fireballs at them right as Belle reached the last step. Throwing himself to the floor, Belle ducked under the fireballs. Behind him, he could hear the sound of ward spells shattering, accompanied by curses as the others threw themselves to the floor. Flipping himself back onto his feet, Belle charged the pack and threw one of his knives. He had 3 weapons now. The Hestia knife, of course, was his primary weapon, but Welf had made him 2 more. Once was made from the horn of the Minotaur he'd killed when leveling up and was called Ushiwa Kamaru. Enchanted with shock damage, it was designed to be easy to use both as a melee weapon and as a thrown weapon. The other was an unnamed wakizashi, a short sword enchanted with a fire effect. Ushiwa Kamaru soared through the air and embedded itself in the skull of a hellhound, which promptly burst into dust. Belle rushed forward, scooping up the blade before jumping and driving the Hestia knife into the brains of another monster. To his left, arrows sprouted from the maw of a third hellhound while a fourth was vaporized by a lightning bolt courtesy of Haruheim. Mikoto passed him by on the right, her blade flashing and severing the heads of 2 at once. Then Welf and Uka charged past, drawing the attention of the remaining pack. The group finished them off in short order and continued running down the halls of the 17th floor. Belle and Lily spent weeks memoizing the maps and layout of the middle floors with help from Aina, Daphne, and Ms. Aisha. They technically knew the route by heart, but this was their first time really trying to follow it in person. With Uka and Welf leading the formation from the front, it was on Belle and Lily to call out direction changes when necessary. This was usually left to Lily since the team was used to following her orders in a combat scenario. During an engagement, it was her job to observe the battle as a whole and direct the others in the best way possible. She was very much a skilled command from the rear kind of leader. Belle was more of a lead from the front kind of commander, so their roles complemented each other well. Right, Lily called out. At her word, Welf and Uka veered right at the next fork in the path, with the Familia charging along behind them. They kept going like this for quite some time. They'd run down the passageway, and occasionally Lily's voice would ring out from the center of the formation. Left, right, not this one. Of course, this did not mean that they were just running through easily. They were forced to stop and deal with monster packs more than once. 2 more packs of hellhounds and a group of Ligafangs forced the company to slow down considerably to deal with them. Each time a pack of monsters was defeated, they'd simply pick up the drops and stones and then keep moving. Belle grinned brightly when the door to the boss room came into view. "We made it," he said, joyfully bounding towards it. Without waiting for the others, he pushed his way in. There was some rubble on the floor, and the wall of grief was only just beginning to reform after Goliath last spawned. "Got a few not-so-pleasant memories coming up in here," Welf muttered. "We made it out there," Lily said, elbowing him. "True enough." The redhead nodded. "It's gonna be weird seeing 18 though. Last time we were there it was a war zone. We haven't been down there since before the battle," Daphne added, gesturing to Cassandra. "It'll be interesting to see how Rivera has changed since it was rebuilt." "Well then what are we waiting for?" Belle asked, enthusiastically bounding towards the stairs. All but jogging down them, the white-haired captain of the Hestia Familia took a deep breath and grinned when he beheld the shining crystal ceiling of the 18th floor. AIS felt oddly nostalgic as the carriage trundled into Melon. The port city was bustling with activity, since it served as Orario's primary portal to the sea. Sitting on the banks of Lolong Lake, which itself was connected to the ocean by a small river, it was the perfect place for shipping goods to and from Orario by water. Nearly every good that came to Orario went through Melon, as countless ships from all over the world passed through the harbor each day. AIS knew the details about the city, but the reason for the nostalgia was unknown to her. She'd never been to Melon before, but the smell of the lake was very familiar. She just couldn't place it. In fact, she was the only one of her companions who hadn't visited the city before. "Whoa!" Tiona shouted. "I haven't been here in years. Not since we first came to Orario." Tyon reminded her. She knew that the twins came from Telskiura, the nation of Amazons. If she remembered her geography right, the peninsula nation lay to the far southeast of Orario. Even by sea it would take a month or two to travel between the two nations. It was ruled by the nation type Kali. Familia, and the only men allowed inside were slaves used for labor and breeding. Not the kind of place AIS ever wanted to visit. The cart kept on moving, trundling through the streets. Nearer to the docks they started, seeing market stalls filled to the brim with fish of every variety brought up from the lake, and goods from all over the world being hawked by merchants trying to get them moving as fast as possible. To one side of the road was a series of stone buildings that served as permanent shops, while the other side was covered in a sea of carpets and silken tents where foreign merchants could set up during the day before retreating to their ships at night. The road was jam-packed with foreigners, merchants, fishermen, and adventurers browsing the different shops and stalls. "Hey, Lefia," Tiona asked. "You were here just a couple years ago, right? Got any recommendations for a good restaurant?" AIS tuned out the conversation, trying to chase that nostalgic feeling from earlier. She didn't have many memories from before Riveria found her, mostly of fighting monsters and a few of her parents before the dragon took them. All she could tell was that she'd probably been to this lake before, long ago, when she was a small child. "It's strange being back here," Riveria said from up front. "I've only come back a few times since I moved to Orario, but this is the first real city I ever saw after leaving my village." The blonde knew that Riveria came from an elven village in the Alps Royal Forest and was a member of their royalty. She'd left because she'd been sick of her father's attitude towards the outside world and eventually encountered Finn and Loki, joining up with them, and later Gareth. The four of them founded the Loki Familia. "Come on," Loki shouted, leaping from the side when the cart rolled to a stop. "Enough reminiscing. The lake is calling for us." AIS and the others all clambered out and followed along behind her. Loki charged through the crowd towards a group of men working to unload a cargo ship. Raising her hand up, she cheered in welcome. Hearing her voice, a man turned to face them. "No, not a man. A god." "Well, I'll be," the god said. "Loki, how long has it been?" He was shirtless and powerfully built, with brown hair pulled back into a ponytail and a warm smile. Roughly the same height as Beat, AIS could admit he was fairly attractive, but not her type. She preferred paler hair. "Njord," Loki crowed, bounding up to him. "It's been a while. More than a decade at least. I did mean to visit more, I swear, but time does get away from us." True enough." Njord nodded. "As gods, time doesn't pass the same way for us. I don't believe that you meant to visit, though. You're not a very good liar." He smirked at the red-headed goddess, before the two of them burst into laughter. Njord was a Norse god, same as Loki, but he was a god of the sea. As such, his familia was the one that was based in and controlled Melon. They were responsible for nearly all the marine products that made their way into Orario and were tasked with defending the port from monsters. "Riveria," Njord shouted in joy when he spotted the elf. "It's been forever, but I've heard a few things about your adventures. It seems you've become famous since the last time I saw you." "Flattery is unbecoming, Njord," Riviera said warmly, "but it is good to see you." "Njord," Loki cut in. "We're here on a bit of a treasure hunt, and I've got a few questions for you, Lady Riveria," Lefia asked while the gods were distracted. "Have you met Lord Njord before?" "Oh yes. He did a great deal for the Loki Familia before we moved to Orario and is a good friend," Riveria explained while Loki pestered the other god with questions about the recent happenings around the lake and the city. "Thanks, Njord," Loki said once the two were done. "I'll let you know how it goes once we're all done." Turning to the others, she pointed to the south. "Let's go, people. The beach is calling." Ryu exhaled a nervous sigh. Stepping off the cat, she looked around at the city she'd just entered. Solingen, the sword-smithing city, lay to the east of Orario and was renowned for producing some of the best weapons in the world. In fact, only the best members of the Hephaestus Familia and Master Torhen could compete with the Smiths of Solingen. Thanks to information given to her by Hermes, the blonde elf knew that this was the place where she would find Astrea, her goddess. Just the thought of that brought up conflicting emotions. Astrea was a goddess of justice, and when the Familia lived, they'd all dedicated their lives to the pursuit of that justice. Alongside the Ganesha Familia, the Astrea Familia had been tasked with upholding the law within Orario, and they'd performed their duties with pride. Until the day of the Juggernaut. Until the day the Rudra Familia got every single one of her friends killed. She'd returned to the surface broken, weeping, and above all, angry. She didn't want justice. No, Ryu wanted revenge. So, she begged Lady Astrea to leave. The young elf could not bear to look at the face of her goddess then. Did not want the disappointment in her eyes or for the divine being to see what she was about to do. She could still hear Astrea's last words in her mind. The goddess of justice had told her to abandon the very justice she'd dedicated her life to. At the time, Ryu hadn't cared, but once it was over, then the guilt over abandoning the ideals her goddess and Familia espoused began to eat away at her. At the time, Ryu was so sure that even if she found Astrea, she would be rejected for having betrayed their ideals, for having chosen revenge. Now, though, she wasn't so sure. Thanks to Master Torhen, young Belle, and the new friends she'd made in Orario, Ryu at last felt ready to move on, to start again and begin something new. Torhen especially had opened her eyes and helped her see that even though she'd strayed from the path, it was possible to find it again. In order to do that, however, she would need to find Astrea. Ryu needed closure. She needed to know if Astrea truly hated her for abandoning justice or if she could be forgiven and allowed to move on. This meant facing the one person she'd been most terrified to see for so many years. According to the information given to her by Hermes, Goddess Astrea had relocated to a deep forest stretching to the east of Solingen's industrial area. He couldn't tell her much about what the goddess had been up to since leaving Orario, but the god of messengers was certain that she was there. So, with nervous steps, Ryu made her way through the city towards the industrial district and then out into the forest. The blonde elven woman had a feeling she knew why Lady Astrea chose Solingen. It was where she'd lived before moving to Orario, where the goddess had met the people who would become her first Familia members. Ryu herself hadn't joined until the Familia was already in the dungeon city, but 5 of their members had joined while the Familia was based in Solingen. Along the way, she contemplated what she would say to the goddess. If, of course, she was even granted an audience. Would she fall to her knees and beg forgiveness? Start crying? Turn and run? The elf honestly didn't know. She was so caught up in her nerves and worry that she didn't even notice she was coming up to a house until she nearly bonked her nose into the gate. Looking up, she saw a beautiful but modest 2-story wooden building. It wasn't lavish, but it was homely. Despite being made of wood rather than stone, it reminded Ryu of the Stardust Garden, what was once the home of the Astrea Familia in Orario. She let out a little, almost nostalgic sigh as she beheld the building. Ryu felt a slight tear in her eye when she spotted the symbol of the Astrea Familia emblazoned above the front door. Stepping in through the gate, she nervously raised her hand and knocked. It wasn't especially loud, but to her it might as well have been a thunderclap. She waited, shifting nervously for what felt like hours before the door opened. Ryu was about to open her mouth and speak, but the words died in her throat when she caught sight of the person who'd opened the door. It was a young human woman. She was in her late teens and dressed in a white uniform. On her left shoulder was a small cloak that bore the emblem of the Astrea Familia. That was all. Well and good. Ryu had partially expected that Goddess Astrea would start recruiting again, but it was the woman's face that made her pause. It was like looking at a ghost. Elise. Lovell's ghost, to be precise. The woman in front of her was nearly identical to Elise, Ryu's old captain. Her vibrant red hair was a similar length and shade, coming down to her lower back, but where Elise had kept hers in a ponytail, this woman let it flow freely. Bangs covered one eye while the other narrowed at her in mild suspicion. The eyes were the only major distinction between this woman and Elise. The deceased captain of the Astrea Familia had green eyes while this woman's were a chocolate brown. I have to admit, The red-headed woman's voice was surprisingly deep but not angry. I never really expected to see you standing outside this door. Ryu was even further caught off guard. You know me? She asked, hesitantly. The other woman nodded. I do. You're Ryu Lion, right? She could only nod, flummoxed. The redhead gave her a soft smile. I'm Urza. Urza Lovell. Ryu's eyes widened. Of course. She knew that name in passing but hadn't heard it or even thought about it for years. You're Elise's sister. She whispered, stunned. The captain hadn't talked about her family much. Only that her parents were Smiths, she was the oldest sibling, and that everyone else in her family still lived in Solingen. She'd go back and visit for a week every couple of months but spent most of her time in Orario. Urza nodded at her before fidgeting. What are you doing here? She asked, unsure. Ryu gulped. I'd like an audience with Lady Estrella, if it is permitted. The elf said, nervously. Urza nodded as if expecting that. Before she could speak a voice called to them from behind the redhead. Urza, who's there? Urza turned, allowing Ryu to see the speaker. It was another human, woman with blue hair and dressed in the same uniform as Urza, though with the addition of a simple golden pin on the shoulder. Her eyes widened when she caught sight of Ryu. Oh, she muttered. Captain Cecil, Urza started. This is. I know who she is. The new captain of the Estrella Familia said, quietly cutting her off. I wasn't sure you'd ever show up though, she told Ryu before turning back to Urza. Let her in. I'll let Lady Estrella know we have a visitor. Urza stepped aside and Ryu hesitantly followed her into the building while the captain walked away. The redhead led her into a sitting room just off the foyer. Glancing at her guide, Ryu tried to recall what she could about the girl. If she remembered right, then Urza was 5 years younger than Elise, which would mean she was roughly 18. The same age Elise had been when she died. Although, there was one thing she wanted to ask. The two stood there, both unsure of what to say until Ryu opened her mouth to ask her question. She couldn't though because they were interrupted. Sister, who knocked? A slightly lyrical voice asked. After a moment, another clone of Elise walked into the room. If meeting Urza had been a shock, this was a sucker punch to the gut. The younger girl, maybe 16, was identical to Ryu's old friend in every way. Even her eyes were the same shade of emerald green that Elise's had been. Her red hair was even done up in a ponytail just like Elise's. The only change was a golden tiara-like headband on her forehead that was holding back her bangs. With her memory jogged, Ryu knew this to be her old captain's youngest sister. Pyrrha. Urza smiled at her sister before nervously glancing at Ryu. This is Ryu Lion. She's here to see Goddess Estrella. Really? Pyrrha asked, excitedly moving towards Ryu. The goddess kept saying you'd show up one day, but nobody really believed it. Ryu stammered, before her shoulders slumped in defeat. I did not feel worthy of seeing her, she finally admitted. After all I have done, Did you get them? Urza cut her off with a hard tone. Her visible eye was glaring at Ryu. Pyrrha's eyes went hard too, staring at the elf questioningly. Urza spoke again. Did you bring justice to the people who killed our sister, the Familia? No, Ryu admitted softly. Both their faces turned furious, but Ryu paid them no mind. Mouth curled into a snarl as she ground out. I brought them revenge. Even now, the very thought of the Rudra Familia made her angry. The furious expressions of both redheads softened to understanding. Revenge? Urza asked. Yes. Ryu slumped. I slaughtered them all. I cannot feel guilty about what I did, but the fact that I betrayed the ideals Elise and Estrella taught me. Good. Pyrrha cut her off. That was happening a lot, but she couldn't complain much. Ryu looked up, shock coursing through her at the flat tone. Urza was nodding along with her. Sister, you may have abandoned justice, Urza said, but there are times when justice is simply not possible to achieve. In those times, we must settle for revenge. Ryu's eyes widened. She was not expecting a sentence like that to come out of any sibling of Elise's. We learned a lot from Elise's death. We are grateful that you avenged our sister. Pyrrha added. Justice comes in many forms and sometimes, revenge is the only form justice can take. For our parts, she nodded to Urza, we thank you for ensuring that those who killed the Astrea Familia were punished. We cannot speak for Lady Astrea herself. Urza added. Ryu couldn't believe it. Elise was the one who first introduced her to the concept of justice, followed by the Astrea Familia. It was their core guiding principle. To hear her sisters be so, accepting Ryu abandoning that justice if it meant punishing the people who took their sister from them, she didn't know what to feel, nor did she have time to process before Cecil, the new captain, entered the room. Goddess Astrea wants to see you, she told Ryu softly. Glancing at the sisters, Ryu left the room and followed the brunette up the stairs and towards a door, stopping just outside of it. The new captain of the Astrea Familia gave her a nod and opened the door. Hesitantly, Ryu stepped inside. On the other side of the door was an office. A desk sat on the back wall while tables, couches, and chairs filled another portion of the room. Bookshelves and pieces of art lined the walls. And emblazoned on the back wall above the desk was a massive depiction of the Astrea Familia symbol. A large window was placed in the wall on the right, letting the bright sunlight fill the room. Standing in front of the window, her back to the room, was a woman, Astrea. Her walnut hair cascaded down her back and over her pale white garments accented with gold. Ryu took 2 hesitant steps into the room, barely noticing the sound of the door closing behind her. She stared at Astrea's back and, holding in a choked sob, dropped to her knees and faced the floor. Goddess, she choked out, staring at the carpet. I abandoned justice in favor of revenge. The members of the Rudra Familia are dead by my hand. For so long, I have been unable to forgive myself for abandoning the ideals the Familia taught me. To accept that I survived. That I must live and move on. I'm ready to try, but I do not know if I can forgive myself. Without knowing your thoughts, without your punishment or forgiveness, I willingly accept any penalty or justice you feel I deserve for embracing revenge. I kneel before you, Goddess, and await your judgment. She could hear Astrea slowly turn and walk towards her. The sounds of her footfalls were light and slow. Slowly, almost hesitantly, a pale hand rested itself on her cheek. Ryu felt a slight pull and allowed her head to tilt upwards. For the very first time since the death of her familia, Lion looked into the indigo eyes of Goddess Astrea. Tears were flowing from them and down her cheeks. My child, she whispered. To Ryu's immense shock, the goddess threw her arms around Ryu's neck and pulled her to her feet in a powerful hug. She froze, confused and unsure of what to do. She stood there awkwardly. I have never blamed you, she whispered again. You do not need my forgiveness. Ryu pulled away, staring into the eyes of her goddess. I don't understand, the whisper escaped her. I thought you'd punish me, or at least turn me away. Never. Astrea shook her head and stroked Ryu's hair. You are part of my familia. My child. I would never abandon you. But Ryu was so confused right now. You told me to abandon justice. I thought that you'd forsaken me when I chose revenge. No, Astrea said, soothingly. I told you that because I knew you'd die otherwise. If you clung to justice while still seeking revenge, it would have killed you. Whether by your own hand or another's, your life would end. By abandoning justice and allowing yourself to chase your revenge, you survived. You came back to me. I could not bear to see my only living child die like that, so I let you do what you had to do. My lady, Ryu was cut off by Astrea pulling her into a hug again. This time, the blonde wrapped her arms around the goddess and allowed herself to weep. Aon, phew, that was very nerve-wracking to write. Do you think I did well with Ryu? And Astrea, please tell me your thoughts, speculations, and ideas in the comments. Here's that author's note I mentioned. All right, I'm going to be honest here. I'm not finished with Sword Oratoria, and I have never been able to find anything more than a simple synopsis on things to do with Astrea beyond what I've read or watched, and 90% of that has to do with before her Familia was wiped out. As far as I can tell, she's only appeared in like 3 things. That makes dealing with Ryu interesting to say the least. I've tried to do my due diligence and make sure I'm as accurate as possible, but it's hard when there is so little information. Even the wiki is all but useless. With that in mind, I'd like to warn you all that I may get things wrong, either with Astrea or with Sword Oratoria. For instance, I have a plan for Astrea in mind that, for all I know, is contradicted by the source material. I have no idea. Also, I'm getting into the territory of sword oratoria that I have not read, nor do I have the time to read it before I try to write unless you're all right with me going on hiatus for a few months. Not happening. I will do my best to be as accurate as I can with the details, but it's very possible that I will get something wrong. If I do and it's major, please tell me. If it's a big thing, like including somebody that's supposed to be dead or accidentally writing myself into a hole, then I will fix it. If it's simply inaccurate to exact canon but still works in my story, then I doubt I'll worry about it. Now that I'm nice and established in the story, stepping further and further away from canon is good for me and the story itself. I try to be as accurate as possible with information that came from before the story starts because I have no reason for it to be changed. Nothing happened to make it different. The difficulty lies in where I need that information and either can't find it or it doesn't exist. When that happens, I'm just going to have to make it up and hope I don't contradict canon or myself. Hopefully, that won't happen, but I thought you deserved a warning. One more thing. I want to thank Neo Jubi no Ryu for a suggestion. Back in Chapter 36, they suggested including Pyrrha Nikos as the sister or cousin of Elise Lovell. Unknown to them or any of you, I was already planning to give her a sister except I was going to use Urza Scarlet from Fairy Tale. That suggestion, though, made me wonder about using both of them. It sounded very interesting and very fun to write, so I did it. Speaking of which, what did you think of me including them? As for the storylines I'm juggling, right now we have the Hestia Familia, Expedition Recruitment, the Mayak Familia Hospital, Ryu and Estrella, and finally, we have the Loki Familia in Melon. I'm juggling all these simultaneously at the moment, so I really hope it comes across well. Answers to questions. On FFN, Walkman Apprentice Wordsmith, I hope you like getting a bit more of the expedition. Here, it's hard to make it seem very high stakes since getting there is downright easy for them, but we'll get to see a bit of them in Rivera before they head back up to the surface and do some recruiting. Ninjafang 1331, thank you. Hazik Safari, we'll just have to wait and see about the Cali Familia. As for Dien, I'm still working on the exact details for what I want him to do. Fake Rub, thank you. Frostwolf 3227, lots of speculation. I love it. Rogue One boys, you make a very good point. A doctor, especially one who can use magic, is utterly terrifying to fight. Just think of Stein from Soul Eater. Guest, I'm glad you saw that. I'm trying to help make her a bit more of a healthy human being. Virus EdYX, I hope you liked it. Monkey D. Conan, thank you. You're right too. Papa Torhen and Mama Riveria work so well together. Lion Lord Iskana, thank you. Christam, I'm glad you liked the stuff with Lefia. I hope you enjoy what I've got planned out for Mayak and everybody else. As for the stuff about below the 15th floor, I was specifically talking about fighting. The others have only just passed through during the evac from 18. They didn't really do much fighting and were in a massive group with a bunch of op people. Max Perseus 130, I'm sorry it took so long, and I know you've probably moved on, but I do have an answer. When I did my Torhen playthrough, I did the Dark Brotherhood, then the Thieves Guild, then the Companions. I started the main story during the Companions questline and joined the College of Winterhold when directed to buy the main story. I did Season Unending and caused a truce and then did the Civil War. After the Civil War, I did the Dragonborn DLC and then finished with Dawnguard on the side of the Dawnguard. You can do the side quests and other stuff in any order you like. Also, I didn't kill Parthernax and downloaded the mod that let me do the blades while letting him live. Guessed, a few omakes might be fun, but honestly I'd probably just make them proper chapter segments. On AO3, Magnus Thread, true, baggage could make a good pairing, but it would be hard to write. I'll consider it. CJ Hoax, I'm sorry, but I won't be introducing Serana except maybe as a summoned ghost like I did with Kodlak. I think I already established that she got cured and died a natural death. Generic Marisu, that's the idea. I hate it when plot is introduced and then forgotten. So I try to keep track of everything. Jonty, he will be paired with Riveria. I'm already trying to drop little hints here and there. Noxlux 013, fair enough. I'd hate to give anybody spoilers. Roe King of Shadows, I'm glad you like it. I will consider giving the Cabbage Merchant a cameo. He's always fun. Iskonda Manarikan, I may introduce some other gods in passing, but not as major. Characters. Chapter 41. AON, I'm back. Cutting it a little close. I'm sorry about that, but I've been very distracted by the Fallout franchise. Couldn't get it out of my head, which makes writing this difficult. I hope you enjoy it anyway. I want to give a big thank you to you all, especially my readers on FFN if you can see this, because of course the notifications are down again. On last chapter, we crossed over 1,000 reviews on Hearthfire on FFN. I love it and you. Thank you so much. Your comments and reviews mean so much to me. They are my main source of motivation to keep writing, so I really appreciate it if they keep coming. Thank you all so much. On to the chapter. Hearthfire. Chapter 41. Torhen. Torhen whistled lightly to himself as he walked through the rebuilt streets of Rivera. The town within the dungeon was very different to how it had been before the battle on the 18th floor, and yet totally unchanged. Like before, it was covered in ramshackle buildings that looked like they were put together using scraps of whatever was lying around. Unlike before, it was laid out in an organized fashion. Nice, wide roads streets the town like rivers, and there were clearly defined districts. The central road through the town was the Merchant's Street. Stalls, cats, shops, and tents lined the main road where the merchants of Rivera could ply their trade. It was quite literally impossible to enter the town without walking by the merchants, making it easier for them to catch the eye of the gullible or wealthy that passed through. Another section of the town was dedicated to the few craftsmen who made their living on the 18th floor, and yet another was dedicated to the housing of full-time residents. Lastly, there was the inn and restaurant districts, places for visitors and residents to eat and drink, or for visitors with more money than sense to find a place to stay for the night. Speaking of which, Torhen was rather impressed by Welf's negotiating skills. His young enchanting apprentice had managed to secure them all lodging within the town for the night, at one of the nicer inns, and only had to give away a few rather exceptional pieces of enchanted armor. Well, exceptional for Welf's skill, not Torhen's. The boy was learning quickly. His family's special connection to smithing and enchanting had transferred to the Tamrielic style, making it easy for the young redhead to learn and pick up on what Torhen was teaching him. It would be a long time before the kid could be considered a master, but he was more than skilled enough to hold his own. If this were Skyrim, then he would be good enough to have his own fairly successful shop if he set up outside of a castle town. Back in Tamriel, the best of the best would either strike out on their own or find work with powerful entities. Jarls, kings, the legion, or various lords within the empire would all eagerly seek out those with even a modicum of talent in the enchanting arts. Those who did not want to work for anyone but themselves would set up shop in a town or a city and try to make a living that way. The ones who were more dedicated to research than to making money would be more likely to either join or stay with one of the magical organizations like the Synod or the College of Winterhold, so that they could continue their research without having to foot the entire bill for their research materials. Turning his thoughts to his other students, Torhen couldn't help but smile with pride at how fast Bell and the others were progressing. Bell, his white-haired protege, had performed beyond all expectations during this recent expedition. He'd been able to give clear, concise directions to his team and led the group through every encounter without managing to panic or lose his head. Given how the boy had risen to the challenge during the battle on the 18th floor, Torhen wasn't surprised that he could lead his group in what amounted to a much more controlled environment. Speaking of Bell, he decided that he wanted to explore outside the town and take Inuka, Chigusa, and Daphne with him. Mikoto had shown Cassandra and Haroheim to the spot where the Loki Familia had been camping after their expedition. If he understood them correctly, the pair were planning on practicing a few spells and wanted an open space so that they could avoid any unnecessary destruction. Welf, Lily, Aisha, and Torhen himself were the only ones who'd chosen to stay in the town. Aisha had gone straight to the bars, and the Nord had a feeling he wouldn't be seeing her till morning. As for Lily and Welf, the two of them were browsing the market stalls. Welf in the hope of selling off the stock he'd brought, and Lily to help keep an eye on the redhead. Given her skill with money and haggling, the young Crozzo was happy to accept her advice even if he had to put up with her teasing him. As for Torhen, well, he didn't really have a plan per se, mostly just to wander the town and take a look at the reconstruction. After the dungeon was reopened, the adventurers of the town wasted no time in gathering materials and marching straight back down to rebuild. Apparently, it hadn't taken more than a week for the efforts to be well underway in the town, to be almost back to normal. The Dragonborn supposed, since he was here, that he should check in with Boz, the de facto leader of the town, heading towards the central building that served as a meeting place of sorts. Torhen kept his head on a swivel, searching for the gruff one-eyed human. It didn't take him long to find the loud man. "I don't care if you're not getting any business, Gunter." The large, short-haired Boz was shouting to a slimly-looking raccoon that was cowering before him. "If you charge the highest prices in town, then your place should be the best in town. And yet somehow, you're freshly rebuilt and has managed to become the most disguising place in Rivera. It's not my problem if you don't give a rat's wet fart about cleaning the damn place. Now get out of my sight." With a savage kick, Boz sent the slimy man flying back into the dirt. Picking himself up, the raccoon scrambled away in fear. Torhen could see the man grumbling to himself as he approached. Catching the movement out of the corner of his eye, Boz looked up. His one eye met Torhen's and the man smirked. "Well, now," he said, gruffly. "Wasn't expecting to see you down here." Boz walked up to Torhen and stuck out a hand, which the Nord shook. "I figured our quaint little down was too far beneath the notice of a level 10. He teased. "Not at all." Torhen smirked at him. "Your rebuilding efforts have been rather impressive. Since my familia are here, I thought I'd take a look at how things have progressed. Though, I can see you're already dealing with local domestic issues." He glanced towards the alley the raccoon had scurried down. "Fey." Boz spit into the dirt. "Gunter's always been a piece of shit. Best to let him rot. As for you, if you want to talk, we might as well have a drink." Torhen followed as Boz led him into the central building which, of course, had a bar in it. Though, it was mostly deserted. Stepping behind the counter, the gruff human poured a strong-smelling liquid into 2 mugs and plonked one down in front of Torhen. Taking a swig, Torhen nearly grimaced. It was a foul moonshine-like concoction, but very strong. He supposed it was a drink that summed up the town of Rivera perfectly. "Gotta admit." Boz took a swig. "When you showed up with Finn at that battle, I never expected you to be level 10. The Braver vouched for your strength, so I thought maybe you were level 5 or 6. He scoffed. "Guess I was way off." "Everybody was." Torhen commented lightly. "I believe Loki and Finn thought the same as you initially. After our first spar, Finn seemed to think I was level 8. His face was quite comical when I told him how strong I really am." His face morphed into an amused grin. "Heh." The one-eyed man laughed. "I'd have paid to see that. Still." He paused. "I guess that means the thing you fought that day was strong enough to require a level 10, wasn't it?" Torhen sighed at the obvious attempt to coax information out of him. "I can't talk about that. And you know it. You were at the after-action meeting where the guild representative told us that any information about the creature was to be restricted." MRHGMMFH. Boz grumbled unhappily. "Damn guild. Not matter what weird shit happens. Down here, they never tell us anything." "I take it there's been more than just the one incident then," Torhen said, clearly fishing for more. Thankfully, Boz obliged. "Too many to count." He scoffed. "Fights and brawls are normal down here, but it seems like odd shit happens at least once a month. It wasn't long, maybe a few weeks before the battle, that we had a murder down here over at Villasin. Though, thankfully Finn and a few of the members of the Loki Familia were here to help figure things out." Torhen nodded along. He knew about the incident, of course. His pal friend had mentioned that shortly before their last expedition he'd been involved in a murder investigation that had devolved into a fight of some kind. "Fucking hell." Boz continued to rant. "Just last week we had a total nutjob come through, spouting all sorts of nonsense." Boz complained. "Damn fool nearly caused a riot." Torhen raised an amused eyebrow. "What did he do to cause such a ruckus?" "He came stumbling up from 19 spouting some bullshit about fighting a mad beetle that was talking to him." Boz scoffed. "He was half dead when he wandered up from down below and his whole team was wiped out, so it's no wonder he'd lost his damn mind. Didn't stop the whole town from hearing about it and demanding information." "A talking monster, eh?" Torhen asked, keeping his thoughts about Daedra to himself. TCH. Yeah, poor fucker totally lost his marbles. The guild sent a few people to bring him back to the surface pretty damn quick, so hopefully the nut can get some help fixing what's left of his sanity, but they won't tell us a damn thing. Torhen sat quietly for a moment, listening to the rant. If the poor man was truly crazy, then the Dragonborn pitted him. Losing your entire team is a truly heartbreaking experience. If, however, he was telling the truth, well, that would make things very interesting. AIS nervously stepped around the boulder, feeling a little self-conscious about her attire. She and the other ladies of the Loki Familia were clustered together in a shaded alcove adjacent to the shores of Lolong Lake. To be more specific, they were in a secluded inlet just off the bank. Tall cliffs of pale stone rose on either side while the alcove itself was covered in trees and giant boulders. The bank of the lake itself was covered in a beautiful white sand beach that was totally devoid of life. Truly, it was a beautiful spot. AIS was certain she'd love to come here just to relax. Maybe with one specific person. Her face turned a bright red and she shook herself, vigorously trying to get the image of the white-haired boy out of her head. Oh, what's wrong, Asapu? The red-headed goddess Loki teased from her perch on a boulder. You don't like your outfit. Glancing down at the reminder, AIS once again felt self-conscious. Her clothes were a far cry from her usual get-up. Instead of her white and blue ensemble, she was now wearing a deep blue bikini that felt like it was a size too small. Practically the moment they arrived at the hidden alcove, Loki produced the swimsuit from her bag and gleefully handed it to AIS. Not just her though. The red-headed pervert had prepared a suit for each and every member of the group and all but forced them to change into the revealing swimwear. It is a little embarrassing, Lefia admitted, coming up beside AIS. She too was wearing a tight bikini and was using her arms to cover herself as best as possible. AIS nodded along with her. Oh, come on. Tiona laughed. It's not that bad. The Amazon was laid out on top of a rock, stretching. Her long, bronzed legs flexed in the air while her scantily clad torso arched delicately across the warm stone, accentuating what assets she had. You're always wearing stuff this revealing, Lefia retorted. She's right, AIS added. I don't like wearing so little in public. Oh. Tyon smirked, peering closely at Ari's face. The older of the twins was practically spilling out of her top, causing Loki to drool. You sure about that? Maybe it's just the company. I have a feeling you'd be very happy wearing this if a certain white-haired captain we know was here. Once again, Ari's face was on fire. She looked away, flustered and unable to meet Tyon's eyes. I don't. She stammered. She really didn't know what to say. Yes, she found Belle attractive. Yes, he was the first person she'd really felt that way about. Yes, she liked to spend time with him, but that didn't mean she should feel so weird about it. She'd never felt anything like this before and didn't know what to do. She didn't even know what this was. White-haired? Lefia asked, confused. Then she gasped, hands going to her mouth. Belle! She all but shouted. Ms. AIS, you like Captain Cranel? AIS froze, her mind going blank. She'd never encountered this before. The blonde swordswoman was used to killing monsters, not dealing with feelings about boys. That's enough, Reverius said, calming the others down. She alone was still clad in her normal attire. Even Loki had changed into a bikini, but the green-haired elf refused to do so point blank, going so far as to bash their goddess over the head with her staff when the redhead tried to get handsy. She might be a massive pervert, but even Loki knew to back off if someone said no and really meant it. We are here for a job, and while I agree this is a good place to relax, it is unfair of you to tease AIS like this. We have more important things to worry about. Right. Loki shouted and jumped off her bounder onto the sand. We're here to check the seal, but before we do that, we should test out the water-breathing rings. Everybody got theirs on. Glancing down, AIS used her left hand to spin the simple golden band around her right index finger. It was hard to believe that such a small object would allow her to overcome her fear of drowning, but this was Torren's work. He had a habit of making the impossible a reality. Got it? Tiona shouted, springing up and seizing Ari's hand. Come on, AIS. We should teach you how to swim before we go investigate. The blonde nervously let herself be dragged along behind the other girl until they reached the edge of the water. Luckily, it was calm. Barely any waves disturbed the surface, and there was a very shallow decline leading away from shore. Take it slow. Tyon came up from behind and put a hand on her shoulder, carefully guiding AIS into the water. She, Lefia, Loki, and Rivera had all followed them to the edge of the water. Letting her friend guide her, the nervous girl let herself be pulled deeper into the lake, until the waterline was just beneath her chest. Further out in the lake, Tiona was already diving in and out of the water. It works, she cackled, holding up her ring hand. I can breathe underwater. She backflopped under the water again and didn't resurface. Take my hand, Tyon said, pulling Ari's hands into her own and drawing her attention away from the frolicking girl. We'll go under together, right? With a gulp, she swallowed her nervousness and let her friend's gentle voice soothe her pounding heart. She'd been utterly terrified of the water since she was a little girl, and this was her best chance at overcoming that fear. It was reassuring to have her family there with her. Ready? She nodded. Okay. 1, 2, 3. AIS took a deep breath, shut her eyes tight, clamped her hands down onto Tyon's and bent her knees, dropping below the surface of the water. A feeling of panic took over the instant the water covered her nose, and the blonde was forced to fight the instinct to immediately rise back to the surface. Only Tyon's grip on her hands kept her grounded. After a moment, she tried to open her eyes. An immediate burning sensation filled her eyes, and AIS was forced to violently stand back up, releasing her grip on Tyon. Her hands flew to her face, trying to rub away the burning pain. She groaned in discomfort. Crap. Tyon grimaced, coming back up. I'm sorry, AIS. I should have considered that. You aren't used to opening your eyes underwater. It's all right. AIS muttered, the pain fading. At the very least, it hadn't lasted long. Maybe this'll help, Loki said, wading into the water. She held out what looked like a pair of bulky glasses but covered in leather of some kind. It looked like they were designed to completely enclose the eyes and attached to the head by means of a leather strap. What is it? AIS asked, taking the contraption. Goggles. Loki shrugged. They are designed to keep dust out of your eyes in places like deserts or in really windy areas. A few smiths I know use tinted ones to keep sparks out of their eyes when they work in the forge. I asked Sabaki to modify these, so they'd be waterproof. Should make it easier to see underwater. And yes, Lefia. She turned to the elven girl, anticipating the question. I have more than one pair if you want one. Thank you, Loki. AIS muttered in gratitude. Placing the goggles on her head, she slid the eyepieces over her own. There was an odd suction feeling, but it seemed that they would stay put. Turning to the patiently waiting Tyon, the blonde steeled herself. Let's try again. Taking her hands once more, Tyon counted down from 3 and the two plunged beneath the surface of the lake. After a moment, she opened her eyes again. There was no water inside the goggles. Her eyes felt dry. Gazing out of the glass lenses, AIS marveled at what she saw. The world was filled with a strange blue haze that tinted everything around it. She could see hazy beams of light splashing across the surface of the water above her. Directly in front of her was Tyon, eyes wide and grinning at her. Glancing to her left, AIS looked over towards the drop-off and the deeper part of the lake. The blue color got darker and blacker the further out she looked. After a moment, she saw Tiona swim back up over the top of the drop-off, grinning happily. AIS was so distracted by the beauty of it all she didn't notice that she was running out of air, until her lungs started to burn uncontrollably. With a savage gasp, she tried to rise back to the surface, but Tino held her tight. Instead of taking a lung full of water, she felt only slightly cool air enter her lungs. It was a very odd sensation, to be sure. It was like the water was entering her mouth, but the moment it hit the back of her throat, where it should have started to choke her, it was transformed into clean, cool air. Experimenting, she took several deep breaths, grinning happily. A muted thwish sounded to her right. Glancing over, she saw a goggle-clad Lefia now underwater, smiling at her while she too tested out their new ability to breathe underwater. Looking at Tyon, AIS gestured. upwards and stood, dragging the Amazon with her. The moment they were out of the water, the blonde pulled the other girl into a hug. "Thank you," she whispered. Tyon just hugged her a little tighter. After a moment, they pulled away. "Right. You can breathe now, so let's teach you how to swim." AIS grinned in eager agreement. "Riveria, it's nice to see her having so much fun." Rivera near-whispered to herself. She was standing on the banks of the lake watching as Tyon carefully taught AIS how to swim. Next to them, giving the young blonde human encouragement, was Lefia, the elder elf's apprentice. Occasionally, she could see Tiona, the younger Amazon twin, surface deeper out into the lake and shout encouragements back towards the group in the shallows. When they'd first found AIS, it was Riveria who'd taken charge of caring for the scared and angry little girl. She'd taken on the role of pseudo-mother to the poor child and admittedly missed the days when AIS was small. "Heh, Mima, Riveria strikes again." Loki cackled, cutting off her reminiscence. Rivera turned to glare at the goddess but stopped short. There was an almost pained expression on the redhead's face. "What's wrong?" she asked, softly. "Tyon's not wrong, is she? AIS is all grown up and now she's falling for the kid." Riveria sighed. Relationships between members of different familia were always difficult. If they progressed towards the idea of marriage or kids, then one of the partners would nearly always be forced to leave their familia to join the other. It didn't happen every time, but that was the norm. Neither Riveria nor Loki would ever want to let AIS go, but if their relationship progressed, then they may not have a choice. "Yes, I think she is. I know for a fact that Belle is head over heels for her. The real question is, if you and Hestia will allow it." That was, admittedly, the biggest obstacle facing familiar couples. Did the gods they served allow the relationship to progress? "We've already discussed it," Loki admitted, to Riveria's shock. "What did you decide?" she asked, hesitantly and in no way hopeful for a positive answer. Because of the machinations of her own heart. No, her definitely non-existent, 100% real. Developing feelings for Torhen did not affect her hopes for a positive answer. "Nope." Loki gave a heavy sigh. "Now that her familiar is number 3, I can't argue against it. They are our allies and I just can't do that to AIS. If it happens, we've agreed to let it happen. With AIS, Belle, and any other members who want to try something." She glanced sidelong at Riveria, who turned her nose up at the knowing glance. "I don't know what you mean. Are you finally admitting you find Lady Hestia attractive?" The elf countered, trying to turn the accusations back at Loki. "Fuck, yes." Loki breathed out. Riveria's jaw dropped. "Oh, don't look at me like that." The redhead snapped. "I love boobs and Hestia's are the biggest I've ever seen. I thought she was hot even when we fought like cats and dogs. Now that we're friends, I even get to tease her about it." And cue the lecherous grin. Riveria hung her head in shame at the perverted giggles coming out of her goddess. "Hestia, I must admit, you're probably the last person I'd ever expect to be sitting on the other side of this desk," Hestia said, cautiously. She was in her office within the mostly vacant Hearthfire Hall. Sitting at her desk with various papers scattered across it, she'd been spending the last hour working on going through her usual daily paperwork when the doorbell rang. Her surprise visitor was most certainly not the person she'd been most expecting to show up out of the blue. Indeed, it was hands down the last person she expected to drop in, unannounced. Silver hair cascaded down the back of the chair while the woman straightened. Her red and black dress thing, whatever it was, it barely covered the skin of the goddess. "Freya." "Yes, well, I thought it best to be as sudden and discreet as possible when coming to see you. Best not to let the guild get wind of anything that might make them panic." Freya replied, softly. Indeed, she'd shown up draped in a concealing cloak that was now laid across the back of her chair, clearly trying to ensure nobody knew she'd come to visit. "Are you expecting the outcome of this conversation to result in some sort of panic?" Hestia asked, defensively. "No." Freya shook her head. "In fact, I feel that it will go a long way to soothing a few of their concerns. It's just that the guild is so jumpy right now. Best not to let them know we're speaking at all, you know." Hestia hummed, noncommittally. She couldn't figure out Freya's angle. The Norse goddess of beauty had been a thorn in her side since nearly the beginning. In fact, she'd nearly gotten Bel killed with her little Minotaur stunt. Yet, she'd also defended Hestia at more than one Donatus. The silver-haired goddess was an enigma she just couldn't figure out. Well, the goddess of the hearthside, out with it. You clearly want something. So what is it? Oh, Freya put a hand over her amused smile. Dear Hestia, I want a great many things. But, for the purpose of this visit, you could say that I want peace. A mutual non-aggression. Pact. Hestia's eyebrows disappeared into her hair in surprise. Peace? Really? You expect me to forgive the fact that you nearly got my captain killed? There was a slight hint of venom in the protective goddess voice. Freya all but pouted. No, she admitted. I do not. However, I am very aware that while you are technically the third most powerful god in the city, that power rests on the shoulders of just one man. If you wish to secure your position, you need time to build up your numbers and the strength of your other members. I am suggesting nothing more than a stay of any aggression to allow you that time. Hestia grimaced. Time which you will use to bolster your own forces. But of course, Freya admitted, waving a hand. In truth, the only reason I tested young Bel was that he caught my eye. Such a pure soul. As for Torhen, well, who could resist? There was a lecherous gleam in her eye that sent a shiver of unease through Hestia's spine. Still, I must put such interests aside for the moment. Loki's recent, impressive gains mean that my position as the most powerful goddess in the city is in jeopardy. And you want the time to gather strength and secure your place as number one. Hestia nodded. In understanding. She glared at Freya, eyes narrowed. You are aware that Loki and I are allies, right? I am aware. Freya nodded. Indeed, I suspect half the city knows your Familia and Loki's are close by now. Your young Cranel and Loki's Ms. Wallenstein have been seen being quite friendly with each other on multiple occasions since Apollo's defeat. Not to mention the fact that high-ranking members of the Loki Familia are near daily visitors to your home. Then why would you ask me to do this? You know I can't agree if it means putting Loki, my ally's position, in danger. Hestia asked, hotly. Not to mention the fact that you started the aggression when you tried to get Bel killed. I was trying to test him, Freya defended herself, not kill him. Hestia didn't quite believe. Hurin made sure it showed. And I don't expect you to simply sit back and let me fight. Loki, I told you, I want to avoid riling the guild. My intention is to propose a period of non-aggression with Loki as well once she returns. My members will avoid antagonizing any of yours or Loki's so long as yours and hers do the same. And I will, of course, refrain from interfering with your people like I did during the Minotaur incident. So, you're suggesting that we ignore each other? All Hestia asked, seeking clarification. Yes. Freya nodded. Similar to the situation with Loki before Torhen arrived in the city. Except this would be a formal agreement. It used to be that if our members met inside the dungeon, mine and Loki's would likely fight each other, but would remain mostly peaceful on the surface. I will order my people to avoid being so antagonistic both on the surface and in the dungeon, if you and Loki will do the same. Hestia sat in thought for a moment. Ever since the Minotaur incident, she'd known, in the back of her mind, that she and Freya would one day butt heads. Freya's dominating and controlling nature would not allow anything that caught her interest to escape for long. Yet, it was that same nature that was now working in her favor. The silver-haired goddess was forcing herself to put her personal interest in Bel and Torhen aside in favor of ensuring her position as strongest remained unchallenged. The only way to do that was to have a force strong enough to stand up against Torhen and probably the Loki Familia's combined power. Hestia didn't think that was possible though, so there must be another angle. She narrowed her eyes, glaring at the other goddess. And that's all you want? Just mutual non-aggression? She asked, suspiciously. Well, I wouldn't object to begin allowed to purchase enchantments from your members. Freya replied with feigned nonchalance. Hephaestus Dietzabaki is good, but she is clearly far behind Torhen and your young Crozo boy. The members of the Freya Familia are more than welcome to purchase from Welf's shop. Hestia told her with a deadpan voice. That will work just fine for some, but we both know the boy is not good enough to equip someone like my otter. I want access to Torhen's services. Hestia sat back and sighed. Torhen works by commission and contract only. It's entirely up to him if he makes anything for your people. I cannot and will not order him to do so. No. Freya smiled. Nor do I expect you to, which is why I intend to ask him personally. If you'd allow that, of course. She bowed her head in false deference. Hestia glared at the other goddess, eyes glowing. There we go. So, what did you think? Like it? Nothing too strenuous this episode, but a few interesting conversations. Let me know your thoughts and opinions in the comments. I'll probably have a single chapter soon dedicated to the events in Melon, 'cause they need to progress. Maybe next chapter. I'm not sure yet. I realized thanks to some comments that I'd actually introduced a new OC or reference character every chapter for the last 5 or so chapters. That's difficult to avoid with the direction I'm taking things, but I wanted to avoid introducing anybody new for the time being. Likely not until the recruitment chapter, just so you're aware. I do want to re-stress though that they are references only. Penny isn't just magically there from the RWBY world. This is technically an OC who uses her face and general personality but grew up and has a background in the Danmachi world. Even so, they will be background characters. The only ones that will get real spotlight will probably be the ones in the Mayak Familia, so don't worry. This story won't suddenly turn into a focus on OCs and reference characters. They are just there to add a bit of excitement and fill out the world. Answers to questions. On FFN. Walkman Apprentice Wordsmith. Glad you liked my choices. I'm also glad you're okay with me going off book. Christam, thank you. I am glad you liked it. About Sword Oratoria, I'll try to keep up with it, but it is difficult when I have other things I want to do. I've gotten a few audiobook versions to try and help, but they only go so fast when I'm watching or listening to other stuff as well. Frostwolf 3227. Well, that's a very interesting idea. I hadn't considered having Estrella. No Jigalag. I didn't know the thing about Revis. As for the Skyrim perk thing, I kind of already gave one to Welf and Sabaki. Technically the Enchanter skill is a Skyrim perk. Ninjafang 1331. Thanks. Monkey D. Conan, I'm glad you liked it. Thank you so much. I'm glad you like the reference characters. They are so much fun to work with. Vage 2, definitely not crying. Blue Assassin 996. We'll get back to them soon. Lion Lord Iskana, thank you. I'm glad you like it. If I do have to go off script or use info that doesn't exist, I'll try and make sure I leave a notice about it at the end of the chapter. Hazik Safri, thank you. I couldn't find any information on her appearance. And yes, that's Urza from Fairy Tail and Pyrrha from RWBY. Neo Jubi no Ryu, I'm glad you like what I did. We will be getting to see more of Pyrrha and Urza later. I have a few ideas in mind, but nothing set in stone yet. As for magic bolts, Lily already has access to the basic enchanted bolts from the Dawn Guard DLC. Lost Dingo 22. Having an elf join would be interesting, but I doubt Reveria is the jealous type. As for Leafa, maybe. I liked early SAO but dropped it later. It just felt like it went on too long. Carlson 123. That's comment 1000. Bauxite Glue. Thank you so much. About Ryu's level, we will see that soon enough. I'll go back to her in a few chapters and we'll get to see what she's up to. The Disquieting One, thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it and thank you for adding this to TV tropes. I appreciate it. We'll get back to Mayak in a chapter or two. Jamers06, I hope you liked it. Aviraptor, if you're caught up, I hope you enjoyed the story. On AO3. Magnus Thread, we'll see who gets added and who doesn't soon. As for Nazar X. Amid, I'll admit the idea is growing on me. No promises though. Roe King of Shadows, I'm not the biggest fan of horror games, so I admit I haven't heard of Poppy Playtime. I'll take a look at it though. Phoenix_warehouse_producertons_2. Absolutely love that song. Miracle of Sound is one of my top 5 favorite artists. Skull is more of a Nord song though. I'm not exactly comfortable with putting lyrics into my work because I don't know the rules, but I would love to include that in a Skyrim flashback more than anything else. I doubt there would be singing at the drive though. Chapter 42. AON, I'm back. A lot of this does conform slightly to Oratoria canon, but with a few variations of my own, so I hope you like it. Warning, Loki is a bit of a perv. Also, Tyon. As always, please leave a comment or review with your thoughts and opinions. They are a huge part of my motivation. Also, I really hope the FFN people get a notification About this. It seems like they might be working again, but I'm not getting my hopes up. Hearthfire. Chapter 42. AIS. All right, everybody. Loki called from the beach. I think it's time we get to what we're really here for. Come on back to shore. With a nod, AIS began to slowly swim back to shore, utilizing the new skills Tyon and Lefia had spent the better part of the last 2 hours teaching her, thanks to the water breathing. Rings helping her get over her fear of drowning and the goggles helping her see. AIS was finally learning how to swim. She certainly wasn't a very strong swimmer or very confident just yet, but the fact that she was able to splash around in the shallows where she could only just touch the bottom was a huge improvement. Reaching the point where the water was too shallow to continue swimming, she stood and waded towards shore, pulling the goggles from her head as she did so. To her left, Lefia was doing the same. Once AIS started to get the hang of things, Tyon left her in Lefia's hands and went to play with her sister near the drop-off. Turning around, she could see the Amazonian twins leaping out of the water and swimming quickly to shore. How are you feeling, Ms. AIS? Lefia asked, wiping some of the water still clinging to her face away. Good. AIS admitted. I doubt I'll ever be a strong swimmer, but I had fun once I started to get the hang of things. Being underwater was honestly quite enjoyable once the threat of a horrible death and a watery grave was removed. I'm glad you had fun, Ms. AIS. The elf girl smiled. I'm not exactly fond of large bodies of water, but the rings certainly help take some of the anxiety away. AIS let out a little laugh and looked down at the ring on her finger. They certainly do. I don't think I'll be taking it off. Ever. That seems a little excessive. Riveria, the green-haired elf woman, commented from up the shoreline as the two girls waded out of the water and onto the beach. There are hardly any reasons to need it during your normal days in the city. Aside from places like this, the only time you could possibly need it is in the Water City. The Water City was a section of the dungeon that stretched from the 25th to the 27th floors. The beginning of it was a huge waterfall that fell from the very top of 25 all the way to the base of 27. Usually, when they passed through there on expeditions or other excursions, AIS would hug the walls of the thing pathways for fear of falling into the myriad of pools or even worse, the Great Fall itself. Now though, with the ring and at least some instruction in swimming, perhaps she'd be a little more confident. Though, Riviera did have a point. I guess you're right. AIS admitted, begrudgingly. I'm not taking it off till we leave Melon. Though. Fair enough. Riveria chuckled. Woohoo. A thrill-filled shout pierced the air as a figure launched itself out of the water and over their heads, showering them with droplets. AIS ducked out of instinct, looking up just in time to see Tyon land on the beach ahead of them. The Amazon was grinning wildly with her hands in the air, but, oh. AIS hung her head with a sigh. Ms. Tyon. Lefia shouted, scandalized. Her pale hands flew to her face, covering her eyes. Nice. Loki shouted, giving Tyon a thumbs up while simultaneously staring openly and drooling a little. Tyon. Riveria backed. Cover yourself. Flasher. Tiona smirked at her sister, walking out of the water to stand next to AIS. What? Tyon looked at them all in confusion before drawing her eyes downward. Oh. Huh. Eyes widened at the state of her bikini, before glancing back up at all of them. What's with the reaction? She asked, amusedly tucking herself back into her top. Our showers are communal. It's not like you haven't seen them before. Can we just move on? Riviera sighed in exasperation. Righto. Loki agreed, wiping the drool off her chin. Gather round, everybody. The group moved from the waterline to congregate around a large boulder sticking out of the sand. Loki perched on top of it, using a stick to draw an outline of the lake. This is us. She made an X on a segment of the drawing. The Leviathan seal should be in the deepest part of the lake, just about here. Another X was cut into the sand. It should be about halfway between where we are now and the far shore. It's quite the swim and pretty deep, so the actual job of checking the seal will belong to the twins. They have the dive ability. You do? Lefia asked them, her voice confused. I thought that was a rare ability. AIS nodded her head in agreement. Dive was an ability earned by operating underwater for long periods of time. Since there was very little opportunity for that in and around Orario, it was a fairly rare ability for a person to have. In fact, the only familia she knew of whose members consistently developed the ability was the Poseidon Familia, and they operated primarily out on the open sea. Before we came to Orario, we used to do a lot of work for fishing villages, hunting sea monsters and that kind of thing, Tiona said, casually putting her hands behind her head and stretching. It was kinda lucrative, really. Easily paid the bills. The two of us got pretty good at fighting underwater thanks to that, Tyon added. We both wound up with dive mostly by accident. Your suits being made from undyne cloth should give you a bit of a boost as well, Loki added, glancing at their deep blue bikinis. Undyne cloth was a material woven with spirit magic. Any garment made with it boasted resistance to water-based attacks and made operating underwater significantly easier. Since we've heard reports of Viola in these waters, you'll want to be armed, Riveria chimed in. Tyon, are your new kukri suitable for the task? We have a pair of corbel edges if not. A corbel edge was a dagger made from undercoral and sea tiger fangs. Excellent weapons for fighting underwater. Necessary too. That kind of dagger was extremely durable, and the plant-like Viola they'd encountered at Monsterphilia possessed incredibly tough armor. Give them to Tiona, the older Amazon said, pulling her daggers out of a pack that was set at the foot of the boulder. Torhen made sure these things were all but indestructible, so it should be fine, but Urga is just too unwieldy to use down there. Tyon then pulled out a holster belt and tied it around her waist. Spinning the kukri around her fingers, she slid them into the holsters on either side of her waist. Yeah, Tiona admitted, dejectedly accepting the translucent, crystal-like daggers from Riveria and tucking them into a belt similar to the one her twin was wearing. I wish I could use it, but swinging my Urga down that deep would be more dangerous for me than for any monsters. Well, hop to it once you're ready, Loki told them. Hopefully nothing is wrong, and we can head back to the city soon. We'll stay vigilant and keep an eye out, so if you need help, get up to the surface as fast as you can. Yes, goddess lady, Tiona shouted with a snarky grin and a salute before bolting towards the lake. Oi, wait up, Tyon called, sprinting after her. Ryu, level 10. Goddess Astrea gasped in astonishment, her breath tickling Ryu's neck. How is that possible? The brunette goddess was sat just behind the blonde elf, hands hovering just above Ryu's bare back. For the first time in 5 years, Ryu was having her status updated. Things had been decidedly awkward for a few minutes once Ryu stopped sobbing into Lady Astrea's shoulder, but thankfully, they'd moved past that when the goddess inquired as to what prompted the elf to visit. She'd only just finished explaining how she'd met the members of the Hestia Familia and the rather startling nature of Torhen's level. Yes, goddess. Ryu nodded, her hair flopping around her face. I hope you can forgive me, but the secrets of how he gained such strength are not mine to reveal. Not to worry, my dear. I will not pry. She could almost hear the brunette smiling. Is he handsome? Ryu blushed and stammered. I suppose, for an older human he's quite striking, but I do not think of him like that. She sighed. I guess he feels more like a cross between a father and a mentor more than anything else. Lady Astrea giggled. Forgive me for teasing. I have simply missed how easily flustered you can get. The goddess leaned forward and rested her chin on Ryu's shoulder. The blonde elf smiled and leaned her head, allowing it to rest against Lady Astrea's for a moment. How does it look? She asked, moving her head back. I didn't exactly do much to gain Excelia since I started working at the hostess. Well, you say that, but the goddess sounded smug. Ryu could feel her lay a piece of paper across her back, a finger tracing and copying her fauna onto the page. After a second, the page was handed over her shoulder. Ryu's eyes bulged out of their sockets. Congratulations on reaching level 5. Almost 6, really. You have a new spell too. Turning her gaze down, Ryu felt tears well up as she read the entry. Astrea Record creates a crystal sanctuary around the caster. Allows the user to cast spells possessed by any being, living or deceased, who has been touched by the fauna of Astrea. My Icar is part of your fauna. Goddess Astrea all but whispered, wrapping her arms around Ryu. It always will be. This spell, the memory of our family, will stay with you for the rest of your life. Even after you return to the city and join Hestia, We will always be a part of you. Ryu could only reach up and squeeze the arms wrapped around her shoulders, letting the tears fall once again. Taion. The waters of Lolong Lake were a brilliantly clear blue, allowing plenty of light to pierce. Deep below the surface, the slightly translucent blue world filled the vision of the Amazon and her twin as the two quickly swam away from the cove where Ais and the others were waiting. Schools of fish in a myriad of colors swam past them while Taion and her sister pushed their way further out into the waters. Soon enough, mixed in with the seaweed and scattered rocks that covered the bottom of their watery world, clumps of driftwood and the scattered remains of a sunken ship came into view. Ignoring the wreck, the two began to swim on, but a glint of light coming from the wreck caught their eyes. From the depths, a monstrous fish-like creature charged them. It was a raider fish, likely the very thing that sank the boat it was now using as a lyre. They were large, aquatic monsters that, while not necessarily strong, were difficult to deal with for any unversed in underwater combat. For Taion and her sister, though, child's play. With a deft movement, Tinoa drew one of her corbel edges and slashed at the creature, causing it to dissolve into dust. Glancing at her sister, Taion saw the girl raise up her arms to show off her muscles. Unspoken, almost telepathic link between the twins meant that they could easily read what each other were saying just by looking into each other's eyes. "Heh, I still got it," Tiona seemed to say with a gleeful smirk. Taion rolled her eyes. It had been quite a while since they last fought under the waves, so it was nice to know they weren't too rusty. Back when they did this for a living, they'd have to carefully balance combat time with lung capacity. Even without their new rings, the twins could easily hold their breath for up to an hour if pushed. With the rings, they could stay down there indefinitely. Moving on from the shipwreck, they continued to dive deeper below the lake as the light around them dimmed. No matter how clear the water, sunlight could only pierce so far down. Just as it was becoming nearly impossible for them to see, they came upon a great stone slab, a giant lid at least 10 meters wide, likely more. It looked almost like the entrance to some kind of undersea temple or buried tunnel. Actually, Taion supposed it was the entrance to a tunnel, one that was connected to the dungeon. A tunnel that had released countless aquatic monsters from its depths back in ancient times. Taking a small wooden wand from her belt, Taion used it to cast the Magelight spell. The Wand of Magelight was a useful tool she'd bought from Wealth of the Hestia Familia not long before they left. It made seeing things in the dungeon a lot less irritating and, as it turned out, it made seeing things this deep underwater considerably easier. The light of the spell filtered through the water, illuminating the sealed lid and exposed the skeleton laid within it. Back in ancient times, before Orario was built, 3 monsters of unimaginable power escaped its depths: the Black Dragon, the Behemoth, and the Leviathan. It is believed that the scales shed by the Black Dragon acted as a monster deterrent, so there were entire villages that were partially defended by a wall of those fallen scales. After the Zeus and Hera familiars defeated the Leviathan, they discovered that its scales and skeleton acted in much the same fashion, so, with the help of the Poseidon and endured familiars, they'd sunk the colossal skeleton and added it to the seal. After they'd done so, the lid became known as the Leviathan seal. Focusing on their task, Taion and her sister swam up and around the ancient seal, checking it for cracks, gaps, or any other defect. Taion swam carefully around the edge of the seal, looking for any signs of gaps or tampering. Swimming back over top, she looked at her sister. "Not a scratch," Tiona signaled. "None here, either." Taion shook her head. If the Leviathan seal was completely intact, then it meant it was impossible for monsters such as the Viola to have escaped through it. Was it possible the rumors were wrong? She was just about to gesture for them to return to the surface when Tiona started pointing frantically behind her. Turning, she caught sight of a long, green shape. Some kind of mix between a plant and a snake with a large colorful bulb, full of teeth at one end. Violas. With a nod to her sister, Taion drew her daggers and swam towards the closer of the two. Its tentacles pierced through the water, but the twins' underwater agility, augmented by the Undine cloth, allowed them to avoid it easily. Taion continued towards the first while Tiona shot off. After the second, diving swiftly, the elder of the Amazons struck, daggers flashing. The gnashing, bulb-like head of the creature was severed in an instant, and the creature exploded into a cloud of dust. that slowly started to sink to the bottom. Looking over, she was just able to catch Tiona, finishing off the second one. It too exploded into a cloud that began to sink. With a gesture, she and her sister both began to swim directly up towards the surface. Well, that was fun. Tiona shouted cheerfully once their heads broke the surface. I don't get it. Tyon called back. How can the violers be here if the seal isn't broken? Somebody must have moved them here. Maybe Loki will have an idea who did it. Huh, Twin said. Oh, look, a ship just pulled into the harbor. Wait, it can't be. Turning around to see what had Tiona so suddenly spooked, Tyon felt an uncontrollable rage fill her heart. She knew the ship that was slowly pulling into the lake from the direction of the ocean. It was moving towards the docks at a slow clip, and she could see the bronzed forms of women on the upper deck. She knew the design and recognized the flag flying from the crow's nest, the flag of Telski Ura. Callie. She growled. Loki, what in all the hells is she doing here? Loki muttered under her breath. Glancing out towards the lake, she saw the twins swimming furiously towards them. This is not good. Riveria whispered to her. Why would Goddess Callie travel so far from Telski Ura? It's over a month by sea at least. More like 2 if they are not in a rush. Loki said back. We need to be careful. I know the twins have a history with Callie, but I don't want them starting anything. I need you and AIS to keep them calm if you can. I'll try and get to the bottom of this. Riveria nodded in quiet acknowledgement. What the fuck is she doing here? Tyon shouted, spittle and lake water flying from her mouth in her rage. She gestured furiously towards the ship while she marched out of the water. Behind her, Tiona was sporting a look of anger and confusion. I don't know, Loki told the angry girl, raising her hands in a placating manner. But we'll head back and find out as soon as we can. For now, I need to know what you saw down there. Tyon nodded and closed her eyes, breathing heavily while she tried to calm down. The seal is intact. Tiona chimed in, since her sister seemed unable to speak. No signs of cracks or tampering, but we did fight 2 violers not far from it. They are definitely here, but they didn't come out of the seal. That's not good. Loki muttered. If the seal was undamaged, it meant that someone had released the monsters into the lake. Somehow, they'd carted monsters out of the dungeon and then brought them all the way to Lolong Lake without being seen by anyone. How was that even possible? Go get changed, Loki said, turning to them all. We'll head back as soon as you're ready. With nods from the girls, the 4 in bikinis moved to collect their clothes and change back into their normal attire. Loki changed while the others were gone, but AIS and Lefia had continued to play in the water while the twins investigated the seal. Where do we go first? Riveria asked. Loki hummed and rubbed her chin in thought. You head to the guild branch. She replied after a moment. Try and find out as much as you can about the violers and anything else that might have happened around the lake in the last year or so. What will you be doing? Loki sighed. We'll be dealing with Callie. Seriously, there was nobody in the world who pissed off Loki more than that little brat. Okay, maybe Hestia back before they became friends, but that was only because Loki was jealous of the other goddess bust and wanted to play with it. No, bad Loki. Not the time. Callie was flat as a washboard anyway and tiny. No jealousy or hidden attraction there. No, it was Callie's attitude that pissed Loki off. Condescending bitch. I'll take the girls with me while you handle the guild. She shook off her thoughts and nodded towards the rocks where the girls were changing. Are you sure that's wise? The green-haired elf asked. Heh. Loki could see in her eyes that Riveria's mama bear instincts were kicking in. There's no way the twins will let this go. They'll come whether I want them to or not. Hopefully, AIS and Lefia can keep them in line long enough for me to find out why Callie is here. AIS. Tyon. AIS asked, hesitantly watching the other girl frantically stuff her bikini into a bag. Are you all right? No. She snapped before recoiling. I'm angry. Is it that ship? Do you recognize it? Lefia asked. It's the flagship of Telski Ura. Tiona muttered. She was sitting on the ground with her back leaning against a rock and her knees drawn up to her chest. If the flagship is here, it means Goddess Callie is on board. Callie? AIS asked, confused. She'd heard of Callie, but the twins had never mentioned having any connection to her or her nation. She only knew a few vague details about Telskiura, though it was a peninsular nation situated far to the southeast of Orario. Like Rakia with Oz, the country was one huge familia controlled only by the goddess Kali. Do you know the goddess? Lefia bravely asked the question. Yeah, Tyon said, curtly. You could say that. We were born in Telskiura. Tiona admitted, quietly. AIS had never heard either of the twins speak much about their past. It was disconcerting to see them so out of sorts. The two were usually cheerful. Tiona was bubbly and always bouncing around, and while Tyon had a serious temper, she'd never seen the older twin acting like this before. Every Amazon born in Telskiura is inducted into the Kali Familia. You don't get a choice. Tyon snapped. Before AIS could ask another question, Loki came walking over. Let's go, girls. We're headed back. Where are we going? Lefia asked, glancing at the twins with a worried look. The docks. The redhead admitted. AIS didn't like the angry gleam in Tyon's eyes. Riveria. We'll head to the guild branch to start investigating the Viola while we figure out what Kali is doing here. Good. Tyon growled out, stomping away towards the city, followed closely by her sister. Goddess. Lefia said, hesitantly. Loki sighed. They have a delicate history with Kali. It's not mine to share, but it will make this difficult. I need the two of you to keep them as calm as possible. Tyon especially. Let me handle the talking. We'll do our best. AIS replied, hesitant and unsure. Ryu. Huh. Urza, the elder of the two redheads, let out a grunt of effort, thrusting her sword towards Ryu's belly. Not even letting out a sound, Ryu's own wooden blade battered it aside. Using the momentum, she turned and, placing a hand on Urza's shoulder, the elf swiftly guided the Huma past her. Sticking out a foot, she tripped the girl, causing Urza to fall face first into the dirt. NNNA. Came the grunt from behind her. Twisting, Ryu caught the shaft of the spear. Pyrrha, the younger redhead, had just driven towards her back. In an instant, she pulled her feet away from the downed form of Urza and yanked on the shaft. Pyrrha let out a gasp of surprise, which was replaced by a pained exhale when Ryu leapt up and planted her feet directly into the center of the girl's golden shield and pushed. Pyrrha was sent flying for several yards before she hit the ground and tumbled to a stop. Nice try. Ryu shouted out, complimentarily. A sneak attack while I was focused on your sister was a good idea. A word of advice there. She rested her sword on her shoulder. If you're attacking from behind, try not to grunt or make any noise. It'll give you away. If you're going to make a sound like that when going from someone's blind spot, you might as well run up screaming sneak attack. It'd be about as effective. Right. Pyrrha gasped, rolling onto her back and then standing. I'll try and remember that. At Ryu's feet, Urza too was standing. I am not used to losing. She grumbled good-naturedly. Urza was one of the rare few who managed to hit level 3 while living outside of Orario. Most monsters that lived in the open world were the weak descendants of creatures that escaped the dungeon in ancient times. They were a challenge for level 1 adventurers, but to someone like Ryu, they were little more than a pest. Monsters strong enough to challenge someone even at level 2 were hard to come by outside of Orario. This meant that the vast majority of adventurers belonging to outside Familia were level 1. Some were level 2 and an exceptionally rare few made it to level 3. Urza was one of these few, while Pyrrha had only just reached level 2. The two of them combined might have been at least a bit of a challenge while she was still level 4, but with her newfound strength she was more than a match for the two of them. She and Goddess Astrea had spent the better part of the previous night and evening together, talking, crying, reconciling. It was easily one of the most emotionally exhausting nights she could ever remember experiencing, and while it was more than worth the emotional turmoil, the next day she'd found herself desperate to hit something. Urza and Pyrrha were more than happy to oblige. They'd been at it for a few hours now, and it had quickly changed from a friendly spar to Ryu giving them tips and advice on how to better their combat ability. They were good, especially for outside adventurers, but they were not quite up to the standards of an Orarian adventurer at a similar level. I think that's enough. Cecil, the new captain of the Astrea Familia, called from the door. The three of them had been sparring in the front lawn of the house since it was the most advantageous area nearby for such training. Urza, Pyrrha, I applaud your dedication, but you both have things to accomplish before the day is out. Sorry. Pyrrha apologized, bolting back inside. She had an odd tendency to apologize for something every other sentence. Urza, on the other hand, was far more brash and unapologetic. She was a stickler for rules, however, and would never disobey her captain, so the elder redhead inclined her head towards Ryu in thanks and traipsed into the house just behind her sister. Ryu strolled slowly behind them, stopping on the porch next to a reclining wooden chair. Sitting in it, having been watching the bout, was Goddess Astrea. Ryu sat down on a stool next to her and bowed her head. What do you think of them? The goddess asked. They are good, Ryu admitted. They'd be better if they were able to challenge the dungeon, but they've done very well for what few enemies can be found out here. They may yet get the chance. The brunette deity commented. Ryu gave her a confused look, searching for more. What do you mean? Lady Astrea reached into a pocket on the cloak she'd donned and pulled out a letter. Handing it to the elf, she continued to speak. I will likely never re-enter Orario. She sighed, forlornly. The memories are much too painful. But that doesn't mean I will stop my children from going if they wish. That letter. She pointed to the envelope in Ryu's hands. Is for Hestia. We were great friends in Tenkai, so I hope she will be willing to grant my request. Request? Ryu asked, not quite understanding. Lady Astrea sighed. It is my hope that she will accept any of my children who wish to challenge the dungeon into her Familia and release them back to me if they decide to return to Solingen. As I understand it, she has a similar agreement in place with Takumi Kazuchi. She does. Ryu nodded in affirmation. Goddess Hestia is kind. I'm sure she will agree, but are you sure there are any who would wish to go? Goddess Astrea nodded. I am certain that Pyrrha, at least, will decide to go. She's been asking about the dungeon more and more since she hit level 2. Cecily will likely never leave, nor will most of the others. Urza and perhaps one more will likely wish to go but stay out of obligation. It will be difficult to convince them to follow their dream, but I believe they will come around eventually. I'm hoping your name will be cleared and you'll be settled as a member of the Hestia Familia by the time they go and will be able to help them settle in. I would be honored, my lady. Ryu bowed her head to the goddess. Speaking of, how exactly do you intend to clear your name? Ryu's expression turned sheepish. To be perfectly honest, I'm not sure. Master Torhen indicated that he would be speaking with the guild about me. He had an idea for faking the Gale's death so that I can join with a new alias. Very few ever knew my real name after all, but I don't know if he has a finalized plan ready. I hope he handles it soon. When are you returning to the city? Well, I was hoping to stay here for a few more days if you will have me, my lady. Goddess Astrea smiled. My dear child, I would love nothing more. Aon, there we go. What do you all think? I know some of you will ask about why Kali is there if Ishtar is dead, but we'll get there. As for Ryu, what do you think of her bits of this chapter? There's not a whole lot about Astrea's personality, so I took a few liberties. She's described as kind, calm, and charitable, but I get the feeling she was probably a bit of a snuggly, teasing mom or older sister in private, so I went with it. Answers to questions. On FFN. Klagan, we shall see. Rikakoge, thank you very much. Monkey D. Conan, Reveria isn't exactly subtle, so there's every chance AIS and Bell will catch on. Ninjafang 1331, thank you. Last primaries, I'll be getting to Alduin soonish. As for Shio, probably not except for maybe a cameo like during the war game. Frostwolf 3227, I don't think dragon-type Xenos will be very similar to Dova. Maybe. He'd feel a distant kinship, but nothing like a true dragon. Oh, and that thing about Lily. And all the wolf connections, that wasn't a coincidence. That was fully intentional. Blue Assassin 996, should be a few more chapters before we see them talk. Neo Jubi no Ryu, I'll consider it. Thank you. Hazik Safari, we've got a few things to wrap up first, but we'll get there. M1 Stymix, he has never encountered her before. Churstam, I have a few ideas on how I want to handle the whole Syra Freya thing, but I'm still working on it, so I appreciate the ideas. The disquieting one, I always have plot bunnies running around my head, but they are rarely worth writing down. I do have a Star Wars idea bouncing around, but I don't know if I'll do anything with it. 2 stories is already a bit too much for me to handle. As for Danmachi ones, the only idea I've had recently that was interesting was an Assassin's Creed crossover. Ava and Cassandra from Odyssey and Valhalla winding up in the Danmachi world, either in the same Familia or different ones. It has potential, but I doubt I'll do anything with it. Oh, and for the Frank T. Haddock comment on AO3. I'll be honest, I'm blanking on which quote you're talking about. Walkman Apprentice Wordsmith, did you like the look at Ryu? I originally was only going to focus on the Loki Familia in this one, but I felt like I needed something more, so I went back to her. Virus ZYX, thank you. Guest, Freya is more concerned about securing her power base at the moment, but I do think she's seen the flaws in her previous methods. Lion Lord Iskana, glad you liked it. Posidian 93, thank you. Examiner, honestly, since this is just a hobby, I'm happy with that score. Thank you for the honest review. Guest, sadly, the Danmachi level cap is 10 and even that is pushing things. Nobody in canon has ever actually done that. I like the idea though. Lost Diongo 22, I have a scene or two in mind that should prove interesting on that front. Visual bliss, Freya has spent thousands of years getting her way. The arrogance is strong with her. Silette, it would be an upgrade if they took it to wealth, no doubt about that. I'm trying to show it more as a matter of prestige than anything else. I do get your point though. I'll try to be a little clearer. Nexus player, sorry. Hestia x Loki has been one of my intended pairings since I started writing the story. I hope you continue to enjoy it though. About your spin-off thing, I'm sorry but I'd rather you didn't do that. If you want to do something inspired by my work then that's great and I support it, but please don't use my character, plot points, or dialogue. I'm sorry, but that business with somebody from Wattpad stealing my story has made me a little uncompromising about that. Guest, thank you. On AO3. Roe King of Shadows. We'll see what happens. Sayane_Maiden, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Generic Marisu, thank you. Magnus Thread, glad you like it. I'll admit, I'm softening to the idea of Emid x Naza. But I still make no promises. Chapter 43. AON, I'm back. Not a whole lot to say this time. This one is a bit more of a departure from Oratoria canon than last time, so I'm happy with that, but I'm still not totally satisfied with it. Mostly, I'm trying to get the Melon story done so I can focus on the others, but I don't want to just rush through it. This one sets up other stuff and paves the way for interesting interactions later on, so I didn't want to skip it. Either way, I hope you enjoy the chapter. Also, I'm really sorry but this one is on the short side. Things are a little crazy for me at the moment, so it's a bit of a miracle I've gotten anything out at all. As always, please leave a comment or review with your thoughts and opinions. I really appreciate them all and they keep my motivation going. Hearthfire. Chapter 43. Loki. The sun was shining, and a soft sea breeze wafted through the air as the goddess of mischief all but ran through Melon towards the wharf. Weaving her way through the crowd at the docks, Loki's thoughts were moving at breakneck speeds. Why was Kali here? It made no sense for her to have left Telski Ura. It was the seat of her power, and to Loki's knowledge, she'd never left. The redhead just couldn't quite figure out what could have brought her here. Kali, as a goddess, believed in strength above all else. Her warriors fought to the death to improve themselves whether they wanted to or not, and more often than not the survivors were just as demented as Kali herself. Behind Loki, she could hear the twins, AIS, and Lefia fighting to keep up. That was another worry. The twins, Tyon especially, despised Kali for what they went through in their childhood. Keeping them in line would be a real challenge, especially if the members of Kali's Familia became antagonistic. Breaking through the crowd of people, Loki slowed to a leisurely walk. Putting on an air of nonchalance, she put her hands behind her head and a mischievous little smirk on her face. It was very important that neither Kali nor her Familia knew what she was thinking. Loki was the goddess of mischief, and it was imperative that no potential enemy understand her plans, especially if she didn't have a plan. Keep calm, kiddies, Loki told her group, lazily. Let Mama Loki handle the talking, okay? But Tyon started to protest only to be cut off by her goddess. Quiet. She gave the girl a little glare. You of all people should know that you can't show weakness of any kind in front of Kali, including anger. So, calm down and let me handle this. She could see the elder twin fighting with herself, but the combination of Loki's admonition, her sister's hand in hers, Ari's on her shoulder, and Lefia's worried gaze seemed to do the trick. With a sharp nod, Tyon did her best to adopt a more relaxed demeanor, followed by her compatriots. Loki gave them a smile and kept walking. Calm and collected, ladies. Calm and collected. Moving across the docks, they were soon within sight of Callie's ship. They'd probably been docked for a couple of hours by now, but most of the crew and passengers were still milling about on the docks or up on the ship. She could see dockhands and sailors busily loading and unloading whatever cargo was on board. Keeping an eye out, Loki tried to scan the area for Callie, but a commotion closer to the base of the ship caught her attention. A tall, beautiful Amazon dressed in highly revealing white, red, and green clothes was holding what looked like a local fisherman in the air by his throat. Her long sandy hair was held together in a braid by golden threads, ending in a gold ring woven into her hair that was just about at her ankles. If it hadn't been so serious, Loki might have let herself drool a little over the exposed skin, but now was not the time. Next to them was a second fisherman who seemed to be pleading with the woman to release her captive. "That's our Jenna," Tiona whispered to her while a little growl escaped her sister. "She's one of Callie's captains." Giving the girl a nod of thanks, Loki moved towards them. "Please." The fisherman, not being held by the throat, was begging. Forgive him. You were just so beautiful." He was entranced and didn't realize what he was doing. Arjana turned to look at the man with a hard glare. "In my country, bumping into a warrior is a challenge, an invitation for a fight to the death." The fisherman went very pale and was about to speak up when Loki interrupted him. Now, she called over, keeping her hands intertwined behind her head and her air of nonchalance evident. She wandered lazily towards the pair. All around them, a crowd was forming with worried faces, keeping an eye on the standoff. Eyes focused on the Amazon. The redhead kept talking. "That might be the law in Telcura, but you're not exactly in your country anymore, are you? See, assault is very much a crime in guild territory, and the guild tends to look poorly on Familia that break their laws. You wouldn't want to make things difficult for Callie right of the boat, would you? And you are." The Amazon scoffed. "The name's Loki." She introduced herself. "And I'm one of the 3 goddesses whose members would likely be asked to deal with any altercations between the Callie Familia and the locals." "Huh?" Arjana laughed and squeezed the neck of her captive, causing him to spasm. "Do you really think your members could? Well now." It seemed she'd finally caught sight of the twins standing behind Loki. "The Hiryut sisters. Where have you been hiding? We did wonder where you'd gone." "Let him go, Arjana," Tyon replied, her voice impressively calm. "I'd listen to her." Loki cut in. "Let the poor man go, and we'll pretend we didn't see anything." "All right. You wouldn't want the guild finding out about this and sticking its nose into Callie's business, would you? I imagine that would make things a little irritating for you." "Oh, was that the slightest hint of worry in the woman's eye? Maybe not. Either way, she dropped the fisherman. His companion grabbed the fallen man and began to drag him away from the confrontation. "I see you've finally learned to speak Korani," Tyon said, her voice still shockingly calm. Considering the anger Loki was sure she was feeling, Korani was the name of the common language spoken in most of Genkai. "I wasn't sure you were capable of learning anything, given your lack of brainpower." "Whoops. Spoke too soon. Now, Tyon." Loki cut her off, giving her a meaningful look. "Let's not insult our guest after we've come to an agreement." It would seem, however, that the other Amazon was ignoring her now. "Callie taught me. We wanted to know what our pathetic little prey was blabbering on about before we killed them." The sadistic smile that split Algana's face was more than a little disconcerting. Loki could practically hear Tyon's teeth gritting. "Speaking of Callie," Loki interjected again, "I'd very much like to speak with her. It's been so long since I've seen her. I simply must know what could possibly have brought her so far from home. Besides, if things get any more heated, then our deal will be for nothing. I'd hate to start things off on such a sour note." "Well, Loki," a voice carried over from behind the redhead, "it has been quite some time. I do apologize for her behavior. It seems the outside world is a bit much for my girls." Coming out of the crowd from the direction of the city was a short, almost childlike form. Dark skin and long blood-red hair. She was dressed in a barely their white and blue getup that looked just plain wrong on the very childlike physique. A white, bone-like mask covered the top half of her face. This was Callie. Next to her was a second Amazon. Her clothing was far tighter, with none of the flowing fabrics worn by Callie or Arjana, but it was no less revealing. In fact, the only loose thing about her was her free-flowing shoulder-length hair and the draped cloth veil that covered the lower half of her face. If Loki remembered right, this was Bake, the second of Callie's two captains. Oh, not to worry, Callie. Loki replied easily. Inside, she was infuriated. Loki may have loved a good bit of mischief, but it was always in good fun. If somebody really got hurt, it wasn't mischief anymore. It was just cruelty. Callie excelled at cruelty, and that was one of many reasons that Loki despised her. What do you say we let bygones be bygones about this? Sit down and have a talk. After all, something monumental must have happened to draw you so far from Telski Ura. Callie seemed to stand and think for a moment, but it was difficult to get a read on her. Finally, she nodded her head in agreement. I suppose we must. I was just at the guild and have been informed of a few very interesting things about recent events. As one of the goddesses of Orario, you would have the answers I need. Shall we go aboard? She gestured towards her ship. No way in hell was Loki going to willingly go aboard a ship controlled by the members of the Callie Familia with only 4 adventurers as backup. That was a colossal mistake she was not stupid enough to make. Thanks for the offer, she replied, but I think it would be better if we rented out a room at an inn for our talks. There's a good one nearby. Loki gestured over her shoulder towards the row of buildings near to the docks. Neutral ground, and all that. You understand. Lead the way. Callie agreed, flashing her a vicious smirk. Riveria. Giant, man-eating flowers. I've never heard of something so ridiculous. The haughty man scoffed. Riveria was standing in the main hall of the melon branch of the guild, talking to the branch head, Rubato Ryan. He was tall for a human, thin, and lanky with slimy black hair slicked back across his head. His mouth seemed to be pinched in a permanent scowl, and his arrogant demeanor made even some high elves look humble. In other words, he was very, very irritating. He was also very confusing. How can you not have heard of them? Riveria asked, in genuine exasperation and astonishment. Are you accusing me of lying? We have heard nothing about a new species, not even from the main headquarters in Orario. Rubato scoffed at her, apparently offended. They were spotted during the attacks at Monsterphilia, and 2 members of the Loki Familia were attacked by them in your lake not 3 hours ago. Riveria replied to him. She drew herself up, pulling on her old training as a princess of the High Elves. Looking down on the man, one eyebrow raised in clear disbelief. He might be the head of a guild branch, but SHE was Riveria Ijos Alf, princess of the Alf's Royal Forest, level 7, and vice-captain of the Loki Familia. Compared to that, this man was nothing more than a bug. The sheer fact that 2 adventurers were attacked by them in your lake warrants an investigation at least. Your reluctance to do so is intriguing. Faye. He scoffed again, though his eyes were darting back and forth with a strangely nervous energy. We can leave it to the Njord Familia, as we do all monster issues in the lake. I see no reason why the guild must be involved beyond that point. The Njord Familia. They were little more than fishermen, and the Viola were monsters of level 4 strength at least. Rivera wasn't sure Njord possessed any adventurers over level 3, and that was pushing it. It was all but impossible for them to handle combating or investigating the plant creatures on their own. It seemed, though, that the branch head had other ideas. It's this gaggle of horrendous Amazons that I'm more concerned about. The ones that just docked. Why doesn't the Loki Familia deal with them instead of worrying about some silly monster? He was clearly deflecting from the issues with the Viola, but considering that Loki was likely already talking to Khalil. Deal with them. Riveria raised an eyebrow. You are the ones who gave them permission to dock, are you not? The city government gave them permission. He all but whined. I could not argue with them. They still possess far too much autonomy from before the guild arrived. You didn't object at all. Well, no. It's all that bastard Borge Murdoch's fault. He's the city governor and refused to listen to reason. Please, I beg you, go talk to him. Get him to remove those pesky Amazons before they cause trouble. That is not my concern, Riviera told him, bluntly. I am here about the Viola and nothing more. Well, I can't help you. Maybe Murdoch knows about them. He's in charge of most of those. Disgusting fishermen anyway. If they've been killed or attacked by plant monsters, he might. No. Now, please, go away. I'm very busy right now. Riviera scoffed in disbelief as the slimy man walked away from her. It was almost like he was trying to be suspicious, deflecting, denying, and basically doing everything he could to distract her from the Viola, or throwing this Murdoch under the cart. With a sigh, she looked at the map of the city on the wall before leaving. If nothing else, she supposed that if Murdoch truly was the governor of the city, he might have heard something about the Viola. It didn't take her long to find the governor's estate, a large, pleasant-looking building with a brick wall surrounding it. Walking through the open gate, Riviera knocked on the door. After a few minutes, a young woman opened it and stuck her head out. Can I help you? She asked. Yes, my name is Riviera Ijos Alf. I am here on behalf of Goddess Loki to ask Mr. Murdoch some questions. Is he available? She did her best to be polite and unthreatening. The woman bade her wait a moment and shut the door again. The green-haired elf stood there for a few moments, composing herself before the door opened wide. The man who emerged was an elderly human with a bald head, bushy gray beard, and a portly but muscular figure. He wore simple clothes aside from a distinguished blue coat with a large navy and gold-striped collar. Stepping out of the door, his glare was immediate and apparent. What do you want, guild dog? He ground out. Riviera raised an eyebrow at the insult. This human certainly had some audacity. I am not here on behalf of the guild. I am here at the behest of Goddess Loki to ask if you know anything about large flower-like monsters appearing in the lake during recent weeks. 2 of our members were attacked by them a few hours ago. As governor, we were hoping you might have heard some relevant information. Go away. He spat at her before stepping back inside and slamming the door. Riviera scoffed. What is with these nasty humans thinking they can just dismiss me? Ah, she grimaced. After walking away, she took a moment to breathe deep. Her offense at their arrogant and dismissive attitudes was causing her own superiority complex to come out. As her discussion with Torhen showed, the High Elves, like the Dova, felt a natural superiority towards other races. An arrogant attitude she tried very hard to suppress but tended to come out when she was agitated. Taking a few minutes to calm down, she proceeded towards the docks. At the very least, she could inform Loki of the guild branch head's suspicious behavior and be on hand for backup in case things with Callie went south. Tyon fought a growl, standing at the back of a private dining room in one of the local inns. On one side of the central table was the Loki Familia. AIS stood directly to Loki's right while Lefia was on the left wall. Tiona was leaning against the right wall, leaving Tyon herself to stand against the back wall. Across from them, Callie lounged at the table with Bake and Arjana on either side of her. Just the sight of them made her blood boil. She and her sister were raised by the Callie Familia. Growing up, they'd lived and slept in one room with other girls. They were her friends and family. Each day, during their forced death matches in the arena, it was always a fight against girls from other rooms. She didn't like killing the other girls, but she didn't know them. Until she did. Saildas was something of a cross between a sister and a mother to her, taking care of her, tending her wounds, holding her while she cried. She hadn't known Saildas was her opponent, until she was already dead. Tyon killed her in an involuntary fight to the death and didn't even know it until her mask slipped off her face after the battle. On her 5th birthday, no less. That same day, Tiona was forced to kill another of their roommates, another of their sisters. Callie only smirked at their horror and said they'd proven their strength, that the sisters they'd killed were just too weak to survive. This sadistic cruelty proved to be the modus operandi of the Callie Familia. Women and girls forced to fight to the death against their friends, sisters, and lovers, all in pursuit of Callie's idea of strength. All because Callie wanted entertainment. Only the truly desperate and determined survived. Only the psychotic and sadistic truly enjoyed it. Eventually, they just couldn't take it anymore and begged Callie to let them leave. She was still shocked that the Goddess allowed it and never really found out why. For now, though, she had to focus on keeping her cool. Loki asked her not to snap and she would do her utmost not to. She owed Loki nearly everything, so she had to content herself with focusing on the conversation between the two goddesses. So, Loki asked, propping her feet up on a table, "What brings you to Melon?" Callie hummed in thought before replying. "Roughly a year ago, I was contacted by Ishtar to set up a meeting. It was supposed to be today, yet I arrived here to find out that Ishtar has been gone from the lower world for over a month, meaning that I have wasted nearly a month and a half on a useless trip beyond my nation. This irritates me." She growled. Looking over her shoulder, Tyon could see a sadistic grin on Argana's face. She looked away. The older Amazon was clearly trying to goad her into a fight and Tyon would let herself lose control. She refused. "Yeah, that was quite the hullabaloo for a while," Loki admitted, swirling her drink. There was a bottle of a clear bourbon-like liquid on the table purchased from the innkeeper by Loki when they first arrived. "Yes, I imagine it was. Can you tell me exactly how that happened?" Loki took a sip and stared at Callie for a moment. Tyon wasn't sure what was going through her head, but it appeared that Loki didn't think the information dangerous because she gave an answer after swallowing. "Nothing is totally clear, but it has to do with a new type of potion a friend of mine developed in the city. A kind of poison that throws the drinker into a frenzied rage. See, once the guild found out about it, they confiscated all of the existing potions and set lots of major regulations on their production. Then, if the guild is to be believed, Ishtar came along and charmed a few guild workers to steal them for her." Loki kicked her chair back onto two legs with her knees resting against the table. "The guild thinks she was planning to use them against Freya in some way, though they are not sure how. Anyway, due to a little mishap, Ishtar's captain accidentally drank some wine infused with the poison and went nuts. She killed Ishtar and all but destroyed their home. The poison has since been banned and all copies of the formula destroyed. It is very like Ishtar to do something so colossally stupid just to get at Freya." Callie scoffed. "The whole reason I even came here is because Ishtar wanted my help getting rid of the bitch." A demented grin split her face and those of the others. Who could resist the chance to fight to the death against the strongest familiar in the world? To fight the strongest living adventurer. A truly wonderful challenge. "Heh, just one problem with that, shorty." Loki giggled, settling her chair back down on 4 legs. "Freya ain't the strongest in the world anymore. Tied with me, maybe, but there's no clear divide between us anymore. And just to let you in on a little secret," she leaned in, "Otter ain't the strongest adventurer either." All three of them were now sporting shocked and raised eyebrows. "Well, that's not what I was expecting to hear. Has one of yours surpassed him then?" Callie asked. If only. Tyon wished her darling captain was stronger than Otter, but sadly that was not the case. Still, she supposed Torhen had earned his strength properly, and thanks to him the entire Loki familia was growing by leaps and bounds, so she couldn't really complain too much. Nah. Loki denied Callie's assumption. "Don't get me wrong, my kids could go toe-to-toe with any of Freya's, but the honor of strongest goes to a man named Torhen, the first level 10 in history." 10. Callie and the others shouted. The goddess herself actually stood, placing her hands on the table. "How?" Arjana demanded, all but salivating at the idea of such strength. Tyon herself knew far more than they ever would, but even she didn't know the real details on the types of battles Torhen had gone through to achieve his strength. "Haven't the foggiest." The redhead waved her hand, dismissively. "He's the real deal, though. I'm allied with his goddess. Torhen's their only real powerhouse at the moment, so they are sitting at a comfortable third place in the overall rankings, but there's no doubt that he's the strongest." "Oh." Callie grinned. "I don't suppose you and your ally are planning on going up against Freya. I came all this way because I was promised a fight. It would be such a shame to go home empty-handed. Prepare to be disappointed." Loki deadpanned. "You'll get no fights here, Callie. Not against Freya, not against Torhen, and not against me." "Are you sure about that?" Callie asked. Behind her, the Caliph sisters shifted into more aggressive stances. "It's been so long since we've seen the Hiriut twins." "I know the Caliph Sisters are dying to know just how much stronger they've become. What's to stop us from simply finding a fight for ourselves? Because you're outmatched, you sadistic bitch. Loki replied, glaring at Callie and dropping all pretense of cordiality. At her signal, Tiona, Ais, Lefia, and Tyon all drew their weapons. Tyon gripped her daggers tightly, just begging for a chance to run Arjana and bake through. Tiona's urga was raised above her shoulder, poised to strike while Ai's sword was aimed directly at Argana's heart. To her side, Lefia had a ward spell raised in one hand and lighting crackling in the other. Outmatched. Arjana laughed. Please. The Hiryut twins may have grown since they left, but they must still be the same weak children they were when they ran away. These others aren't even Amazons. I doubt they are very strong. You don't believe me? Loki asked, feigning hurt. Let's tally the numbers then. You two are, what, level 6? The tightening of their eyes told Tyon that her goddess was right on the money. Now, that's quite formidable. Last you likely heard, there were only 3 level 6 adventurers in all of Orario, none of which are here right now. But times change. Loki gestured to the 4 of them. Starting with my lowest level adventurer, we have Lefia, here at level 4, a powerful and quite fast spellcaster. As for the other 3, well, the twins and Ais are all level 6. She paused in thought. I do believe that's one more level 6 than you have, Callie. Tyon grinned at the widened eyes and angry snarls that distorted the faces of her hated adversaries. Logically, she knew that a fight was the worst-case scenario, but part of her was just begging for them to start something so that she had a chance to kill these sadistic nutjobs. And Loki continued, if that wasn't enough, I do have one more surprise for you. Care to take a guess what it is? What, you bitch? Callie bit out. Tyon savored her impotent anger. That would be my darling Reveria, the level 7 spellcaster who is standing right outside that door. With a bang, the door to the room was kicked in. Standing just outside was the green-haired vice-captain with her wand of chain lighting in one hand, a ball of flame in the other, and the glistening effect of a mage armor spell covering her body. Tyon's face split in a savage grin. Your move, Callie. Tyon smirked. Unknown. The hooded figure wound its way through the devastation towards the mountains. The area in the immediate surroundings was desolate and barren of life, though there was a fairly thriving forest roughly a mile south. It was exactly the kind of place the figure expected to find their quarry. The only real irritation was how long it had taken to find the target, combined with just how far away from the city it was. It had set back the timing of their plans considerably, but the revelation, if the report the figure received from the east was correct, then it changed everything. Before, they'd have never even considered risking their life and plans on such a foolhardy journey, but the potential rewards outweighed the risks. It just took the right motivation. Reaching the base of the mountain, the figure moved towards a massive cave entrance at the base. Stepping inside, they gingerly stepped over the bones and scattered rocks that littered the ground. Moving further in, the figure stopped when the sound of a colossal creature breathing reached their ears. Excuse me. The figure called, projecting their voice. If you are what I think you are, then I believe I have a proposal for you, as well as information about a certain demigod you may be acquainted with. Do I have your attention? The only answer was a deep, sonorous, earth-shaking growl as 2 points of red light snapped open. AON, and there we go. What did you all think? I'd love to hear your thoughts and opinions on all of this. What did you all think of the scene at the end there? What about the confrontation with Callie and Loki? I've been giving some thought to this story and the direction I want to go, and I believe I've come to a conclusion. I want to make sure I cover things like Dien Sect, the Xenos, Evolus, and Alduin of course, but I've realized that there is no real defined ending I can reach for from canon at the moment. One of the real pitfalls of writing a story about a source that isn't finished. With that in mind, I did some thinking and planning, and I now feel comfortable to say I know sort of when this story will end. It won't be for a while yet, there's still a lot to cover, but I suppose you can say I'm starting to plan towards an ending. I've already got some ideas for an epilogue of sorts. Answers to questions. On FFN. Ninjafang 1331. Thank you. Hazik Safari. We'll see about Ryu. As for Callie, what did you think? The disquieting one. I guess you could call this diplomacy. Walkman Apprentice Wordsmith. Glad you liked it. I'm sorry about no Hestia this month. As well, but I'm hoping to get back to them next time. N.A. Ward. I'm glad you like it. I chose RWBY characters because I love the show and I felt that their abilities and characters could easily be adapted into OCs that belong in this world. Plus, for characters that are likely to remain in the background, it's easier to use ones who already have a defined personality and design so I don't get bogged down with detailing my OCs. Guest, I did wonder about her a Little Red Riding Hood, but I've never found any official documentation of a connection. Frostwolf 3227, I like the idea of her having the flaming familia. I do have a good idea for what Dien Sect will do, but it's not totally fleshed out yet. Monkey D. Conan, I did consider having her ambushed like you suggested, but I realized that it's highly unlikely any such rumors exist. I haven't really shown them having any kind of public interactions. All their more romantic-leaning interactions have been private. Bauxite Glue, thanks for the suggestions. I'm not sure if I'll have her beastify, but it's a cool idea. Guest, glad you liked it. Guest, I haven't really decided who to pair her with since I ruled out Finn. Christam, I can't really see Callie bothering with trafficking monsters anywhere but into Telski Yura. I can totally see her doing that, but I can't see her getting involved with Everless just for that purpose. Virus ZYX, hope you liked it. By Ezekaiser, I did consider it, but ultimately, I think this worked out better. Killing A. God is messy. Lion Lord Escana, thank you. Lucas Oliveira, there isn't really any point in updating his status. They are all pretty much as maxed out as possible. Besides, to actually face a challenge that would improve him at all, he'd have to be soloing bosses down on floors like 60 to 70. Maybe even deeper. Darkmaster 100000000. No, not really. As I understand it, isn't she already dead by the time the story starts? I thought that was a thing. On AO3. Frank T. Haddock. Oh yeah. I forgot about that one. Thank you. Magnus Thread. Yeah, I feel like Happy Ryu is just a little ang-like. As for Nazar X. Amid. I'm just gonna keep saying we'll see. I do like a cute little Yuri ship though. That's why I went with Daphne X Cassandra. Bonehead 1SD, thank you for the ideas. I'll be honest, I don't really know if I'll be including Artemis at all. It's been a while since I familiarized myself with her story, but I'll consider it. Chapter 44. AON, I'm back. Hello. I'll keep it short and just say that this one is a little on the short side again. I'm moving soon, so things are hectic. Speaking of, there is a possibility of delay in the next chapter or two coming out because of the move. I hope not, but I thought you deserved a warning. Please leave a comment or a review with your thoughts and ideas. I love to see them. Hearthfire. Chapter 44. Loki. Your move, Callie. Tyon's cocky voice sounded just behind Loki. The goddess herself bore a rather self-assured smirk on her own face as a terse silence filled the room, only broken by the sound of Callie's teeth grinding. Behind the short goddess, her two Amazonian guards were tensed like coiled springs, just waiting for a signal to attack. But then, so were Loki's own people. Bake and Arjana, the two level 6 Amazon women, stood on either side of Callie. Meanwhile, they were outnumbered by Loki's members. Tyon and AIS were directly behind Loki while Tiona and Lefia stood to either side. Memar Reveria, wreathed in all her magical glory, stood in the doorway looking pissed. Loki allowed part of her brain to be distracted. What pissed Reveria off so much? The redhead thought. Not that she allowed any distraction to show. No, she kept her confident, condescending smirk firmly rooted on her face. Callie looked almost frozen by indecision, though it was hard to tell given the mask that covered part of the childlike goddess face. Only her scowl and clenched teeth gave anything away. It appeared, however, that Arjana had made up her mind. With unbridled aggression and lacking any seeming acknowledgement or command from Callie, the scantily clad Amazon burst forward, screeching out a roar. With Tyon directly behind Loki and even the rage-fueled Amazon unwilling to attack a goddess, Arjana went straight for Tiona. Hold! Callie shouted, trying to stop her. Unfortunately, it was too late. Bake froze, heeding her goddess, but Arjana was moving too fast to halt her charge. Twin lightning bolts sprang from Lefia's outstretched hand and Reveria's wand, crashing into the charging woman. At the same time, Tiona thrust her Urga forward, slamming it into the roaring berserker. Simultaneously, Tyon and AIS leapt onto the table in front of Loki, intending to charge while the fireball Reveria was charging in her other hand grew larger, filling the room with a red glow. A dagger leapt from Tyon's outstretched hand, aimed directly at Arjana before she landed on the table. At Callie's word, everyone stopped short, but it was too late to stop the attacks from connecting. The two bolts of lighting crashed into Arjana at the same time as the dagger and Tiona's Urga, sending the woman careening into a wall. She crashed painfully into the wooden structure and then threw it into the adjoining room. Screams of fright echoed up from downstairs at the noise, though thankfully the rooms next to them were unoccupied. Arjana sat up and winced in pain, her hand flying to her shoulder where Tyon's dagger had become lodged. Crimson blood leaked from the wound and down her chest, staining the white and green cloth that was barely covering her bust. She'd seemingly tanked the blow from Urga, but the twin lighting bolts left her clothing and hair lightly singed and her tanned skin looking a little red. "Stand down, Arjana," Callie shouted, forestalling any attempt to charge again. "Let's all just keep a cool head," Loki told her girls, waving at them to back off. Slowly, the 5 members of her familia relaxed their aggressive stances. Arjana too stood down, but far less willingly. "The innkeeper is probably about to come charging up here after that, so why don't we just settle down and come to a conclusion, eh?" The redhead turned to the shorter goddess. "What'll it be, Callie? We gonna fight or are you heading home?" Callie stared at her from behind the white mask covering her face, grinding her teeth in anger. After a second, she sighed and nodded. "We will return to Telskiura," Callie bit out. "However, we will require a day or two to reprovision before we set sail again. I'm sure that can be arranged." Loki nodded, leaning back in her seat and putting her feet up on the table. "Just talk to Njord or the guild if you need supplies. I'm sure they'll be eager to send you on your way. Just so you're aware, we will be keeping a close eye on you till you go. Security concerns. You understand?" The trickster goddess smirked with glee at the angry and indignant expressions on the faces of Callie and her brutes. Torhen raised a hand to shade his eyes from the bright sun as the Hestia Familia stepped out of the dungeon entrance and into the sunlight. Their expedition to the 18th floor had been a great success, with neither he nor Aisha having to interfere or rescue a single one of their members. Not even the inexperienced Haroheim. All his students performed beyond his expectations, and he could not be prouder. Ahead of him, Belle was stretching before the boy turned to face the group. "Right, Lily, you and I will head to the guild to drop off our magic stones and drop items. Everybody else, you should head back to the hall and tell Goddess Hestia that we're back. I think I'll stick around the tower for a bit, if you don't mind." Welf chimed in. "I want to check in on my shop while I'm in the area. I'll head home once I've gotten a status report from Batson and Paula." Mikoto let out a tired groan, stretching her arms high above her head. "I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm heading straight to the baths. I feel like I'm drenched in monster dust." One of the unfortunate side effects of being a melee fighter in the dungeon was the unfortunate fact that monsters tended to explode into dust right in your face. This usually led to frontline fighters being covered in the stuff after only a short time. It didn't last for very long, but it did leave one feeling a little bit dirty. "Before we all separate," Torhen chimed in, "I'd just like to say that each and every one of you performed exceptionally well during the expedition. I know that for some, this wasn't exactly your first time diving that deep, but this was a major milestone for the Familia. I'm proud of you all." With that, they began to go their separate ways, although the vast majority headed straight for Hearthfire Hall. The gleaming mansion was a welcome sight as the group rounded the corner. It was a little astonishing how quickly the formerly dilapidated church had become a warm and comforting home not only for Torhen but all the members of the Hestia Familia. Hestia herself, decked out in very nice casual wear, welcomed them at the front door. Once inside, they each and all divided to their individual interests. Some like Mikoto, Haroheim, and Chigusa departed for the baths. Others like Uka, Cassandra, and Daphne simply changed out of their armor and found themselves lounging either in their rooms or somewhere else around the mansion. Aisha headed to the baths along with the other girls but made her intentions to hit the town once she was finished very clear. As for Torhen himself, he simply changed out of his armor and found himself relaxing on a couch in the executive lounge outside the offices on the upper floor. Opposite him, nursing a glass of some kind, was Hestia. "So," she asked, one eyebrow raised. "How did it go?" "It went well," Torhen replied, leaning back. Bell conducted himself most admirably as a commander. Better than I expected, really. He's still not quite used to leading so many people for so long, but his learning. The new kids have meshed well with our longer-standing members, so there were no real personality conflicts to identify. Though, Harrowheim did start to have some trouble once we hit the 14th floor. We'll need to see about getting her level raised to 2 when we can. Hestia nodded. "I'll update everyone's status over the next few days so we can see where everyone stands. Heim might have gained a bit of a boost since she's still fairly new to combat, but I doubt the others have improved more than usual after a dive. It doesn't sound like this one was very stressful for them." Torhen shook his head in the negative. "No, they didn't face much of a challenge. Frankly, they didn't need to have a group that large to handle the trek to 18. Though, it's a good idea for them to stick together in a group that big once they start hitting 19 and down. You still planning on doing a deeper dive with Finn and the Loki executives?" The short goddess took a sip of her drink and put her feet up on an ottoman. Torhen hummed in agreement. "Yes. Once Loki and Reveria are back from Melon, if they aren't already, I'll start planning with them. Though, we aren't likely to go below 25 or so, considering time constraints. Speaking of, are they back yet?" "Nope." She shook her head. "I haven't heard anything. Though, I did have an interesting visitor yesterday." "Oh." The Dragonborn sat up. "Who?" Freya decided to stop by unannounced. Torhen tensed. Goddess Freya was a thorn in their collective sides, and one Torhen suspected of quite a few more misdeeds than the one they could prove was her. He was still a little pissed about the Minotaur incident. "What did she want?" he asked, bitingly. "She's worried about how jumpy the guild is since the war game, so she came to me to suggest a general non-aggression pact between us, her, and Loki. Basically, our familiars just ignore each other both in the city and in the dungeon." That's it?" Torhen asked, a little baffled. "What did you say?" "Well, I didn't agree to anything just yet. I told her any agreement would have to wait till Loki was back so we could all discuss it together. It was pretty obvious she only wants peace, so she can build up the strength of her familiar, and to get the guild off her back, of course. I suppose a peace agreement would be best for everyone," he admitted. "The city has been shaken up enough times recently. The citizens don't need to worry about the 3 strongest familiars duking it out in the streets. Did Freya want anything else?" "Yeah." Hestia hesitated. "She wants to talk to you, face to face." Torhen narrowed his eyes at her, suspicious. "Why?" he asked, his voice low in tone. "Dangerous." The goddess grimaced. "Ostensibly, she wants to request your enchanting services for members of her familia. Otta specifically, if I guess correctly, but I just can't shake the feeling she's up to something. If that was all, she could have just asked me to relay the request, but she specifically mentioned asking you in person." "I see." Torhen frowned, thinking deeply. There could be any number of reasons for why she'd seek to meet him, chief among them being an attempt at recruitment, but Freya had to know that was a lost cause by now. He was certainly not about to up and join her after she tried to get his student killed, nor was he willing to leave Hestia and all he'd built in her familia. "I know you're resistant to mind control." Hestia hesitated. "But be very careful. Freya can charm people just like Ishtar could, but she's far more powerful. Even gods can't always resist." "Huh. You think she'll try to charm me?" Torhen asked, seeing her worry. It was true that he had some decent resistance to mind control, but he'd never tested the ability against the charms of a goddess. None of the Idra or Daedra used such powers to control mortal, so he'd never really had the opportunity. "It's the only thing I can think of." The goddess nodded. "Why else would she want to speak to you in person, rather than just send a message or a representative? What I can't figure out is if she's genuine about only wanting you to enchant something for her, or if she'll try and recruit you." "I'll be careful," Torhen replied, consolingly. He didn't know exactly how Freya's power worked, but he did feel fairly confident that he could at least feel it taking effect. If he could feel it and be aware of it, then he could fight it. Loki. So, Loki asked, still lounging at the table in the partially destroyed room. What's got you? All in a twist, Riviera. It was just the two of them in the room at the moment. With Callie, Bake, and Arjana gone, she'd sent the twins to keep an eye on them. Then sent AIS and Lefia to keep an eye on the twins. Hot-headed Amazons needed supervision after all. Oh, and she'd had to give the innkeeper a promissory note for payment to fix the damaged wall. Arjana might have been the one to charge first, but it was her kids who technically broke the wall. The green-haired elf across from her let out an aggravated sigh. Leaning forward, she rubbed at her temples. I've been given nothing but deflection and feigned ignorance all day. Riveria growled. The branch head clearly knows something, but refused to speak about it. He just kept trying to change the subject. And don't even get me started on the governor. He didn't even have the courtesy to respond. The fat bastard just called me a dog and slammed the door in my face. Her voice had gone from an aggravated growl to full-blown shouting. Alarmingly fast. Yeesh. Loki winced. Sounds like you've had a rough afternoon. Still, at least you got something. If the branch head is hiding something, then at least we know who to investigate. True. Riveria sighed, resting her forehead on the table. Still, something isn't adding up. The violas are obviously there, so why didn't he just admit that? Wouldn't it have been less suspicious if he'd admitted to knowing about them but didn't know where they'd come from? Yeah, nobody said he was bright though. Loki sat in thought for a moment. Come to think about it, when I asked Njord if he'd heard of them, he said the same thing. But that's not possible. His familia are in charge of keeping track of the monster population in the lake. He should have been one of the first to know they were there. Lord Njord, her companion asked, quietly. I don't understand. Why would he work with the branch head to hide monsters in the lake? I don't know. The redhead admitted, rubbing her chin before sighing. Let's head to the docks. I need to have a conversation with Njord. It didn't take them long to reach the docks. Off in the distance, they could see the crew of Callie's ship loading things onto the deck. Loki nodded in satisfaction as she watched them for a moment. She could even see her own kids keeping a close watch on the proceedings from the wharf but didn't stay to chat. Soon enough, they'd reached the fishing docks where they'd found Njord just after they'd arrived in town. Yo, Njord, Loki called out, getting the attention of the buff god. You got a minute? Oh, Loki, he replied. The other god didn't seem nervous or twitchy, but Loki just couldn't shake the feeling that he was hiding something. How did things go at the cove? Emma. She waved her hand dismissively. They went well. Listen, you got a private space or something? We need to talk. Talk? Njord asked, a little hesitantly. Sure. Let's use the warehouse. The brunette god led them into a building just off the docks. Inside were stacks upon stacks of boxes, containing everything from fish to nets to all kinds of other fishing-related items. What did you want to talk about? He asked, leaning up against a crate. I want the truth, Njord. Loki replied, going for a direct confrontation. 2 of my kids were attacked by those plant monsters. The ones you claim to not know about. The head of the guild branch said the same thing, but that's not possible. Their existence is public knowledge, or the rumors wouldn't have reached Orario. Plus, she poked him in the chest. You're the one in charge of tracking the monster population. There's no way you don't know about them. So, you're going to tell me what's going on, or I'm getting Uranus and the main branch involved in this. Njord's eyes looked wildly around the room. Loki, I really don't. Don't lie to me, Njord. Loki shouted over him. I know the head of the guild branch is involved, and I'd be willing to bet the governor is in on it too. They couldn't get more suspicious if they tried. All right, he shouted back, slumping against the crates. You have no idea how bad it was getting. The monster population in the lake was just too high for us to deal with. My kids are fishermen, not fighters. They were eating all the fish, and my boats were under constant attack. That's not even mentioning how dangerous it was for the trading ships coming up the river from the ocean. The idea was to put those things in the lake to keep the rest of the monster population low. That way the fish would come back, and the shipping lanes would be safer. Who put them there, Njord? Loki growled. Who's involved? She couldn't believe this. He might not have been the wealthiest god, but it would have been nothing to him to commission a familiar from the city to come clear out the monsters if things were getting that bad. Hell, she'd have done it for half price, considering all the other god had done for her over the years. I first learned about them when one came up into the lake out of the sewers. At first, I just thought it was a new type of monster, but then this hooded man showed up at my door. He offered to lend me the monsters to clean up the lake if I turned a blind eye to him smuggling some goods through the docks. Njord sighed and sat down on the floor. Murdoch and I only participated because it seemed like it was the only way to deal with the problem. When we asked the guild to send in an extermination request, the branch head turned us down. Of course, it didn't help when we found out later that Rubato Ryan is in bed with the smugglers. It wasn't like we could argue after that. We'd already agreed to the deal. If we turned Ryan in, we'd have to turn ourselves in too. Who transported them here? Loki sighed. Was Evelys involved? Evelys? Njord gasped, startled. No. I never heard anything about Evelys being involved. I just thought it was a deal between Ryan and Ishtar. It was the Ishtar Familia who brought the plant monsters here, but everything kind of shut down after Ishtar died. We've been hoping the few Violas left in the lake would last long enough for us to find a new solution. Loki leaned back and sighed in relief. It looked to her like Njord was telling the truth, and he wasn't involved with Evelys. Though, it sounded like Ishtar had been, along with the head of the guild branch, Riviera. Loki said, addressing the green-haired elf who'd been standing menacingly behind. Go to the guild and arrest Rubato Ryan. Throw my name and wait around if you have to, but don't let them argue. Search the bastard's office. If Evelys really was involved here and he's really in bed with them, we need evidence. Right. Riviera nodded, before running out the door. Do you really think it was Evelys? Njord asked, quietly. I thought they were all gone. So did I, for a while. Loki admitted, sitting on the floor with her fellow god. But now I'm starting to think we missed a few. They could have spent the last few years rebuilding in the shadows, and we're only just starting to catch rumors of them. I'm so sorry, he whispered. If I'd known, I would never have agreed. We were just so desperate. I don't totally see why. Loki told him. I mean, I get being upset about the Bratch head denying your request, but why didn't you just send me a personal request? It's not like I don't owe you a few favors after all. I don't know. Njord admitted. I never even thought about it. Well, from now on you should. She bumped his shoulder with her own. My kids would love a vacation, and it'd be a great opportunity to get used to underwater combat. We've recently acquired a few potions of water breathing and even some enchanted items that let you breathe underwater. My members would all jump at the chance to try them out here in the lake. He sighed and gave her a smile. Thank you, Loki. Riviera. My, you have been busy. Riviera mused, licking over the documents in her hands. She'd arrived back at the guild branch just in time to discover the branch head, Rubato Ryan, attempting to dispose of a rather sizable number of documents. Giving them a cursory glance, they appeared to dictate his profits, expenditures, and general involvement in quite a few smuggling and trafficking deals in and around Melon. Quite dishonorable for a member of the guild, especially a branch head. Damn you, you elven bitch. The incompetent slime ball muttered from his place on the floor. The sleazy man was trussed up with sturdy ropes and tied against a pillar. It was quite impossible for him to escape. Oh dear. An eerie voice cut through the air. Seemingly from nothing, the air next to the bound criminal shimmered, revealing a black-cloaked figure. It appears you were up to no good after all, weren't you, Rubato Ryan? Go ghost. Ryan screamed in terror. Riviera froze. Although she'd never actually seen him, she knew that figure. Very few in Orario were privy to much of what went on behind closed doors at the guild, but Riviera was one of the rare few who'd heard about Lord Uranus' mysterious agent. A black-robed figure, involved in guild business, appearing out of nowhere. Dead ringer for the figure in the rumors. She started to talk, but the robed figure cut her off. Not to worry, Riviera of the Loki Familia. A group from the main branch is already on their Way to collect him. Wait. The bound criminal stuttered. Your Lord Uranus' right hand. The figure hummed. I'm very annoyed at having to come all the way out here for this. You know, we were so hopeful that you'd be able to do good here. It sighed. Some of your accomplishments are even praiseworthy. You did, after all, try to clean up the lake and ocean for the traders and fishermen, but you just couldn't help yourself, could you? Smuggling and lining your own pockets. Blackmail. I'm afraid you'll have to be disciplined most harshly for this. Please. No. Ryan started to plead with the figure, but it quickly released a stream of green particles from one of its sleeves. The instant the particles made contact with the downed figure, he slumped over, completely unconscious. With one last sigh, the figure vanished, leaving Riveria alone with the unconscious branch, head in a stack of incriminating documents. She stood there for a moment, trying to process the events she'd just witnessed. The elven woman would, of course, relay all that happened to Loki, Finn, Gareth, and probably Torhen, but she'd refrain from telling anyone else. The existence of Lord Uranus Inquisitor, as the rumors called the figure, was just that. A rumor, and not one she was keen on spreading. It was a very bad idea to find yourself crossing Uranus for any reason. Grimacing, she turned back to the papers. Hopefully, she'd find a direct connection to Evolus somewhere in the documents. That's that. I'm sorry it was on the short side, but I nearly missed the deadline. Entirely. I hope you liked it. Please leave a comment or review with your thoughts and ideas. That's the end of the Melon arc, and I could not be happier. It's been such a slog to write, and I just wanted to be done with it. I chose to include it because I wanted to take a look at Callie, but I just found myself getting bogged down with the whole Njorda Rubato storyline. I'm very much looking forward to doing some stuff that's not as close to canon as this was. Still, we are finally back to Torhen. It felt very weird to not have a chapter with him in it for so long. I know it was only 2 chapters, but still, I'm looking forward to writing his talk with Freya and her talk with Hestia and Loki. Oh, and we'll be getting back to Naza soon too. I can't wait. Answers to questions. On FFN. Munkadi. Conan, thank you. I wanted to show Callie as being at least slightly reasonable, but there was no way I wasn't going to let Tyon get at least one shot in on Arjana. I thought about doing a full-on fight, but I felt it worked out better this way. Backpack Bandit. They didn't exactly get their shit kicked in, so I'm sorry about that. But I do hope you like me getting Arjana sent through a wall. Darkmaster 100000000. I'm sorry, but I don't really want to use her. Her death feels like too much of an established even for me to bring her out. Plus, I don't really know what I'd do with her character in this setting. Walkman Apprentice Wordsmith. Glad you liked it. Lion Lord Iskana. No spoilers. It may take me a bit to make the reveal, but I'll try to drop a hint or two. Imperial Superior. We shall see. I've got some storylines I want to wrap up before I really get there, but I'm hoping it won't be too long. Ninja Fang 1331. Glad it's interesting. Guessed, maybe. And yeah, with Loki's increased levels, it was almost unfair to Callie. Virus ZYX. I have plans in my head for how the battle with Alduin will go. We shall see. If they pan out. Frostwolf 3227. I imagine that Torhen has had a conversation or two with Riviera about the differences in magic. As for Bell, I'm a little weary of giving him more magic. He's really not suited to it. For Lily, I honestly hadn't thought of having her transform into a monster, but it's a good idea. As for Freya, I'm undecided. Lasset 21, I imagine he has a few things from the anniversary edition, sure, but I based him on a playthrough I did before that version came out, so I'm not sure what exactly to give him aside from spells and armor, but he doesn't exactly need to wear any of those armors. On AO3, Magnus Thread, I don't know where they'd be familiar from except from Sword Oratoria. They are canon to that story. Frank T. Haddock, you know, I think I'll keep that to myself. We'll see if I use it and on. Who? For Fonte 123, yes. He now has access to his shouts again, but he doesn't have access to Sovgard or to other dragons now. Cyber Goblin, we shall see who it was at some point. Jen Lemonlove, I'm thinking about pairing her with Loki. Chicky 270, thank you. I'm glad you like it. Chapter 45. I'm back. Later than I hoped, but later is better than never. I hope this chapter makes up for being gone so long. I do also have another chapter in the works. I've moved quite far and had to leave my job, so other than job hunting in general, adulting, I have more time to write now. Should get another chapter out next week, I think. I will be going back to the proper monthly schedule though. That seemed to work best for me. I hope you all enjoy the chapter. Please leave a comment or a review with your thoughts. You know I appreciate them, and I have really missed reading them. Hearthfire. Chapter 45. Hestia. Right. Hestia said, leaning forward over the conference table. To her left was Torhen while Belle, her darling captain, sat on her right. Lily, their audacious vice-captain, sat to Belle's immediate right. As for the rest, they were arranged around the table in order according to their new ranks. With their increase in status, along with the Familia's imminent influx of new recruits, Hestia and the three leaders of her Familia had taken it upon themselves to restructure the command flow of the Familia. Starting with Hestia, as the goddess of the Familia, the command chain flowed down quite orderly. From Hestia, it went to Belle as captain and then to Lily as vice captain. Following them was the new executive branch of the Hestia Familia. At present, this was made up of Aisha, Uka, and Daphne. Unlike Freya or Loki, they didn't really have a large number of high-class adventurers available to make up their executive branch. Hopefully they would one day, but for now they prioritized leadership ability above combat skill when assigning rank. For instance, Uka and Daphne both had extensive leadership skills as a former captain and former executive in their previous familias. Aisha too had such experience, but she was mostly there by virtue of her skill in combat which, at present, was second only to Torhen. Given her status as a level 5 adventurer, the remaining members of the Hestia Familia made up what would become their answer to Loki's second-string division. The principals, a name Hestia had personally chosen, would be their lowest officer division. At present, it consisted of all their non-executive members: Welf, Chigusa, Mikoto, Haraheim, and Cassandra. With their recruitment drive on the horizon, it had been agreed that any new members who qualified for the rank of principals or executive, either through combat ability or leadership skill, would be granted them after a probationary period so that the other members could get a feeling for their personality. It wouldn't do to promote someone who wouldn't fulfill the duties required of them. As for Torhen, he occupied an odd place in their command structure. Technically he ranked as an executive, but his official title was mentor. In practical terms, he answered only to Belle and Hestia, putting him on a similar command level to Lily as vice-captain. Mostly, his job was to train and guide all members of the Familia. Anything else he chose to do with his time was entirely up to the Dragonborn himself. Even with his new status as an active adventurer, he didn't need to go into the dungeon unless he wanted to. How are our plans looking? Hestia continued. We're ready, Goddess Hestia. Belle replied. The expedition to the 18th floor went very well, and all our preparations for the recruitment drive are finished. Good. She nodded and picked up a piece of paper. It was a flyer. One that, at that very moment, hung on every gate, guild announcement board, and in every tavern in the city. A flyer advertising the Hestia Familia's imminent recruiting day. One would think that on such a day, any Familia would be happy to accept every single person who applied, right? Wrong. Every god or goddess had their criteria for who could join. Whether that was skill in smithing, combat, brewing, medicine, or whatever it was. Every god had their criteria and Hestia was no exception. First was personality. She refused to accept anyone who was only there so they could learn from Torhen or to ride the coattails of the new third strongest Familia. No, she wanted people who would come to see her Familia and its members as a proper family. That was key. Second was combat potential. Not skill, necessarily, but potential. As an exploration type Familia, her children were expected to face combat in the dungeon. Any member who wasn't willing or able to do so was a potential liability. Now, that's not to say she refused to accept anyone who couldn't fight. Anyone could learn to be a halfway decent fighter and, if they had other skills she was interested in having, then all the better. Unless, of course, their skills lay in alchemy, healing, or smithing. In those cases, she would recommend they join up with Myak or Hephaestus and would write a letter of introduction. Both other gods had already agreed to this plan and would assess those with such talents fairly. Along with personal criteria, there was one more mitigating factor that limited the number of people a Familia could accept. Space. It was a major problem if you accepted a huge number of applicants but didn't have room to house them, so most Familia put a cap on the number of people they would accept during such a drive. For Hestia, that was 20. They just didn't have the room at present to accept more than 20 new members, and even then, they'd have to share rooms. Sure, they could expand the hall again, but that was expensive and time-consuming. Torhen had paid for the renovations in full last time, but Hestia wanted the cost of all future renovations to come from the Familia Fund. Each adventurer poured what money they could into the Familia coffers, which were used to pay for everything from food to toiletries, upkeep and renovations. She could happily say that their coffers were quite healthy, but an expansion of the hall was an expense they couldn't afford at present. Not one that extensive. Hearthfire Hall was a medium-sized mansion at present. Big, but nothing on the scale of Twilight Manor or Folkvanga, the homes of the Loki and Freya familiars, respectively. If she was going to expand, then she might as well go for broke and upgrade the hall to equal the size of their homes. They couldn't afford to expand like that at the moment, not without breaking the bank, but with an influx of members and more quests from the guild, it was only a matter of time before they could start the renovations. She just needed to be patient. After all, wasn't it already a stroke of luck that things progressed as quickly as they already had? Better to be patient and not push things too quickly. Let's run through the stages one more time. Hestia pointed. Lily, you start. Right. The Paolum girl nodded. I'll be manning a desk at the front gate, where all the hopefuls will wait so we can take their information. Name, race, age, possible current, familia, all that. Then, either Cassandra, Harrowheim, or Chigusa will take them further. Inside, we will take them straight to the training yard so that their combat assessment can begin. Chigusa added, sitting straight up in her seat. Once there, Torhen chimed in, Aisha, Daphne, and I will assess them for current skill or combat potential while they spar with Welf, Uka, and Mikoto. If we like what we see, we'll be sure to mark that down on the files Lily will be creating. At the same time, we will be keeping an eye out for any who blatantly does not meet our criteria in the personality region, bullies and the like. Those who pass both evaluations will then be escorted into the hall, where they will meet with us. Hestia nodded her head at Belle. We'll ask them questions about their background, hopes, future plans, and other such things. If they do not lie to me, and we like their answers, then they'll be put under consideration. After we've seen everyone, now Belle spoke, the Familia will gather to consider the applications. We only have room for 20 people, so if we have more than that, we'll have to be careful choosing who we do pick. Do you really think we'll have that many? Harrowheim asked. Hestia nodded. Our Familia is a hot topic right now. Things have calmed down a little since the war game, but we're still a topic of interest. That's partially why I wanted to wait. If we'd started recruiting the day after the games, then we'd have been flooded with opportunistic hopefuls who likely wouldn't fit in well. Now that some time has passed, we're likely to get fewer people like that and have a better shot at finding a good number who really want to be one of us. No matter what though, Torhen said, we must be as courteous as possible. This is our first opportunity to interact with the general public as a Familia. We should put on a good front. That's right. Hestia agreed. Best behavior all around, but don't take any crap. Deal with any problems as nicely as you can, but if someone gets in your face, don't be afraid to kick them out. Her statement was met with nods of acknowledgement and agreement from all those gathered around the table. Torhen. Ryu? Torhen asked, surprised. He'd been feeling a little cooped up in his workshop and gone for a stroll through the city. Just as he was passing the eastern gate, he spotted the blonde elf woman walking back through with 3 other women at her side. 2 were obviously sisters with both sporting long, vibrant red hair and similar facial features. The other was a blonde Cianthrope sporting a white frock, a bright red hood, and a seemingly shy demeanor. Master Torhen. Ryu gave him a wave and ran up, hesitantly followed by the other 3. It's good to see you. We were actually on our way to see you and Goddess Hestia. You were? Torhen looked past her to the three girls. I take it your trip to Solingen went better than expected. Much. Ryu smiled. It seemed like a huge weight had been lifted from her shoulders. The normally brooding and slightly depressed elf had been replaced with one whose smile was as bright as the sun. I have a letter from Lady Astrea to Goddess Hestia that should explain things. She pulled said document from inside her coat. Torhen nodded. Well, she should still be back at the hall. Do you mind introducing me to your companions before we go? Oh. Ryu jumped in surprised realization. I'm so sorry. This is Urza and Pyrrha Lovell. She indicated the two redheads. And this is Roderica. To make a long story short, Lady Astrea was hoping that Goddess Hestia would accept them into her familia. Of course. Torhen nodded in understanding. If the letter the elf woman carried explained things, then he would simply hold any questions he had until the goddess had a chance to read it. My name is Torhen. He introduced himself to the three girls. I am a member of the Hestia Familia. If you'll follow me, I will lead you to Hearthfire Hall. It took them the better part of an hour to win their way through the streets of Orario from the gate where Torhen had met the four girls to their destination at the hall. Inside the gate, the Dragonborn could hear Welf pounding away on something in the forges while just outside. Belle and Mikoto were sparring against Aisha, working together to try and topple the Amazonas. Opening the doors, he led Ryu and her companions up to the lounge where he'd last seen the goddess. Sure enough, she was still there, book in hand and her feet propped up on an ottoman. Introductions followed, and within a few minutes, Hestia was reading Astrea's letter while a slightly sweaty Belle plopped himself down next to the goddess. The white-haired boy had shared a friendly hug with Ryu, excited to see her returned and been enthusiastically introduced to her companions. So, if I'm understanding this correctly, Hestia spoke up, passing the letter to Torhen. Astrea refuses to come back to Orario. Totally understandable, of course, but she wants the four of you to join me so that you can challenge the dungeon. The deal would be similar to the one I have with Takumi Kazuchi, meaning that any of you who wish to may return to her familiar at any time, and I accept any of hers that want to come to the city, yes. That would be correct, Goddess Hestia. Ryu replied, nodding her head. I know this is not exactly normal, but Goddess Astrea was hopeful you'd agree. Well, Hestia sat back with a sigh. Torhen could see she was a little torn about it. Taking the deal with Takumi Kazuchi was one thing, but this would mean accepting even more people, whose loyalties were split. Hestia, as goddess of family, could hardly begrudge them wanting to stay loyal to their original family, but this would set a precedent that she might be unwilling to accept. Torhen could see both sides of the argument. On the one hand, it was not the best idea to have too many such deals, because it could mean the Hestia Familia was hers in name only. If too many of her members were loyal to other gods as well, it could make things difficult, especially if word of it got out to the guild, other familia, or the wider city. On the other hand, was she really willing to dismiss them when loyalty to family was one of the things she, as a goddess, prized most? I'll accept you, Hestia said, after a moment to the relief of the four girls, but I have conditions. Ryu looked up, a little startled. What kind of conditions, goddess? Urza asked. Hestia sighed. Deals like this are done in private. If anyone aside from me has ever done it, then the deal has never become public knowledge. I don't know if you saw the announcement, but we recently announced a recruitment drive. The four girls nodded, indicating that they'd seen the flyers. If we announced that the Hestia Familia will be recruiting 20 people next week only to accept 4 new members before that time, people would start to ask questions, especially if we then only took in 16 on the advertised day. I think I understand. Ryu nodded her head. You can't let other familia know you've made a deal like this, and accepting us right away would look suspicious. Exactly. Hestia nodded. So, my proposal is this. You 4 will come on the day of our recruitment drive as prospective hopefuls and participate as such. You will be accepted, she emphasized. But to the rest of the city it will look like you are just 4 of the lucky ones we chose to join. This deal, both with the 4 of you and with Astrea, will remain a secret. Nobody who does not belong to either the Astrea or Hestia familias will know about it. Do you understand? Of course, goddess. Urza said, while Pyrrha and Roderica nodded. Ryu looked hesitant. What about me, goddess? She asked. My name is still blacklisted by the guild, so leave that to me. Torhen said, speaking up for the first time. I'll have a talk with the guild about it. With luck, we can simply re-register you with a new name and that'll be that. Perhaps the guild can quietly kill off the Gale Wind later on. Or, if we're unlucky about it, then we may have to stage your death before you can join us. Whatever we have to do, Belle chimed in. You have a place here, Ms. Ryu. I promise. Thank you. Ryu replied, giving them all a beaming smile. Naza, I'm afraid this is going to hurt. Naza winced and hissed at the sharp pain in her shoulder. She was lying back on a low hospital bed inside Pietro's laboratory on the second floor of the Blue Hospital. At her right side was the wheelchair-bound, elderly half-dwarf who was in the process of attaching her new right arm. Despite the necessity of it, Naza despised the right arm she'd worn since her accident for what it represented, their debt to the contemptible Dien sect. Her injury, the one which caused the loss of her arm, marked the initial downfall of the Mayak Familia. Dien sect bankrupted them to pay for her healing and then sent them spiraling into debt with the cost of the prosthetic he'd made. Then he'd lured their members away to try and make sure they couldn't make enough money to pay off the debt. He was truly a horrible god. Which was why, once she'd learned about Pietro's research and area of expertise, she'd wholeheartedly volunteered to receive his first prosthetic. The man was so excited, he'd begun work on it the instant his lab was up and running. The fittings and original trials had spanned a painful few days, but now it was done. The final product was ready and actively being attached to her nerve endings. The arm itself was nothing like her old one. Sure, her old arm had a full range of motion, but it was not made of the best materials and required constant maintenance. Her new arm was far superior in that regard. Made of a composite alloy and special materials, not to mention a little magic, the arm was a true work of art. Golden in color and of elegant design, she felt no discomfort as she flexed the fingers above her head. How does it feel? Pietro asked, using a lever to raise her bed up to a seated position. Good. Naza replied, putting the arm through its paces. I don't feel any pain now that it's connected, and there are no hitches or resistance to moving it around. Excellent. The researcher crowed. I must thank you, Naza, for being my test subject. I'd gone as far as I could without doing any live trials, but I just couldn't get the materials. Without you, I may never have been able to prove my theories. I should be the one thanking you, Pietro. The Cianthrope smiled at the man. Thanks to you. I'll never have to wear the arm that bastard made. I'll never even have to look at it again. She glanced over to the table where her old arm now rested. What are you going to do with it? Dismantle it, of course. Pietro replied, wheeling himself over to the workbench. If I can reverse engineer Dien Sec's technique, it can only improve my own. It's the first time I've been able to get my hands on his work. Probably because nobody is typically willing to give up a part of their body like you. Well, I didn't exactly give it up. She smiled, waving her new arm. More like I traded it in for a better model. Pietro chuckled heartily and laid a hand on his chest. Thank you for that, my dear. Joining this Familia truly has been one of the best decisions I've ever made. Thanking the half-dwarf once again, Naza left his laboratory, made her way to the stairs, and out into the main lobby of the hospital. Dotted around the lobby were various people sitting in chairs or on couches while a small line waited at the front desk, currently manned by SEI. They'd only been open a couple days and already there were patients waiting to be seen. Some were people who were sick while others were those with old injuries hoping for relief, or adventurers who'd been injured in the dungeon. Of course, anyone who came in with life-threatening injuries was rushed to the front of the line, but friends and family of the injured were allowed to wait in the lobby or the lounge until the patient was out of treatment. Their first day had been a circus. First was the massive line of curious people blocking the way for actual patients, and then there was the huge number of people who really needed treatment. What had truly shocked her was the number of people coming to them with easily curable minor troubles that had apparently gone untreated for years. Her curiosity was of course turned to rage when she found out that the only reason they'd gone untreated was that not one of the patients could afford Dien Sect, or had been screwed over by him in the past, and simply decided to deal with their condition rather than seek treatment. These people were given preferential treatment, and the most lenient prices and payment plans she could muster. Well, really, she'd just sicked Mayak as overgenerous as on them and shackled Mao to him so he wouldn't waive the debt entirely. Make way. A voice shouted just as the doors were thrown open. A group of 5 adventurers thrust their way in, dragging a 6th between them. The front of the bullman's armor was rent open and caked in blood. From the top of the stairs to the 2nd floor came Elise, all but flying down the steps with Hanataru hot on her heels and her white lab coat flapping about her ankles. What happened? The half-elven doctor demanded, helping the adventurers ease the man into a chair. Hanataru, get a stretcher, she shouted, sending the young man running. Almirage. One of the adventurers panted. Her wolven ears were lying flat across her head and her hands covered in blood. A whole pack of them. We gave him every healing potion we had, but it just wasn't enough. He started bleeding again before we got back out of the dungeon. Severe lacerations. Elise muttered as Naza ran up. Raising her new prosthetic, she lit up a healing hand spell. Broken ribs, but I can't tell if any organs have been damaged until we get him into surgery. Can you keep him stabilized while we prep a surgical suite? Of course. Naza replied, keeping the spell up while Elise rushed off. Healing hands could take care of superficial injuries no problem, and even help keep the dying alive for hours if the spell could be maintained. The issue was that if his internal organs were damaged, the spell could only do so much, and while it would seal the cracks in broken bones, it would not collect the shards that might have escaped into the chest cavity. Those shards could possibly damage the heart, lungs, or other organs, so surgery was their best option. Naza continued to hold the spell until Hanataru and an orderly returned with the stretcher. Loading the injured adventurer onto it, Naza watched as Elise ran back over and cast her own spell. Releasing the magic, the Cianthrope captain let out a sigh of relief. Her magic reserves were decent, but keeping the spell up much longer would have been difficult without a potion or two. Well, that was pathetic. A haughty, booming voice said from behind her. Turning, Naza caught a glimpse of the one face she hated above all others. Pure white robes embroidered with golden thread. With white hair, beard, and a mustache, the man's face was twisted into a look of contemptuous disgust. At his belt was a jingling and overstuffed coin purse. Is that really the best you can do? Diensect. Naza growled. What are you doing here? Well, little girl, the god scoffed. I've heard such wonderful things about this. He looked around. You call this a hospital? She could feel the derisive scoff in his voice. Well, at any rate, it's clear what I heard was complete nonsense. This dump is pathetic, and given the way you treated that man, I can't say much for your doctors either. Get out, Naza demanded, stepping up to the man. She hated that he was taller than her. Excuse me. He looked taken aback. I'm a god, little girl. What right do you have to order me to do anything? I am the captain of the Mayak Familia and the chief executive officer of this hospital. Naza, bit out. You are disturbing my patients and their families. Now get out. Diensect scoffed. Fine, I'm going, little girl. He turned, nonchalantly, and waved. Just before he exited the doors, he turned back around. Oh, by the way, he shouted to the crowd. I just wanted to announce that the Diensect Hospital is opening a new feature. After a long wait, our new healing hot springs will be opening in just a few days. I encourage you all to come on by. I can guarantee the healing powers of the water are better than anything the pathetic doctors at this hospital can conjure up. Out! Naza shouted, pointing furiously with her new arm. She could see the surprise and flash of rage cross the god's face as he realized her arm was not the one he'd built, but the pompous buffoon complied, sauntering out the door. Naza whirled around and stomped up the stairs towards her office. Perhaps she'd grab her bow and get some practice in. She needed to blow off some steam. Torhen's gaze stared intently down at his needlework as he stitched the leatherwork together. He was working on Ryu's new armor. The girl knew she couldn't wear her old gear any longer, or even use her old weapon, so he'd taken her measurements and was mocking up a few pieces for her to try once she joined up. He was thinking of keeping her green aesthetic, but adding in some reddish-brown monster leather and foregoing the hood. Perhaps one attached to the vest, but nothing so prominent as her old one. Of course, this was all just an excuse for him to be in his workshop right now. It was the end of the day. Welf was over at Babel, helping to close down his shop for the evening. The rest of the Familia were done with their own business and taking time either to themselves or together inside the manor. Aisha was likely either taking the opportunity to tease Heroheim, or was out on the town trolling for some fun. It was kind of up in the air with that one. As for why he needed an excuse to be in his workshop, well, it was about to walk through the door. A long white cloak covered the figure as she stepped in, dropping her hood and revealing pure white hair, not unlike Belle's but cascading down the back of his female guest. Pale arms emerged, parting the material to reveal the bale of their black and red ensemble. He could see why most men, and some women, would be captivated by the sight. Even just standing in her presence, his highly attuned senses could detect an odd magical aura that seemed to be trying to tell him she was trustworthy. Still, he was not one unused to godly beauty. After all, was he not once a servant of Nocturnal? She didn't dress very differently to the now revealed Freya. There was no denying her physical attractiveness, but he knew that she was just as dangerous as any Daedra. Goddess Freya. Torhen rumbled, setting his work down. I half expected you to back out and miss the chance to meet you. She asked, her voice like a melody. I would never. I've heard so much about you. Besides, I doubt there isn't a god in this city uninterested in meeting a child of Akatosh. The goddess strode forward confidently and settled herself on a chair. HM. Torhen nodded. Very well. You are the one who requested this meeting, so he leaned against the workbench. What do you want? Oh, my dear demigod. Freya purred. I want so many things. Officially, my reason for being here is to ask permission for my children to come to you for your smithing and enchanting services. You are, after all, the best enchanter in the city. Torhen nodded. So long as you, Loki, and goddess Hestia agree to a lasting peace, I will accept your members as clients. For as long as the treaty holds, they'll have to come to me. Personally, of course, but that's easy enough. Now, he stared at her. What's the real reason you're here? Whatever do you mean, dear Torhen? Freya asked, feigning ignorance. Don't insult my intelligence. Torhen scoffed. It's obvious you are here for more. You even said asking me for my services was your official reason. He did air quotes at official. So, I will ask again. What do you want? Freya stood, placing her hands behind her back and pushing out her chest. Well, I thought. That was obvious. She stepped closer to him. I want you, Torhen. I want you to leave Hestia and join me. I want you to join me in every way a man could possibly join with a woman, to serve me and help bring my Familia to even greater heights. It was near instantaneous. He could hear her voice in the back of his mind, urging him to accept, telling him he could trust her, that she knew what he wanted and could give it to him, that he should drop everything he'd built because serving her was all he'd ever wanted. The strength of her charm was surprisingly intense. Even his natural resistance to such things was hard-pressed to fight it. You do this a lot, don't you? He asked, his voice strained. Tell me, how many of your members joined you without your charm? Whatever are you talking about? She asked, putting a hand on his chest. Torhen growled. Mul Qahdiv. The shout ripped through him, amplifying his normally suppressed draconic nature to its maximum height. His divine, draconic blood surged under his skin as the webs of the charm were torn to shreds. Dova were naturally resistant to mind control, because of their inborn drive to dominate. It was at the core of their beings, making the very idea of being subservient to another utterly abhorrent unless that other had proven their strength. Freya had not. The goddess stepped back, eyes going wide with shock as the golden, ethereal dragon scales formed around him. Torhen's now glowing eyes, framed by ethereal horns, homed in on hers. A deep growl, like that of the Dova, rumbled in his chest. Tell me, Freya, he said, do you even care that you strip others of their free will? He stood tall, towering over her. Do you ever wonder what it feels like for them? There was fear in her eyes as she scrambled backwards. Perhaps I should show you. Torhen cocked his head to the side. What? Freya stuttered, walking backwards and nearly tripping on her chair. How? Golhara. Aon. So, that ending, huh? Let me know your thoughts. I do have a few notes on other things in the chapter. One thought I should clarify as well. Let me know what you think. I was imagining Diensek's voice to be a mix of Lucius Malfoy and Asterion. 4. Those who know those characters, how does that sound to you? Naz's new arm is the Valkyrie's prosthesis from Elden Ring. Ryu's new armor will be based on that of Toriel from the Hobbit movies. Her design is fantastic. Translations: Golha-Ra, Earthmind God. A variation on Bend will meant for gods, rather than dragons. Answers to questions. On FFN. Walkman Apprentice Wordsmith. Well, I hope you liked his response to the mind. Control. Monkey D. Conan, I hope you liked how it went. We'll see more next time. Ninjafang 1331, thank you. Hazik Safri, hope it went how you wanted. Kamemisha, I'll be getting more to relationships in a bit. We might see a little progress. Viru ZYX, hope you liked it. Klagan, he does appear in canon. His name is Fells, and he is a weird character. Super. Creepy. Frostwolf 3227, he didn't make a 4-word shout, but he did modify one of Mirak's shouts. Maybe that's how he got the Daedra off his back. Maybe not. Jensen Daniels 32, thank you. On AO3. Winged_Night, I'm glad you liked it. I'm sorry about the delay on the update, but I was moving. Usually I post once a month. I hope you like this chapter too. As for Hasatia, it's more that she's a lesbian. Not interested in men, but the male gods took her rejection of them to mean she wasn't interested in sex at all. Magnus Thread, your guess was more or less on point. Kudos. Nation, she may have pissed him off. As for training AIS, that is coming soon. For Fonte 123, he knows all of them and even invented a few. Harpalander, not really a DM move. That's just Fells. Hunter 81095, I hope the wait was worth it. You were so close to guessing right with. Bend will too. Nice. Frank T. Haddock, I've thought about it, but I admit to not having played Hades. I'm not familiar enough with it to be comfortable writing it. Chapter 46. AON, I'm back. Not a whole lot to say right now, except that I hope you like this chapter. I know I left you all on a bit of a cliffhanger last time. I really hope you enjoy the resolution of that particular incident. As always, my responses to your comments and questions are at the bottom of the chapter. I hope you enjoy. Hearthfire. Chapter 46. Freya. Standing within Torhen's forge, Freya smiled, pushing the full force of her godly charm against the Dragonborn demigod. She could see him fighting against it, which only inflamed her interest. Nobody could resist her, so seeing him fight against it was thrilling. You do this a lot, don't you? The dark-haired man grimaced, his voice showing just a hint of strain. Tell me, how many of your members joined you without your charm? Freya was honestly confused. Sure, her dear children were subject to her charms, but that was what serving her was all about. Honestly, she didn't even have to try most of the time. This was the first time in, well, quite a while that she deliberately used her charm on someone. Most gods and mortals just did what she wanted. She didn't even have to think about deliberately using her charms. Whatever are you talking about? She put a hand on his chest, knowing it would make her power even harder to resist. Mol Qahdiv Torhen let out a thunderous shout, shaking the very foundations of the building. A golden, ethereal light coalesced around him while Frey's godly senses were simultaneously bombarded. The divinity within Torhen's blood was usually so dormant, you could only find the barest hint of it even if you knew what you were looking for. Now, though, as the ethereal dragon scales formed around the demigod, the power of the divinity in his blood surged outward like a wave. His very presence was almost stifling. Freya gasped, eyes wide with shock. She hadn't known he was capable of channeling his divinity like this. As her senses were bombarded, she realized that his divinity was different from her own, somehow older, ancient and angry. Within him, she could feel the echo of Akatosh, one of the oldest and most powerful of the Ateda. Within that energy, she could sense hunger, ambition, wrath, and an all-encompassing need to dominate. A force of will that refused to bend at the whims of another. In that instant, the power of her charm snapped, causing her to stumble backwards a step. A low, ancient, animalistic growl echoed from Torhen's chest as the demigod stalked forward. Tell me, Freya. His voice was deeper and somehow sonorous. The very sound caused her body to vibrate. Do you even care that you strip others of their free will? It was hard for her to breathe. Do you ever wonder what it feels like for them? She wanted to reply. Obviously, she hadn't. What did she care about their feelings if they were so weak? Willed that merely standing in her presence put them under her spell? Perhaps I should show you. Freya scrambled backwards. What? She finally gasped out. It shouldn't be possible. She was a goddess. It was impossible, even for a demigod, to control her. How? She didn't get to finish the question. Golhara. An ethereal wave of gold accompanied the shout, barreling from Torhen's mouth and colliding with Freya's form. For a brief moment, she felt like she was floating in a sea of ethereal light. All her cares, wishes, and desires suddenly seemed so distant and unimportant. Then, understanding came. Why was she so surprised that Torhen was so powerful? Obviously, he was more than worthy of her allegiance. Why had she been trying to control him when he was clearly the one who should be giving the orders? Freya felt herself kneel on the ground. Master. She gasped out, almost in a state of euphoria. Wait. How does it feel, Freya? Her master's voice asked. The spellbound goddess gazed up into his eyes. Had he gotten more handsome? How does it feel to have your free will stripped away from you? The golden energy surrounding her master whirled and surged with power. Let me go. It is wonderful, master. Freya heard herself say. But that wasn't. What was that voice? You are under my control now. The master said. I can make you do anything. He circled her kneeling form. I wonder what I should have you do first. Humiliate yourself. Kill yourself. Give me all your money. Perhaps we can start by making my life easier. I will gladly do anything that will contribute to your ease of living, master. Freya replied, bent in supplication. Something shivered in the back of her mind. Was that fear? No. Couldn't. Fear. Why would she fear her master? Yes. Let's begin with disbanding your familia. I think that's a good place to start. Don't you? Perhaps we can exile a few of the more irritating ones. No. But, master, what about my plans? Freya asked, confused. Oh, are you disobeying me? Are your plans more important than my commands? Yes. Of course not. Freya replied, terrified of failing her master. Your wish is my command. I will disband them if you wish me to, but wouldn't they be of more use to you if the familia were unchanged? Perhaps. But then again, I think not. They have been a thorn in my side for quite some time. They might be more trouble than they are worth. No. Let me go. I. Freya's hand flew to her head. Her skull was pounding. Torhen was her master. No. She was the master. But she was supposed to serve him. You can feel it, can't you? Torhen asked, sinisterly. You're trying to fight it. I've asked you to do something you don't want to. You know it's not what you want, but you just don't have the strength to fight it. You are completely under my control now. The goddess fought briefly, but it just wasn't enough. Her resistance faltered and collapsed. Yes, master. I am yours to command. Freya bent her head in deference once. Again. Inside, she wanted to weep. She'd gone too far. Gambled, lost, and now she stood to lose everything. Torhen would take it all from her as payment for her trespasses, and there was nothing she could do about it. Then, to her surprise, the golden light vanished. Along with it, suddenly the control over her mind cracked and shattered. The silver-haired goddess stumbled to her feet, backing as far away from the demigod as possible. Looking up, she could see him standing there, arms crossed and a defiant look on his face. Unlike you, Freya, he began, I do not enjoy stripping others of their free will. It may be in my nature to dominate, but I do prefer those who serve me to have a choice in the matter. That is why, despite having the power to do so, I will not keep you in thrall. Freya didn't understand. Why do this, if you were not intending to control me? She shouted, furious. To teach you a lesson. Torhen replied. Do not forget how that felt. The fear and helplessness that come with having your free will stripped away from you. That is what the members of your familia feel every day. You take free will away from every person you have charmed. You make them feel the same way you did just a moment ago. Was that really what her familia felt like? She didn't know what to think. Go. Torhen dismissed her, gesturing to the door. I have agreed to take your members as clients if you sign a peace agreement, but remember this. His eyes narrowed at her. Just because I don't like to control others doesn't mean I'm not willing to if you push me. Keep the peace and keep your schemes away from the Hestia Familia, or I will take your will from you again, and this time I won't let you go. Torhen. Once the silver-haired pain in his ass shakily left the property, Torhen sighed, rolled his shoulders, and cracked his neck. Using dragon aspect, plus the godly variant of bend will, always made him feel stiff. I know you told me you could handle it, but I wasn't expecting that. Hestia's voice said. Out of the shadow of a nearby doorway, the short goddess stepped into the light. She'd been hiding out there during his entire interaction with Freya, just in case he wasn't able to fight. Huh. That's not a shout you've told me about. No. Torhen shook his head. It's technically one of my own invention, but I don't exactly like using it. You invented a shout to control gods. Hestia looked torn between being impressed and worried. Well, not really. Torhen explained. The bend will shout was originally designed to control dragons. I learned it when I was tracking down Mirak. Hestia nodded, familiar with the story. He'd told her pretty much his entire life story by this point, so she was familiar with his exploits. The original version of Bend will is different though. It's specifically designed to deal with dragons, not gods. I wouldn't exactly call it simple, but the basics of the change was that I simply switched out the word for dragon, dove, with the word for gods, Ra. But why would you do that? Hermias Mora. Torhen replied. Well, him and a few other Daedra who thought they had a claim on my soul. The only one with a legitimate claim was Nocturnal, but we were able to make a deal. She let me go, but only after I found someone to replace me and did a few jobs for her. Her knowing that I had the shout in my back pocket certainly helped my side of the negotiations. Well, Hestia sighed. I can certainly see why you'd want insurance against the Daedra. Most of them are rather crazy if I remember rightly. Meridia is all right though. We're friends. She's just about the only one I never had any problems with. Well, Torhen looked up in thought, crossing his arms. The whole thing with her beacon and her scaring the crap out of me didn't help. She's the first Daedra I met, and she just wouldn't shut up after I found her beacon until I cleared out this abandoned temple of hers. Got a good sword out of it, Yeah, Hestia looked a bit sheepish. Meridia can be a bit pushy, but she's all right. A bit of a stick in the mud sometimes. True. Torhen nodded. In fact, the only Daedra he never really had any problems with whatsoever were her and Azura. Sanguine and Shiagarath were both dangerous, but not in the same way as most of the others. At least those two were good for a laugh and an entertaining evening. So, what do we do now? Hestia asked, hopping up onto a workbench. Nothing. Torhen replied, shaking off his memories. Freya is kowtowed for the moment. If I'm right, she's got a lot of reflecting to do. Get her and Loki to the negotiating table and work out an agreement while we have the upper hand. Freya should stick to it, so long as the threat of losing her free will is hanging over her head. True. Hestia nodded. Maybe this'll get her to reflect a bit. Make her a more understanding goddess. I wouldn't count on that, Hestia. Torhen told her. There was always a chance, but he wasn't convinced that Freya would suddenly have a change of heart just because he'd taught her a lesson. Don't worry. I'll be cautious when dealing with Freya. The short goddess gave him a smile before hopping down and walking out of his workshop. AIS. NMMM. Loki groaned and stretched as their carriage trundled up to the gates of the city. They'd decided to stay an extra day in Melon to just recover and take in the sights. Actually, have a day of vacation instead of dealing with all the nastiness that had come from tangling with the Viola, the Branch Head, and the Cali Familia, but now they were approaching the gates to Orario. AIS stretched too, though she refrained from groaning like Loki. The blonde was glad to be home and eagerly awaiting a chance to sleep in her own bed. Looking around, she let her eyes roam over the gaggle of people waiting outside the gates. The line for entry was never short when the sun was up, so there were a fair number of people standing there. She could see adventurers, merchants, and other various travelers of half a dozen different races all gathered together. Papers, please. A guard said as Reveria directed their carriage forward. Yo, Loki saluted, sticking her head up behind Reveria's shoulder. She, along with AIS and the twins were lounging in the back of the cat while Reveria drove. Lefia had taken up a seat on the bench next to her mentor. "Oh, Goddess Loki." The guard nodded in greeting. "Welcome back to the city. Here you go." Reveria cut in, handing the member of the Ganesha Familia their documents. Residents always needed to bring documents with them that proved their citizenship when leaving the city so that they weren't charged an entry fee whenever they returned. "Hey, look!" Tiona shouted, springing down from the cat and running up to one of the nearby billboards. Reaching up, she ripped a piece of paper down. Ignoring the protests of the guards, she bounced back up into the carriage and shoved the paper into Ari's hands. Huh. Blonde eyebrows widened as she took in the symbol of the Hestia Familia boldly emblazoned on the sheet. The Hestia Familia is hosting a recruitment day. AIS read out the flyer to her companions. Slots open for 20 new members. Loki let out an impressed whistle. 20. That's a huge bump to their numbers. Good for them. They're gonna have quite the turnout. The guild must be nervous. Reveria said from up front as they began moving through the gates. Off to one side, AIS could see the Ganesha guards waving them through. When one of the top familia holds a recruitment drive, it can cause a bit of an uproar. Yeah, Loki nodded, and with Hestia's popularity right now, they're gonna have a lot of hopefuls. I'm guessing they'll get at least 100. Why not more? Tiona asked. There aren't that many unaffiliated adventurers in the city. AIS reminded her. Most people find a familiar within a few weeks, either through meeting members or applying at their home. Drives like this are rare, and most hopefuls in the city will be looking to join. Not to mention, Reveria added, most of those who are looking to join are new to the city. Level 1, 2, or maybe even completely new. Any from within the city that are looking to switch are more likely to approach a new familiar quietly so that they don't embarrass their current god by appearing too eager to leave their familiar. Loki nodded. Some gods I know get real prickly when their members wanna swap familiar. Better to handle it quietly rather than out in the open. AIS nodded in understanding. It was always good practice to avoid angering or embarrassing a god, especially if they were the god of your familiar and you embarrassed them by publicly searching for a different familiar to join. It was not a good look for the god, or for the adventurer, really. It usually implied that either the god didn't take care of their members or that the adventurer didn't care about the god they served. Either way, not a good look. We should stop by there soon. AIS spoke up. Let them know we're back. Wouldn't be the worst idea in the world. Loki agreed. I need to let Lil Bit know about what happened in Melon. Plus, we can talk to Torhen about getting a few more spellbooks. I'll speak to him about it while you talk to Goddess Hestia. Reveria chimed in from the front. Torhen. Torhen walked leisurely up to the desk where Aina sat, doing her usual paperwork. The brunette half-elf appeared not to notice him until he was right on top of her. Leaning forward, he tapped her desk and let out a little cough. Oh, Master Torhen. Aina looked up, startled. What are you doing here? It's good to see you, Aina. I'm sorry, but I don't have time to catch up. I need to have a little chat with your boss. He told her, ensuring nobody else could hear him. There is a rather sensitive matter I wish to discuss with the head of the guild. Is he available, or should I make an appointment? Oh, Aina hesitated. I'll go ask him. Please wait right here. The young woman stood, and rather swiftly made her way into a back room. Torhen knew, of course, that the head of the guild, one Royman Mardial, would absolutely be available to meet with him. Rumor had it that the elderly, not to mention portly, elf was exceptionally arrogant, but not stupid. He would never take a chance on offending a high-class adventurer, but by pretending to ask for an appointment, Torhen allowed the guild head to act as though he was being generous by agreeing to a last-minute meeting. He was also reported to be very greedy, having somehow acquired the nickname the guild's pig behind his back, a fact that would make Torhen's task infinitely easier considering the absurd amount of money he'd brought with him. Sure enough, he'd only been waiting for a few minutes when Aina came back looking a little flustered. She quickly ushered him through a door and led the way to the headman's office. It was lavishly decorated, but the most impressive part was that, despite the obvious greed on display, the office was far from impractical. It gave off the air of a space created for one with both inexhaustible wealth and an impressive dedication to their work. The centerpiece was a gorgeous wooden desk situated in front of a tall window. The chair behind it was almost throne-like, with golden trim and plush red cushions. Seated upon the throne-like chair behind the desk was an elderly and very portly elf, with short white hair and green eyes. The man was dressed in an expensive-looking black and white suit with a red vest and a green bow tie. He was also rather short for an elf. "Ah, Master Torhen," Royman Mardil exclaimed, standing up and walking around the desk. "It is a great pleasure to meet you, at last." Torhen gave Aina a nod of thanks before stepping into the room. As the door closed behind them, he moved to accept the guild master's limp-wristed handshake. He was almost distracted by how weak the man's grip was. It was pathetic. If he'd been in Skyrim, half the province would know this man for a coward just by how pitiful his grip was. "The pleasure is mine, guild master." Torhen lied. He didn't want to be here, but needs must. "Thank you for meeting with me on such short notice." The fat elf perked up at the compliment to his supposed generosity. "Oh, it was no trouble at all." He waved his hand nonchalantly. "I am happy to accommodate the high-class adventurers, especially yourself." The man seemed almost giddy as he sat himself back in his throne-like chair. Torhen sat down in one of the decidedly cheaper seats that were positioned in front of the desk. "Why, I feel honored to meet the demigod that's taken the city by storm." "I thank you, Guildmaster." Torhen gave him a nod of respect. I'm sad to say that. I'm not here just to introduce myself. In truth, I believe I am in need of your assistance." "Oh, but of course." Royman nodded, scooting closer to his desk. "I am happy to be of assistance. Anything you need, I am happy to accommodate you." "Oh, really?" Torhen raised an eyebrow. "In that case, I shall be blunt. I need the Gale Wind's blacklisting to be removed or, barring that, I need the guild's help in faking their death." "Of course, we can." "Wait, what?" The guild head shouted in shock and alarm. His eyes were wide and his triple chin flapping as his jaw moved. "You, Master Torhen, you do know that the Gale Wind is a murderous criminal, yes?" "I do." He nodded. "But I am also aware, as you no doubt are, that there are extenuating circumstances surrounding their crimes. That is why you've neglected to track them down, is it not?" "Well, yes," Royman reluctantly admitted. "We are aware that her victims had ties to the Everless organization, but we could never prove it. But that still doesn't excuse the fact that she murdered adventurers and terrorized our streets." "Perhaps not," Torhen agreed. "Technically, since the guild had no evidence implicating Ryu's victims, they were still counted as innocent. The kind of innocence where everybody knows you're evil, but they just can't prove it. That's why I'm speaking with you. I'd like us to come to an agreement on how to handle the situation that's beneficial for both of us. I am willing to make a generous donation to the guild to cover the costs of this no doubt exhausting endeavor." Torhen could see the gleam of greed in the man's eyes, but, rather impressively, his sense of duty seemed to win out. "It's not a question of money," Royman admitted. "We can't just remove the blacklisting. If we did that, then the people would begin to lose faith in the integrity of the guild. No, if the person behind the moniker is to go free, the Gale Wind must die." "Of course." The Dragonborn nodded. He'd already had a feeling they'd be faking Ryu's death. It's been some time since they were active, so perhaps it can be solved simply. A quiet announcement that the Gale Wind has been caught. No. The guild head waved his hand in the negative. "Truthfully, there have been sightings of the Gale Wind recently. A few adventurers reported seeing someone wearing her gear fighting during the debacle on the 18th floor." He gave Torhen a bit of a suspicious glance. "I can only surmise that this is when you met her. Those who follow her case more actively have taken it as proof that she's still in the city. What's more, she was a fairly powerful adventurer. Level 4 if I recall correctly. Nobody would believe that a powerful, not to mention notorious criminal could be apprehended without some kind of commotion." "I see." Torhen hummed, his thoughts churning. "Tell me, have you identified all the bodies recovered during the battle?" "The one on the 18th floor?" Royman asked, surprised. "Well, Yes, of course. The list hasn't been released to the public yet, but the remains have been claimed and buried. Could we announce that the Gale Wind was killed in the fighting? The guild head rubbed his chin in consideration. It's possible, but no. He shook his head. I'm afraid not. It's been far too long since the battle on the 18th floor. If the Gale Wind had been killed, we would have announced it long ago. It would stink of a cover-up. Damn. Torhen cursed, disappointed. That would have been a perfect solution, but the elf was right. So, then our only option is to fake a confrontation. Ah. The portly elf looked nervous. Yes, his ears drooped. That would be best, Anne. He hesitated. If you are intending for the person behind the moniker to join the Hestia Familia, it would be best if neither you nor your other members were seen anywhere near the confrontation. She will need a completely new identity. That's not a bad point. Torhen agreed. At the very least, the elf was good at thinking on his feet. The Dragonborn's mind churned with possibilities. He could probably ask for Finn's help in dealing with the cover-up, but then, again, he had leverage on Freya. They could probably get one of her higher-level adventurers to participate. As for Ryu's new identity, he had a few ideas. Thank you for your time, Guild Master. Torhen said, standing. I only have one more question and then I'll be on my way. Of course. The elf nodded, sweating slightly. Would it be possible for her to join us now, under her new identity, and fake the death of the Gale Wind later? Let her new name and identity be fully established in the city so that she doesn't just show up a few days after the Gale Wind dies. The man grimaced but eventually nodded his head. Yes, I suppose that would be best. Probably better to have young Chul handle the paperwork. She handled your case well. Enough. There was some kind of distaste in the elf's voice when speaking about Aina. Torhen could only surmise that it was the guild head's well-known distaste for half-elves. The inborn arrogance of elven kind rearing its ugly head again. Ignoring the racism for the moment, Torhen shook the man's hand. At least he was willing to set aside the elvish distaste for touching other races when dealing with powerful adventurers. Of course, I'll let her know about all this and that we have your approval, Torhen said. Moving to the door, he thanked the head of the guild one more time before opening the door and leaving to find Aina, but not before he was stopped by the guild master's voice. Master Torhen, you do know that you will owe the guild for this. The guild master's voice was cautious. Once all is said and done, there will be a debt to be paid. Money is of no importance to me. Torhen replied, smirking. If it is something other than that you desire then, well, I suppose we can discuss it when the time comes. With that, he shut the door and left to find Aina. Lily, the Paulum vice-captain, sighed and leaned back in her seat. Next to her, Chigusa, Haroheim, and Cassandra were all either fidgeting in their seats or trying to tidy up the desk they'd set up in front of the gates. Today was the day. Recruitment time. It was supposed to start soon, so they'd been up since dawn getting ready. Now, they only had to wait for their first hopefuls. How many do you think will show up? Haroheim asked, with no hint of hesitation in her voice. The Renard girl had certainly grown both in confidence and in skill since she'd joined them. If Lily was right, she was pretty close to hitting level 2. Her progress wasn't as impressive as their borderline level 4 captain, but it was still impressive. Hell, they were all improving insanely fast. Lily herself had progressed faster than she ever could have imagined. She was already halfway through level 2, according to her most recent status update. The Paulum ranger I supported didn't know how far she could go, but Torhen and Belle had lit a fire in her she didn't know existed. She felt an intense desire to improve. Now, to show that Finn's power wasn't a fluke and that other Paulum could become high-class adventurers. A few dozen. Chigusa replied to Haroheim. Perhaps 50 or 60. I would honestly expect more than that. Cassandra chimed in. These events are rare. We might hit somewhere in the 80s or perhaps 100. I'd guess somewhere in the 80s too. Lily agreed. That seemed like a good number to her. It would be a nightmare to get through them all, but that was her guess on how many hopefuls they'd have come through. The group of 4 adventurers were pulled from their musings by a voice shouting from down the street. Salutations. A cheerful, red-headed half-dwarf girl called, sprinting up to them. Penny, slow down. Running along behind the redhead were two other girls. A Dak, red or black-haired Cianthrope and blonde human. The three looked to be roughly the same age. Is this the home of the Hestia Familia? The redhead asked. That's right. Lily replied, putting a smile on her face. Are you looking to join? Hee hee. The girl giggled and saluted. Yes, my name is Penny Polandina, and I'm combat ready. Oh, and I have a letter here from Lord Myak. Lily raised an eyebrow in surprise, taking the envelope from the girl. If this was how their day was starting, she was a little terrified of how it would go from there. Aon, there we go. Freya dealt with Ryu's situation on its way, and recruitment begins. I'm excited. Please leave a comment with your thoughts and ideas on what will happen next. For those who think I should have kept Freya under control, I did consider it, but it just felt too out of character for Torhen to do that. He doesn't like controlling people. That's why he fights his draconic nature, and that's why he never did anything like become emperor or become a god. It's just too far out of character for him. Answers to questions. On FFN. Shotgun Master, I'll consider it. There are a few interesting shouts in there that I might use later. Not sure yet. Bauxite Glue, I am considering a few of the Orario Rhapsodia characters, but not a lot of them. They are all girls, and I want to have some semblance of gender balance in the Familia. Fatchlock07, I hope you enjoyed what followed. Virus ZYX, thank you. Guest, no, not really. I'm still thinking about it. Haven't settled on a Lily ship. Frost 2 Wolf 3227, I will be changing up Ryu's armor and weapons. As for Freya, I hope you liked what I did. Lion Lord Iskana, no, not really. This was more to teach her a lesson. Fake Rob, I tried to avoid making it sound too far in the kinky direction. Not my style of writing. Hero Ranger, Hugh may show up in a Hephaestus cameo. Not sure. Christam, your reviews are always huge. Love it. And the speculation. I decided to go with more of him teaching a lesson than an interrogation. After all, he's pretty much confirmed already that she was behind the whole Ishtar situation and a few other things. As for him and Reveria, we'll get there. M1 Stmix, what makes you think basic Dragonrend won't work on a god? I haven't ruled that out completely yet. I'm just saving it for another moment. Oni Tenchi 500, I thought about it, but I didn't think he'd want to control her for too long. It leans a bit too much into the whole domination thing that he's always trying to fight. Ninjafang 1331, just a taste though. We'll have to see where she goes from there. Petrox, it was a bit reminiscent of that. As for Myak setting up an infirmary near the dungeon, that's a great idea. Unfortunately, Dien Sect would pitch a massive fit if they did do that. Better to deal with him first. Santiagosquina 762, perhaps not berated, but I think she got the message. Klagan, I hope I cleared up the confusion in the chapter, but I deliberately altered the original bend will for a new godly version. Since Ra is the word for God. The disquieting one, I love your take on it. Especially since that's what I'm going for. I want a more light-hearted tone. I hate overly angsty stories. They are depressing. Monkey D. Conan, no repercussions yet, but we will see about her reaction. Suffice to say, she's been humbled a bit after all this. Cortax Papals, nope. Not dead. I was just moving. Walkman Apprentice Wordsmith, thank you very much. Celeste, I feel like that idea would force me to up the rating on the story. Would be funny. Though, on AO3. Magnus Thread, pretty much. We'll get back to Amid soonish. Also, thanks for letting me know. Cledif, she did indeed. Slugger Ermin 1, she's certainly been humbled a bit. Sora Green 118, romance is not the focus, so I don't focus on it much, but there will be a little progress soon. Frank T. Haddock, a little justice, sure, but we will see if more follows. Keelthy Swift, yeah, she is exactly this direct in canon. That's why I went in that direction. Freya tends to let her desires win out over her logic. Coffeebeans 14, she hasn't felt mortality yet. We shall see if she does. Ryder09, just a taste of karma. Phoenix_warehouse_productions, I haven't decided on if they'll show up yet. Although, Winry joining Myak does sound interesting. Danaheim, I hope you like the resolution. Alex3773, looks like I covered a bit of your question in the chapter. Big Time 12, Bend will variation. Hazik Safari, pretty much. We'll get back to Naza soon. Harpalander, Freya can control gods, so she definitely thought she could control him. Roe King of Shadows, yeah, it seemed like the best option. Shadow of Zerlin, glad you like it. Thank you. Carvros, when it comes to pairings, I think I'm gonna stick with Torhen x Reveria. I like that one best. As for Hestia, I keep coming back to her and Loki being an interesting dynamic. Chapter 47. Aon, I'm back. I'm so sorry about the delay. Truth is, I work in the medical industry, and I recently started working 12-hour shifts. The downside to that is that it's also the holiday season. So, things are insane and what time I've had off has been for unwinding and recovering. That said, I do hope you enjoy this chapter. It's recruitment time. Please read, I cannot stress this enough. All non-Damachi or Skyrim characters that appear are references only. I am changing their races, their backgrounds, and even the occasional aspect of their personalities to make them fit in this world. I am only using them to flush out the background characters and make the world feel a bit more alive. The Hestia Familia needs to grow and I'd rather do this than make up a bunch of OCS. I hope you enjoy this chapter. Please leave a comment with your thoughts and your guesses on who the characters are. I'm curious to see if you all get who everybody is. I'm not exactly subtle with the references, but I wonder if you'll recognize them all. Hearthfire. Chapter 47. Hestia. Goddess. The first of the applicants is ready to see you. Belle's voice came through. Bring them in. She called out from her desk. The door to her office opened and in stepped her darling captain, followed by an excitable Cianthrope girl whose black hair had oddly red tips. The young teen was nearly vibrating with excitement. Have a seat here. Belle gestured to the chairs in front of the desk before moving to sit behind it in the chair next to Hestia herself. Okay. She grinned and flopped down, looking slightly nervous. So, where do I start? How about with your name, child? Hestia asked, taking a document from Belle and glancing over it. Oh, right. I'm Ruby. Ruby Rose. The silver-eyed girl grinned. What made you decide to become an adventurer, Ruby? Hestia asked, seeing in her file that the girl had never received a Falna before. Oh, well, my parents were both adventurers, and so were their parents, so I figured why not join the family business. And then when my sister decided to come here, I just had to join. Huh. I mean, countryside adventurers are great and all, but dungeon adventurers are just so much more romantic and exciting and cool, you know. Hestia raised an eyebrow. Somehow, the girl had managed to say all that without stopping or taking a breath, with her voice getting somehow higher as each word passed her lips. If nothing else, she was certainly enthusiastic. What made you decide on the Hestia Familia? Belle asked from his seat next to her. The goddess was rather impressed that he was able to hold in his own adventurer fanboy behavior when faced with someone so excitable. The responsibilities of being captain had injected a seriousness into the boy that hadn't been there when he'd first joined her. Oh, well, that was because of my friend Penny, Ruby replied. She and her dad live here in the city, but they are both originally from my hometown, so they'd come visit sometimes. She's like my uber bestie, so when I found out she got a letter of recommendation to join UI, figured why not take the chance to be in the same familiar as her. Ah. Hestia nodded in understanding. She'd already heard from Mayak that he'd be sending someone to her with a letter of recommendation. That must be her friend. Well, if you don't mind, we'd like to ask a few more questions so we can get a better idea of what you're looking for in a familiar. Lily. Name? Lily asked, glancing up at the nervous teenage Hume bunny standing in front of her. He was fidgety, scrawny, and extremely blonde. His ears, on the small side for a rabbit person, were drooping down in an obvious show of nervousness and maybe a bit of fear. As for his clothes, he was wearing pretty simple blue pants, a baggy gray shirt, and had only a simple sword and rusty shield with him. If she had to guess, he was probably new to the city. He stammered before puffing himself up in false confidence. The name's Jornak. I'd like to join the Hestia Familia. He puffed out his chest. Behind her, Lily heard Haraheim giggle at the false bravado. The poor boy deflated, his ears drooping even further. Sorry. Lily just sighed. Have you ever been a member of a familia before? No. The blonde replied. I only moved to the city a week ago. Haven't been able to find a familiar to join, and all I have is my great-grandfather's old gear. He gestured to the sword and shield. That's no problem. The Paolum vice-captain replied, her voice curt but not unkind. If you'll follow Heraheim here, she gestured to the Renard. She'll take you further inside so we can test your skills. Oh, he perked up. Really? Okay. He grinned sheepishly at her before walking away, following Heraheim closely. Turning away, Lily looked back over the desk at the crowd gathered in front of her. 3 or 4 dozen adventurers and hopefuls were milling about in half-coherent lines waiting to be called up. Ever since the first 3 girls arrived, they'd been faced with a deluge of people. The Hume bunny she'd just sent off was probably the 10th person she'd personally dealt with, more than a few of whom she was certain would not be accepted. They just had the wrong attitude. Next, Lily called out to the lines. The lines were large, but thankfully they weren't all charging in at once. Groups who arrived together would approach together, but that was all. Thankfully, the hopefuls were more or less lined up in order of arrival and were waiting to be called forward. Lily and Chigusa would take the information of the hopefuls and then send them on their way guided by either Heraheim or Cassandra. So far, there hadn't been anyone too unruly though, in any situation. Like this, adventurers with big personalities had a tendency to rear their heads. Whoa-ho-ho-ho, babe alert. A booming voice laughed. Looking to her right, she could see a tall Boaz man wearing decent armor walking towards Chigusa's station. I'm sad to say I'm already taken, but that don't mean you two ain't gorgeous. You ladies got boyfriends. Oh. The brunette Boaz screamed in pain as a beautiful white-haired elf woman wearing a rapier slapped him across the back of the head. Behind her trailed a second, slightly younger white-haired elf. Silence, you boob. The older elf woman shouted, smacking the Boaz man again. Oh. The man protested before falling silent under the woman's withering gaze. After staring him down, the elven woman turned back to them with a contrite expression. I apologize for my husband's outburst. He's a good man, but he has the rather unfortunate habit of saying every single thing that pops into his head without regard for whether or not it's appropriate. Come on, babe, why'd you have to hit me? The Boaz complained half-heartedly. Because you're embarrassing us, she shouted in reply. It was only because of her heightened sense of hearing thanks to years of thievery that Lily caught and because you like it, that was whispered next. Gross. The younger elf shivered, evidently having heard the elder's whispered comment. Pushing her way to the front, she introduced herself with more grace and decorum than Lily would expect from anybody who wasn't royalty. I apologize most sincerely for their behavior. My name is Weiss Schnee. These two are my sister Winter and her idiot husband, Naotsugu. We're new to the city and would like to join the Hestia Familia. HMHM. The elder elf coughed into her hand, regaining her composure. Yes, I apologize for that. My name is Winter Hasegawa and, as my sister pointed out, this is my husband, Naotustu. Sup? The Boaz grinned, raising a hand at them with a cocky grin. Have you ever been a member of a familia before? Lily asked, choosing to ignore the antics. She just wanted to get this done. Yes. Winter nodded. My husband and I were both members of the Kuta Familia and are Level 2. We've moved here to challenge the dungeon, and both our statuses are open so there won't be any trouble converting. My sister has never been a member, but she does have some combat training. That's no problem. Chigusa spoke up, taking down their information. If you'll follow Cassandra here, she'll take you further in so we can test your skills. Thanks, babes. The Boaz man spoke up again, only to devolve into pleas for release as his wife began dragging him by the ear while the trio walked away from the desk, following Cassandra's lead. This is going to be a very long day. Chigusa whispered once they were gone. Lily nodded in commiseration before gesturing for the next person or group in line to step forward. She perked up at the sight of the next applicant. He was a Paolum. Greetings. The long silver-haired Paolum man said, bowing and giving her a salute. Despite the color of his hair, he was quite young. Perhaps the same age as Lily or maybe a year younger and rather handsome. The large, for a Paolum, sword on his back gave him a rather fierce appearance. My name is Pippin Terrapin. It is a true honor to meet you, and I would be most grateful for the chance to join your familia. Belle, tell me, what's your greatest strength? Goddess Hestia asked the dwarf in front of them. He was short and stocky like most dwarfs with a neat and nicely trimmed beard of brown hair. My strength. Literally. The dwarf, Erend, said hesitantly. My sister, Ursa, always used to tell me that my head was so hard, our old man could use it in his forge instead of his hammers. I ain't exactly the smartest person, but I'm loyal to my friends, and if you ever need something smashed, I'm your guy. The dwarven man was rather blunt, all things considered, but he was also earnest and kind. All in all, Belle rather liked him so far. What about your greatest weakness? Belle asked, since it was his turn to ask a question. Oh, my temper. Erend replied without a moment of thought. Yeah, my temper kinda has a tendency to run away with me sometimes, and I need a good kick to the back of the head to calm me down. I do my best to roll with the punches, but if you really get me going it takes a lot to get me to slow down and think clearly. Welf. All right. Who's next? Welf cried out, hefting his greatsword and moving to stand next to his compatriots. He, Uka, and Mikoto had been lightly sparring with the hopefuls for around an hour now and were having fun. They'd seen so many different fighting styles. The blonde human girl who fought with a type of brass knuckles he'd faced off against right at the start had been his favorite challenge so far. Her fighting style gave him so many ideas for new weapon types. He'd never even considered making weapons for close quarters fighters that weren't daggers. Now he was thinking of different variations on brass knuckles or maybe bladed boots for those who preferred kicking. Right. Daphne spoke up, bringing 3 people forward. She was in charge of assigning sparring partners for anyone with melee skills. Any mags who showed up were being overseen by Master Torhen himself, since he was the only real magic user they had, but when he wasn't doing that, he, Aisha and Daphne were observing to assess the melee skills of everyone else. Ms. Belladonna, Daphne said, gesturing to a black-haired cat person. You'll be with Mikoto. The silent woman nodded, drawing her blades. One was a thin wakizashi while the other was more cleaver-shaped. Mikoto grinned at the girl, drawing her tachi and leading her opponent away. Before she left, she glanced back at the tall brown-haired Wertiger standing next to Daphne. The man gave her a nod and a smile before turning his focus back to the rest of them. Leo. Daphne spoke up, pointing at the second of the people she'd brought up. You'll be sparring with Uka. This one was a werewolf with short, cropped brown hair and 2 broadswords strapped to his back. The only notable features beyond that were the scar that ran from his forehead across his nose and down to his left cheek and the wolf head medallion he wore around his neck. That meant the Wertiger was for wealth. He grinned at the man, noticing the large one-handed warhammer at his side. His manner formed a full beard of dark brown hair, and he wore simple armor. The man bowed his head to Welf, a gesture which the redhead returned. Roran Garrison. The man said, his deep voice introducing himself before Daphne had a chance to. Welf. The redhead grinned before giving Daphne a nod and leading his opponent to the sparring circle. What level are you? He asked. I am level 2. The man replied. I was once a member of the Dagda Familia in Karuna, but I wished to see if I could improve my skills here in the city. I'm level 2 as well, so this should be a good fight. Welf replied. And the cat person, he nodded over to where the girl was already sparring with Mikoto. You know her? I do. Roran nodded. She is my second cousin. Her own father and mine share a grandfather. I see. Welf nodded before hefting his blade and getting into a ready stance. Shall we? Let us begin. The Wertiger replied, drawing his hammer. The two clashed, hammer meeting greatsword. Welf had to admit, the Tiger Man was good. Very good, especially for someone who'd never been inside the dungeon before. If he had to guess, pondered as he ducked under a blow, he'd say that he was a bit farther along inside. Level 2 than his opponent. What's more, combat in the dungeon was fundamentally different than it was outside of it. A skilled level 1 adventurer with plenty of dungeon diving experience had a decent chance at beating a level 2 who'd never set foot inside the dungeon. Suffice it to say, Welf never really lost the upper hand in their fight, but keeping it that way was a bit of a challenge. Using a move he learned from Torhen, Welf used the momentum of a dodge to stick the blade of his sword between the feet of his opponent. Surprised by the move, the Wertiger tripped, sprawling backwards into the compact earth of the sparring yard. Roran let out a grunt of pain, but that was all. Nicely done. Welf complimented him genuinely and held out a hand. His defeated foe rather graciously accepted it and allowed Welf to pull him up to his feet. You're quite good. With that hammer of yours. Get a little dungeon experience and that fight would go quite differently. Well, I suppose that is why I'm here. Roran chuckled, rubbing his shoulder and holstering his weapon. Welf just nodded. Go and have a seat over there. He gestured to a bench where the cat person from before was sitting with a few of the other hopefuls he and the rest had already sparred with. They'll call you into the hall when they are ready for you. You have my thanks. Roran nodded and walked away towards the benches. Hestia, the goddess of the hearth, could already tell this one was certainly not going to be joining her Familia. So, she asked, despite her distrust, why do you want to join the Hestia Familia? Your Familia currently hosts the strongest adventurer in the world. The elven mage in front of her replied. Her name was Philippa Eilhart and she had a properly nasty attitude. But you also lack adventurers with any real magical capabilities. I am a rather impressive mage, as I'm sure Master Torhen could tell you, and as the leader of this Familia, I don't doubt he would recommend me highly. Leader? Hestia asked, confused. He may be an advisor, but Bell here is my captain. She gestured to the white-haired young man who, incidentally, the mage had been ignoring for some time. Oh. She looked genuinely surprised. I thought that was only because he was retired. Now that he's active again, surely you don't mean to keep someone like this boy in charge when you have someone as powerful as Master Torhen in your Familia. You should leave. Hestia cut her off, bluntly and angrily. Excuse me. Out. She shouted, letting some of her godly aura slip free. Torhen. All right. Torhen said, standing in front of the gathered hopefuls who already had the ability to use magic. Let's get started. Originally, he'd been intending to help assess the melee skills of their applicants, but they'd realized nearly too late that if anyone with magical abilities showed up, they'd need someone skilled in such arts available to test them. So, here he was in a mostly empty and undeveloped section of the grounds waiting for the 5 people who still needed to be assessed to show off their magical skills. Roderica. He gestured to the Cianthrope woman who'd accompanied Ryu back from Solingen. You're up first. You can begin whenever you're ready. The nervous blonde girl nodded, tugging on her red hood. Walking forward, she knelt on the ground almost as if she were praying and began to chant. O fallen warrior of Elden lore, thy mistress lies cold and fell, beneath the once great tree of a forgotten shore. Heed my call and rise once more, to answer the spirit's calling bell. With the sound of a ringing bell, an ethereal cloud of vapor exploded into life in front of Roderica. Out of it stepped a spectral warrior, not unlike Torhen's own ethereal summons. It wore armor from head to toe with a long cape trailing the ground. In its right hand was a sword and in its left a giant scythe. Torhen watched in fascination as the summoned entity moved to stand between its summoner and the rest of the group. This was the first time he'd seen any kind of summoning magic beyond his own conjuration spells. But this young girl, who'd already earned a spot in the Familia, now presented an opportunity. She already had a summoning spell, so what did it matter if he let her learn a few conjuration spells? Cool. A young voice shouted. One of their 2 youngest applicants, a 12-year-old dark elf girl named Aura, shouted, heterochronic eyes shining. I didn't know other people could summon monsters too. Torhen's eyebrows rose to his hairline. Why, you can summon too? Roderica hesitantly asked from behind her spectral knight. Hell yeah. The dark elf child shouted, grinning. Oh, I'll summon mine and then maybe they can fight. Aura, a hesitant voice asked. This was Aura's twin brother, Mare. Clearly, the sister was the more animated of the two. Maybe you should just wait your turn. It's all right, Torhen said, not unkindly before looking at Aura. There will be no fighting, but I do not mind if you wish to call your own summon forth, if that is indeed the nature of your spell. Hee. Yup. Aura grinned. Mine is a creature though, not a person. Check it. She ran forward, shouting a chant as she went. When she finished, she slapped her hand onto the ground. From that spot, a vortex expanded. Out of it rose a large bear-like creature with an extra set of forelegs. It too was ethereal, but not in the same way as Roderica's knight. Hers was all the same white-blue color, while you could just see the red hue in the fur of Aura's bear. See? Aura grinned, standing on top of her bear's back. Torhen nodded at her. It was a rather impressive summons in his opinion, especially for a level 1 adventurer. On par with a Frost Atronak, perhaps? He'd have to see it in battle before making a determination. Very well done. Torhen gave them both a look of acknowledgement. Now, dismiss them. We need to see what the others can do. He turned to the younger of the Dark Elf twins. It's your turn, Mare. Oh, okay. He nearly whispered, walking forward and nervously clutching his simple wooden staff. Bell. So, your name is Pippin, right? Bell asked the Powlum man seated in front of them. That's right. Pippin Terrapin. It's a true pleasure to make your acquaintance. It's nice to meet you too, Pippin. The goddess replied. So, what made you choose to apply for my familia? Well, Pippin sat back and put a hand on his chin. When I first arrived in the city, I'd intended on joining the Loki familia. I'm sure you're aware that Finn Daimner is an inspiration to many of my race. Unfortunately, I never had the chance to apply. Got turned away at the gates by a rather grumpy werewolf, I'm afraid. But his eyes shone. Then I saw your vice-captain fighting during the war game against Apollo and realized that there were other Powlum adventurers making a name for themselves in the city, breaking the stereotype. The whole city knew you'd be recruiting after the war game, so it was just a matter of waiting for the opportunity to arise. So, you want to prove the stereotype of the Powlum being weak is wrong? Bell asked, in order to get a clearer picture of his intentions, which, in his personal opinion, were rather noble. Something the young captain fervently supported. Yes, exactly. Pippin replied. My adoptive father is a powerful warrior, a level 5 adventurer, with the alias Flame General who retired to the countryside many years ago. He told me once that even a very small person can cast a very large shadow. I didn't really know what he meant until I heard about Finn. He's a perfect example to show that the Powlum race is not weak. Your vice-captain, Mizard, is another. She proves that the braver is not unique. It is my wish to become a third example to my people, to show the world that Mr. Daimner and Mizard are not an anomaly and that a Powlum can truly be strong. Aisha. Well now, Asa grinned at the person who'd just finished beating Uka. I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Nor did I, the tall, tan-skinned human replied with a grin, his accent soothing to the ears. Your beauty is even more radiant when my mind is not clogged by alcohol. I never did catch your name last night, though. Asa. She grinned back, mind wandering to their adventures the night before. Aisha. Belka. Alexios. The man grinned, giving her a little bow. My alias is Eagle Bearer, thanks to my dear friend, Ikaros. He gestured to the bird resting on his shoulder. Alexios, now a hopeful to join the Hestia Familia, had been an extremely pleasurable encounter of hers last night at a local bar. What's more, he'd just proved himself to be rather good with a blade, judging by how easily he'd beaten Uka. He was only level 3, so not a strong as she'd like, but he certainly knew what he was doing, in more ways than one. Antionera, Asa replied, giving him her alias. Maybe if you make it into the Familia, we can have another encounter. I wouldn't mind a repeat or two. She brushed a hand against his shoulder before walking away with swaying hips, knowing that his eyes were following her. Hestia, why don't you tell me a little about your background? Hestia asked the werewolf, Leo. Oh, wow. Leo muttered. Where to start? I guess, well, my parents died when I was super young during one of Rakia's wars. I got taken in by my granduncle, Vesemir, before I could be inducted into the Ars Familia. He ran a school of warriors out in the mountains, so I started learning to use swords at an early age. A couple of the older students, Lambert and Eskel, helped me with most of my training. Once I was good enough, they said the only way I could get better was if I joined a familia. They were all members of the Ars Familia, but they'd retired or run away as soon as they could so they wouldn't be forced to fight in his wars. So, I decided to come here and join a familia in the city before I got discovered and forced to join up with ours. Chigusa. Greetings, young madam. The slimy-looking man said, giving her what Chigusa thought was supposed to be a charming smile. It wasn't, nor was his speaking to her appropriate, considering he wasn't the one they'd called forward. "Hey, Mano." The large half-dwarf who was supposed to be next in line cut in, putting a hand in front of the cutter. "I was next. Why don't you wait your turn like a good boy, okay?" The man's accented voice was smooth and calming, though there was an edge to it. A clear but calm warning. "Get your hands off me, you brute. Don't you know who I am?" The one who'd barged in was human, relatively tall with dark purplish-black hair and now sporting an ugly scowl. The eyeliner he was wearing didn't exactly help him look completely sane. His wide and angry eyes just made the fool look rather unhinged. "She." The half-dwarf scoffed at the human. "No. Should I?" The half-dwarf sported a bun in the back of his head, but the rest of his black hair was cut short. He himself was quite bulky and rather tall for someone with dwarven blood. "I am Tano, the wolf bat. Surely, you've heard of me, no? What about you, madam?" He looked back over at Chigusa, who just grimaced. "Surely a woman of culture such as yourself recognizes a rising star like me." "Sir," Chigusa replied, her voice like iron as she addressed the totally unfamiliar man. "If you don't get back in line and wait your turn, you will be removed and forfeit your chance to apply. I suggest you step back now." For a moment, it looked like he would challenge her, but eventually the Slimer-looking human backed down and walked back to his place in line. The half-dwarf gave him one last glare, before his face stretched into a smile. "Nicely handled there, Chico. The name's Jackie, but my alias is El Coyote." "You're level 2, then?" Chigusa asked, writing down the information. "Yep." Jackie grinned at her. "I love my Familia, but my goddess, Mamaquilla, ain't too interested in fighting. My blood is just too hot for the quiet life. Got to make a name for myself, you know." "I understand." Chigusa nodded, writing that information down. "Do you have much dungeon experience?" "I mean, as much as it takes to hit level 2. Jackie replied. "Took a good long while though. 'Cause most of my Familia tend to avoid the dungeon. They are mostly merchants and shop owners, you know." "That's all right, sir. If you'll follow Haroheim, she'll lead you to the sparring fields." "You got it." He grinned at her before walking around the desk. "Lead the way, boss lady." He told Haroheim, causing the Renard girl to giggle and blush. Belle sighed and collapsed, leaning back against the couch. The sky outside was slowly darkening as evening gave way to night. All around him were the exhausted members of the Hestia Familia. In total, they'd vetted 83 applicants, the last of whom had only just left around an hour ago. "So," Master Torhen asked from his spot in a nearby lounge chair, "does anyone have an opinion they want to weigh in on? Someone that stood out to them?" "Yeah." Welf nodded. "This Wertiger I fought. Roarin'. He seems like a good guy. Got a good head on his shoulders. I remember him." Bell muttered, putting a hand over his eyes. "He seemed like a good person. I have no objections to him joining." "What happened with that pal Lum? What was his name?" Lily started before falling silent. "Pippin," Goddess Hestia asked. "That's him. I liked him." The goddess admitted. "He's got a good head on his shoulders and had a good attitude." "Who do we have so far that's a guarantee?" Daphne asked. "Oh, let me see." Belle groaned and leaned forward to grab the sheet he'd dropped on a nearby table. "Ms. Ryu and the 3 people who came with her are guaranteed. Penny Polandina had a letter of recommendation from Lord Myak, and she showed well, so she's in along with her friends. Roran, the man Welf just mentioned, and the young cat person with him. He checked the notes. Blake. I've got them on here as well. Any suggestions for the rest?" The Dark Elf twins. Master Torhen spoke up. "They both have a lot of potential. It'd be a waste to lose them." "What about the husband and wife?" Goddess Hestia added. "The elf and the Boaz? Also the little sister. He's a bit of a pervert, but I like them overall." Bell sighed, covering his eyes with one arm again and wishing for sleep while the others debated around him. It turned out being a captain was harder than he ever expected. It was worth it though. Rewarding, challenging, and very fulfilling. He just wished it wasn't so exhausting. AON, there we go. Chapter done. Recruitment over. I'm sure you can guess from the chapter but I'll post the official list of who the new members of the Hestia Familia are in the next chapter before I get into the next arc. Please leave a comment or a review with your thoughts on the chapter and what might come next. I know that this was pretty much a parade of new characters, but frankly, that's what the recruitment drive was always going to be, so I hope you don't mind. The next arc will begin next chapter, so I hope you don't mind this one being a bit different. Also, alias suggestions for everybody who showed up in this chapter would be appreciated. Most of them are level 1, but it's still fun to think about. Roderica's summon is Cleanrot Knight Finlay. Aura's is an Ankylorsus from Overlord. Answers to questions on FFN. Knightsy, I love RWBY. So excited for new stuff now that it's been saved. The characters are just references though. Walkman Apprentice Wordsmith, thank you. I hope you liked this chapter. Monkey D. Conan, I'm glad last chapter was satisfying. We'll see more of Freya later. On. Luis Angel.Saloriag, RWBY, yes. Only half of JNPR though. Lion Lord Iskana, thank you. Captain Dick Scratcher, I want to see Freya as a tragic character, but, well, look at the crap she's pulled recently. I don't really feel any sympathy for her. NinjaFang 1331, thank you. I hope you liked recruitment. Blue Snowman, thank you. Bauxite Glue, I think she's learned a bit of a lesson. I'm sorry I didn't wind up using the Rhapsodia characters. Truth is, I don't know those characters much at all, so I didn't feel like I could do them justice by including them now. Fake Rob, maybe not a mind break, but she's definitely humbled. Frostwolf 3227, you know, I am considering throwing a bit of nuts and bolts in as an occasional side note. I love Penny and she deserves better than what she got in the original. Virus EdYX, thank you for reading. Kai Racing, I'm sorry about the wait. Turtle Tripper 123, thank you so much. I hope you liked this chapter too. Hazik Safari, sorry about the wait. Lucius Walker, I'm glad you're loving it. I know there was a wait and this one is different, but I hope you liked it. On AO3. Big Time 12, I'm so sorry about the delay, but absolutely you can use it. Rockanegra, no, Belle is not immune to bend will. At least, not the full power version of it. Carvros, we will get some development on them soon, I promise. Alex 3773, she might, but for now she's going to play along. Chicky 270, glad you love it. Magnus Thread, I did bring in Roran. I considered Aragon and Arya, but they felt a bit too OP to really be considered as level 1 adventurers. I am unfortunately unfamiliar with NEIR, Automata, so I didn't want to risk being unfaithful to the characters. For Nenix_warehouse_productions, we got a Roran. Thank you for that. I'd completely forgotten about him. Aragon and Arya unfortunately were not included this time though. I thought about it, but they just felt too OP. Frank T. Haddock, not really familiar with Hololive, so I didn't want to risk messing with the characters. Thank you for the suggestion though. You are absolutely right about there being too many girls at the moment though. That's why I tried to make sure I brought in a few guys this time. Chapter 48. AON, please read this. Firstly, this is not a multi-crossover. I want to make that perfectly clear. The reference characters I introduced are there to fill out the background and exist within the world of Danmachi. They will not be perspective characters, nor am I intending to give them their own arcs. Their primary use will be as extras in scenes with the occasional line. The Hestia Familia is too small to justify their position, so I gave them more members. Using characters who are references to other franchises saves me a great deal of time and effort in expanding the Familia. If you do not recognize a character, I encourage you to simply treat them like an unimportant background OC, because that is essentially what they are. That said, I will be posting the new roster and all their levels down at the bottom of the chapter. As for this chapter itself, I hope you like it. I'm sorry I missed the anniversary, but I wound up quite ill and wasn't able to write for a while. Please leave a comment or review at the end with your thoughts. I think a few of you will like some things that happen in this one. Hearthfire. Chapter 48. Torhan. The sounds of battle cries, combat, clashing steel, and crackling magic filled the air along with the scent of sweat, metal, and dirt. The training yards that lay within the walls of Hearthfire Hall were fuller than they'd ever been. The Hestia Familia, now numbering a total of 31 adventurers, were all gathered there and training together. The initial discussions on who to accept or deny had been rather intense, but thankfully the entire Familia were able to come to a consensus on who would join their family. Those who'd been rejected were notified by mail, while those accepted were told in person by Belle and Lily, who spent an entire day traveling around the city to track them down. As it stood, their roster had expanded rather significantly. As far as levels were concerned, there was Torhen at level 10. Below him was Ryu at 5 and then Aisha at level 4. As for Belle, he'd been joined at level 3 by Urza and Alexios, but he was very nearly ready to rank up to 4 himself, so it wouldn't be long before he joined Aisha's level. It was at level 2 that their roster started to expand significantly. Their new level 2s included Roran Garrison, Winter, and Naotsugu Hasegawa, Jackie Wells, Erend, and Pyrrha Lovell. The bulk of their new recruits, however, were level 1. Penny, Ruby, Yang, Blake, Weiss, Jorn, Roderica, Aura, Mare, Pippin, and Leo were all first-level adventurers who needed training and guidance before truly being ready to enter the dungeon. That was why Torhen had nearly the entire Familia outside in the training yard. For some, this was just a period for them to meet their new comrades and get a feeling for their skills. For others, it was their first foray into the realm of combat, a time to hone their new skills under Torhen's watchful and experienced eye. If he closed those eyes and simply listened, he could almost delude himself into thinking he was back on Tamriel, standing within the yards of Jorvaska, listening to the companions batter each other to pieces. Or, given the sounds of spell fire, that he was within the Hall of the Elements, supervising the novices of the College of Winterhold as they practiced their craft. He'd been a warrior, a bard, a politician, a hero, and many other things, but in his heart, he was a teacher. This was his element, and he reveled in it. He divided the new recruits into training teams based on their skill level, but they were allowed to form their own groups during dungeon exploration. A few, like young Penny and her friends, gravitated to each other out of a previously shared bond before reaching out to those who didn't know any of their new family members. Others gravitated towards each other because of personality, like Naotsugu and Erend, both loud, boisterous men who liked to hit things with very large weapons. A full week had passed since their recruitment day, and the new people were settling in well. Those with previous dungeon experience were allowed free rein once Torhen had gotten a good feeling for their skills. The same went for the stronger combatants who'd come from outside the city like Urza or Roran, but they were required to join up with the more experienced dungeon divers for a while before striking out on their own. As for their existing members, they'd been a little unsettled by the sheer number of people now residing in their home, but they'd ultimately gotten used to it, and a few were eagerly taking on a minor mentorship role for their newer members. Belle, Lily, and Hestia had been running themselves ragged, meeting with all the new members, getting paperwork done, and converting their fauna. Belle even took it upon himself to accompany each member to the guild to get their new paperwork processed. Poor Aina couldn't possibly handle them all, so she'd been forced to rope some of her co-workers in to handle the new adventurers. Opening his eyes, the retired Dragonborn refocused directly on the rather large group of level 1 adventurers. In one corner, he spied Ruby, Yang, and Penny sparring together under Daphne's watchful eye. She was also keeping an eye on the rather fast-paced blade work of Weiss and Blake, who'd struck up a surprisingly fast friendship. In another corner, young Pyrrha was taking Jorn through a crash course on basic blade work. The redhead appeared to have taken quite the immediate shine to the shy Hume bunny, much to her elder sister's dismay. Haraheim, along with Mare and Roderica, was over by the spell ranges being given a lesson in dungeon spellcasting by Riveria, who'd offered her services to help train the new mags of the Hestia Familia. Winter, the level 2 elven woman, was there too, since she was interested in learning more magic and had a single spell of her own, but she was not a pure caster like Haraheim or Mare. Nor was Aura, who was training her physical combat skills against Pippin and Leo while Aisha watched over them. As for the new members above level 1, they were given slightly more free rein with their training. Erend, Naotsugu, Jackie, and Roran were gathered together, sparring on and off. The two hammer-wielders appeared to be having a contest to see which of them could knock the other off his feet faster. As for their new level 3 adventurers, Urza and Alexios both were off to the side, taking a break after their most recent bout. Quite a few of their older members were present as well, working with the new groups or on their own training, with a few notable exceptions. Belle and Lily were both inside, going over the Familia's new budget with Hestia. Torhen deliberately chose not to join them. Best for the new recruits to understand that while he was an advisor, it was Belle, Lily, and Hestia who were truly in charge of the Familia. Welf wasn't present either, though the sounds of hammering could be heard coming from his smithy. The young blacksmith was beyond ecstatic at having so many new potential customers and wasted no time in getting the level 1s into his workshop to be fitted for armor or to have a discussion on their preferred weapon types. Some had come prepared with basic gear while others didn't even own a dagger and needed just about everything bought or made from scratch before they could enter the dungeon. "You look happy," Reveria's voice said from his right. Looking over, he saw the beautiful, green-haired elf woman striding towards him, a small smile on her face. Behind her, he could see her students diligently practicing their spells with a box of magicka potions at their feet. "I am happy," Torhen admitted. "Things are looking bright for the Familia and I'm in my element. There are still a few concerns to worry about, but for now, all is well." She hummed and nodded, coming to stand next to him, perhaps a little closer than was proper, but he found that he truly didn't mind. Hestia, the goddess of the hearth, sighed lightly to herself, both in exhaustion and in a nervous release of energy. Then she stepped into the room. The office of the guild head was lavish, true, but thankfully quite practical. As for why she was there, Hestia didn't really know. Officially, the head of the guild did not have the ability to summon gods. Unofficially, if you received a request for a meeting with the headman, then you all but had to show up or your Familia might face consequences or, depending on the reason for the meeting, you might even incur the wrath of Oranos. Hestia had received one of those requests just that morning, so, here, she was walking into a meeting with the head of the guild. She saw the overweight elf Royman Mardial as expected, but what she didn't expect was to see Freya, Loki, and Hephaestus in the room as well. 4 chairs were laid out in front of the headman's desk. In the far left seat was Freya, followed to the right by Hephaestus, then an empty chair, then Loki, who was sending surreptitious glares towards Freya. The silver-haired goddess herself sat in her chair with her usual serene grace. She'd seemingly recovered well after her encounter with Torhen. "Ah, Goddess Hestia," Mardial exclaimed, coming out from behind the desk and bowing. "Thank you very much for agreeing to meet with me." Hestia just waved him off and took a seat in the empty chair between Hephaestus and Loki. The 2 red-headed goddesses each favored her with a smile or a look before turning to the elven headman. "Well," Loki glared at the elf man, "you've summoned the 4 most powerful gods in the city here, so you'd better have a good reason. We happen to be quite busy." "Why, yes, Goddess Loki," Mardial stuttered while taking a seat behind his desk. "I've asked you here for a few reasons." Sweat was pouring down his brow at this point. "Firstly, I have to ask, should the guild be expecting a conflict to erupt between any of your Familia? I know that tensions have been quite high with the recent shakeup, and well, the guild is concerned with how eerily quiet it's been." That explained it. While there was not yet any official document stating that Hestia, Loki, and Freya were at peace, there was an unspoken agreement following Freya's dressing down by Torhen. Hestia had already shared most of the details of the encounter with Loki, who'd howled with laughter while simultaneously lamenting the fact that she wasn't there to see it. Hephaestus was likely there as a neutral party and to represent the non-exploration Familia. As the most influential of the crafting Familia, all 3 of the others relied on her in one way or another. There was no chance in hell they'd start a fight if it risked losing their contracts. With the goddess of smithing, it's quiet because there is nothing to worry about. Hephaestus chimed in with pointed looks, directed towards them all. The guild has nothing to fear from these 3. "Yeah," Loki added a little sarcastically. "No need to get your panties in a twist. I've got no plans to start any fights, and my kids know to keep their noses clean. What about you, Freya? Any plans?" "Many and varied," Freya replied calmly, "but none of them involve a conflict between my Familia and any other. I've instructed my children to remain civil with those of Loki and Hestia, both within the city and down in the dungeon." Hestia looked at her carefully. For some reason, She got the feeling that Freya was a little like a duck on a pond, calm on the surface but paddling like mad underwater. The dark-haired goddess sighed. My Familia is far too busy inducting our new members to even think about starting a fight. She glanced towards the silver-haired goddess. Freya and I have discussed things, and since Loki is in agreement, the redhead gave a nod. We've agreed to bury the hatchet, as it were. So long as nobody messes with us, my children will remain civil and well-behaved. See. Loki grinned and leaned back, propping her feet up on Mardil's desk and ignoring the pointed glare the elf sent her way. Nothing to worry about. Well, Hephaestus chimed in. I wouldn't say nothing. She gestured to the other three goddesses. These three won't start anything, but there is definitely a fight brewing between Mayak and Dien sect. The nut job is becoming more unhinged by the day. If something doesn't happen to curb his behavior soon, I'm afraid of what he'll do. Ah, yes. Mardil sighed. I am very grateful that the three of you were able to smooth the tensions between your Familia. As for Lord Mayak and Lord Dien sect, the guild is aware of what's been happening, but until one of them steps out of line, there isn't much we can do. Rest assured, though, he gestured with his hands in a placating manner, we are very much aware of what is happening between the two of them. Good. Hestia nodded. Is that all you needed from us? Oh. He looked startled, then shook his head. Unfortunately not, Lady Hestia. You see, we received this missive yesterday morning. Reaching into a drawer, the fat elf pulled out an envelope. Peering at it, Hestia could see the symbol of Rakia, the symbol of the Ars, Familia emblazoned on it. Ars has declared war. Again. Hephaestus deadpanned. Ars, god of war, ruled the nation. Sized Familia known as Rakia. He was also a massive pain in Orario's collective, but, because he had a tendency to invade Orario every few years. The sad part was that his Familia were almost exclusively level 1 adventurers who stood no chance against the forces of the city. Yes, Goddess Hephaestus. You know from past experience that these invasions tend to cause issues with our supply lines, so the crafting and merchant Familia will have some difficulty getting materials that come from outside the city. I ask that you handle this situation like you did last time. The eye-patch-wearing goddess grimaced but nodded in agreement. As for the three of you, Mardil turned to the rest of them. The guild is officially tasking all members of your Familias that are level 5 and above with handling the defense, with as few casualties as possible on their side if you could. Hestia nodded in understanding. Any adventurer of that level could easily handle hundreds of level 1 opponents alone. With the size of Rakia's army, it made sense to just send out the most powerful adventurers in the city to handle it. Plus, by roping Torhen into it, they were showing that the guild had nominal control over the most powerful adventurer alive. As for minimizing enemy casualties, that was to ensure that adventurers of Orario were not responsible for a mass slaughter. Most adventurers, at least the ones with any sense of morals, would refuse to take the life of any sapient being unless they had no choice. They only killed monsters, not other people. So, it's finally that time again. Heh. Loki grinned. With the jump in power the cities experienced, Oz won't even know what hit him. She glanced at Hestia. Think Torhen. We'll use that shout of his again. The one that blew apart Apollo's wall. Hestia nodded. It would be a rather efficient way of dealing with an army, so I'm sure he will use something like that. Still, it will ultimately be up to him what he decides to use. His served in war before, though perhaps not one like this. He must have a few tricks up his sleeve. Bell sat in his office, staring contemplatively at the status sheet in front of him. He, along with Lily, Hestia, and Torhen, were the only ones allowed to see the status sheets of their members. Each and every one of them was stored in a locked filing cabinet inside his office, with copies kept within a safe in Master Torhen's office. Not that this was the sheet of any of their new members. No, the status sheet Bell was staring so intently at was his own. His stats were good, especially for a level 3. Even the lowest of his stats had recently hit S rank, so he knew he was ready for a level up. But, of course, being ready and actually achieving the rank up were totally different things. Once ready, an adventurer had to complete some kind of difficult feat to meet the requirements. For him, it had been the fights Against the Minotaur and the captain of the Apollo Familias that worked. For AIS, her most recent one came from fighting Udea solo while it took nearly dying for Ms. Reveria, Mr. Gareth, and Captain Finn to rank up. Everything said he was ready. Now he just needed to find a proper fight to push him over the edge. He did have an idea for what he could do, but it was extremely reckless, not to mention dangerous. Still, he wasn't totally committed to the plan yet. He needed to speak with a few other people before he took the plunge. Setting his status sheet aside, he picked up the Familia roster he'd set to the side earlier. The members of the Hestia Familia were all pronounced dungeon-ready by Master Torhen, so the newer members were all raring to go. Now, there were no restrictions on who could enter the dungeon with who. They didn't have to form or declare teams. Anybody in the Familia could enter the dungeon with anybody else in the Familia however they wanted. The only caveat was that they had to inform someone that they were leaving for the dungeon before they actually left so that they could keep track of who was fighting and who was just out and about in the city. Of course, that didn't mean teams weren't forming. Bell himself had his normal team, who he went diving with. It mainly consisted of the original members of the Hestia Familia from before the recruitment drive, though the exact composition varied depending on how deep they were going. For instance, they'd all made a couple of runs to 18 and back since the war game, but if they were going past the middle floors, Haraheim had yet to accompany them, though she would likely do so on their next trip that deep. None of them had set foot below the 18th floor yet, though that was likely to happen soon enough. As for the new members, the new level ones mostly banded together into their own separate groups. Ruby, Blake, Yang, Weiss, and Penny were shaping up to be quite the unit on their own. Pyrrha Lovell, a level 2, had also formed a party with a few level 1s, namely Jorn, Roderica, Aura, Mare, Leo, and Pippin. The two groups would also work together quite frequently or devolve into smaller groups between themselves while diving. Though, only Pyrrha had permission to enter the middle floors just yet, and none of the others had gone past floor 5. As for their higher-ranked members, they'd all banded together too. Urza Lovell, Pyrrha's level 3 sister, had formed a bit of a partnership with Erend and Roran, while Alexios, their other new level 3, teamed up with Naotsugu, Winter, and Jackie to form their own group. Both teams were set to make their first push to 18, with Urza indenting to add her sister to her own team roster when they went. As for Ms. Ryu, she'd expressed no interest in entering the dungeon just yet since she was getting used to her new gear. She, along with Ms. Aisha, apparently preferred to go in solo on shorter runs, though the two had spoken about teaming up together at some point once Ms. Ryu was ready to challenge the dungeon again. A knock at the door took Bell out of his thoughts. "Enter," he called out before his face split into a grin. "Am I disturbing you?" AIS asked as she stepped through the door. She was a frequent visitor to the hall, so even the newbies knew to just let her in when she showed up. "Not at all," Bell replied, setting down the paper and gesturing for her to take a seat on the couch. Standing, he moved to take the seat opposite her. "Did you need something?" "Actually, I was hoping you might want to go on a dungeon run with me tomorrow," she said, not meeting his eyes. It could have been his imagination, but he could swear the blonde beauty's face was a little red. "Of course," Bell replied with joy. He always loved spending time with AIS. "Should I put together a team, or are we joining some of your friends from the Loki Familia?" "No," AIS shook her head. "I mean just us. I thought." She looked down. "Maybe we could take a trip down to 18, just the two of us. Spend the night in Riviera and head back up in the morning. That is, if you're not too busy." Bell was stunned. Sure, he was good enough to hit 18 consistently, and with Ms. AIS, it would be a piece of cake, but just the two of them? Alone together for 2 whole days? Bell immediately turned a bright, burning red in both embarrassment and excitement. I would love to," he stammered out. I'm not super busy right now or anything, so I just need to make sure Goddess Hestia knows where I'll be before we leave." "Torhen." "So?" Torhen asked, swirling the wine in his glass. "What are these invasions like?" He'd been informed of the guild's request shortly after Hestia arrived home from her meeting. He couldn't say he was surprised by the request, but this was still rather unlike the wars he was used to. His companion hummed, sipping from her own glass. She took a long moment before answering. Annoying. Torhen raised an eyebrow in a clear gesture for her to continue. Reveria sighed and set her glass down on the table. These invasions happen every few years. Us just can't learn his lesson. His forces are all weak level 1s at best. Only a small handful are level 2, and even they are no match for an experienced level 1 from the city. It's actually harder for us to take them out without killing them than it is to simply repel their attacks. The fighting usually happens in the plains just outside the city. The last Dragonborn and the green-haired mage of the Loki Familia were seated together inside the private dining room at Hestia's upscale restaurant. Torhen offered to take her out to dinner as a thanks for her help in training their new mags, an invitation that the elven beauty was happy to accept. Reveria was dressed in a long, flowing gown that accentuated her natural elven grace. White, with blue and gold accents, it showed off her bare shoulders and hugged her figure quite nicely. As for Torhen, he wore a rather nice dark blue suit he'd had tailor-made in the Orarian style. It wasn't nearly as comfortable as the Nordic style, but there was a certain elegance to it that made such a sacrifice a reasonable trade-off. The dining room itself was lit by candlelight and the faint glow of street lamps coming from the window in the far wall. It was early evening. A white cloth covered the dark wood of the table, and on top of it was the remnants of a gorgeous selection of fine cuisine. With their meal already having passed, accompanied by much pleasant conversation, the two retired to a nearby couch, each with a glass of fine Soma wine in their hands. Torhen hummed and nodded in understanding. I do have to say, your concept of war and mine are rather different. When I led the invasion of the Somerset Isles, we certainly didn't worry about keeping our enemies alive. We tried to limit civilian casualties, of course, but we did not spare much thought to sparing enemies who would not surrender. Reveria grimaced. Wars like that do happen here, but they are far more rare. As for keeping them alive, well, your wars sound a little more even-footed than this. The soldiers in Rakia's army are like children going up against giants. A fair assessment, Torhen conceded, and a true one. The invasion of the Somerset Isles at the end of the war was one of the bloodiest battles he'd ever fought in, with thousands of soldiers roughly equal in strength clashing on both land and sea. Torhen was not opposed to killing when necessary, but as he grew older he found himself far more willing to go the extra mile not to kill if he could avoid it. That this mentality aligned neatly with the attitude of his companion and most adventurers in the city was simply a happy coincidence. There is a part of me, Reveria admitted, that enjoys putting Rakia in its place. They burned down most of the ancient forests of the elves during one of their wars long ago. What little remains of my pride as a royal takes pleasure in devastating Rakia's army. Torhen smiled at her. What would your father say if he heard about what you are doing? Huh? Reveria barked out a short laugh. He would be quite proud of me, but it would not outweigh his disappointment that I was not killing the enemy soldiers, or that I am in service to a god. His negative attitude towards the gods and all non-elven races is precisely why I left my homeland. He'd likely have an aneurysm if he saw me here with you. She placed her free hand over his. Torhen smiled and closed said hand, squeezing her fingers. An unspoken bond had slowly developed between them in the months since their first meeting. At first, it was simply camaraderie and a shared passion for learning as they exchanged lessons on the magic and histories of their respective worlds. When it blossomed into something more, Torhen could not say, but he knew what it was when he recognized it. If not for his conversation with the spirits of his children during the battle on the 18th floor, he likely would not have acknowledged it. As it stood, though, he had no problem removing his hand from Reveria's, cupping her chin and gently bringing her in for a kiss. Owen, there we go. What are your thoughts? Open arms. Let me know what you think. Hestia Familia new members and where they are from. Level 3. Urza Lovell, Fairy Tale. Canon last name is Scarlet. Alexios, AC Odyssey. Level 2. Roran Garrison, Aragon. Winter Hasegawa, RWBY. I married her to Naotsugu for the funny, so her last name is different than in canon. Her canon last name is Schnee. Naotsugu Hasegawa, Log Horizon. Jackie Wells, Cyberpunk 2077. Errand, Horizon, Zero Dawn. Pyrrha Lovell, RWBY. Canon last name is Nikos. Level 1. Penny Polandina, RWBY. Ruby Rose, RWBY. Yang Xiaolong, RWBY. Blake Belladonna, RWBY. Weiss Schnee, RWBY. Jorn Ak, RWBY. Roderica, Elden Ring.